As a shadow hidden from view, 끝없는 길 위에서 lost in the noise, I didn't know how to speak, but I was bolder than they thought I'd be. All the stars try to keep peace, but I couldn't find my own way. They call me fragile, said I'm too wild, but now that fire is reconciled. We fight, 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 never broken. You know together we're chosen. Gonna be fearless. Oh, fight, fight, fight with the voices. 영원히 막을 수 없는. Gonna be fearless. Fight, 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 never broken. You know together we're chosen. Gonna be fearless. Oh, fight, fight, fight with the voices. 영원히 막을 수 없는. Gonna be fearless.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, 4 teams are fighting for survival, and they're going to have to win out if they want to make it to Masters Santiago. Hello, everyone, and welcome to VCT Americas Kickoff, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena here in the incredible, the amazing, look at all these humans coming out. We're in Los Angeles, California, and I'm Golden Boy, currently yelling at you right now. We're joined here at the desk by Dryad. We have Emily, and once again joining us, the one and only Jonapi here today. It's a pleasure to have you here, my friend.
Yep, good to be back.
All right, well, we've got a lot to talk about here, and, you know, Why don't we go ahead and start with what we experienced yesterday, shall we? And now, granted, if we spend time talking about everything that happened yesterday, we'd be here all day, Dryad. So let's not do that, and let's focus on the highlights here.
It was a very long day, but a very interesting day. We didn't know, for example, that opening series, how it was going to end up going between Energy and MIBR. Energy seemingly they were going to take over, and towards the end, it was an MIBR that looked dominant to close it off and continuing to be that super team that we talked about.
Yeah, I mean, this was the first time we really saw Energy kind of struggle against the team. They looked so good up until yesterday. And MIBR too, I feel like it really solidified their roster for me.
Yeah, and then of course G2 and Furia, right? We saw them square off yesterday in what was by far, Emily, the most shocking result. Furia defeating G2 Esports.
It was so hype. I genuinely, Furia is just such a fun and hype team. And even after I got to spoke to EU, and that, like, all the work that they put in was just so well deserved for them to kind of pull this off in the upper bracket, especially.
Yeah, and you know, we just saw it too, but Trent got his first ace.
Oh yeah.
That was always our inside joke. I always made fun of him for never getting an ace, but
he did it.
You know,
he did it.
I'm sure he felt good there. But yeah, Furia, I mean, coming into that game, it's a kind of like, you know, their Super Bowl moment in a way, you know, against G2, you know, last year the best team regionally, and so coming out with that win is massive for them, for their confidence. So.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, what an accomplishment for them. What an accomplishment for MIBR. What a turnaround, right? Like, these two teams came into the league early on, you know, at the start of this, and they were always the squads that were struggling, but now MIBR as well as Furia at the top of the pack. Meanwhile, we take a look at what we're going to be focusing on here today, and this is the lower bracket. And you can see the 4 teams that are going to be duking it out to try and stay alive in this tournament to get an opportunity to face off against Envy and Sen later on. You got EG and Loud, and then later on it's going to be KRU against Leviathan. Dan, I know you got some thoughts on that KRU Leviathan game.
I'm so scared. I'm so scared.
Yeah, we'll revisit that. We'll revisit that when we need to, of course. But before we get into our first match of the day, it's time to go to Initiator School. Let's learn us something new, people, with Professor Jonah P in the house. Actually, that hat is quite fitting. All right.
I like it.
Let's do this. Break it down, Jonah. What you got for us?
Yeah, so here, this was a clip that I got from MIBR versus Envy, highlighting mainly Mazzino, and Verno pathing with his drone. So at the start of this round, they're executing A on a broken buy. You know, they're trying to get whatever value they can, and, you know, they make the best out of it. So this flash from Mazzino, basically making sure Ospas can get into the site with, you know, no one shooting him. And yeah, and this drone pathing is very important by Verno, because every Sova on defense, they like to counter dart. So Poppin didn't get any value from his dart there because of Verno. And you can see here, Mazzino instantly capitalizes off the space, takes us Heaven control, and right up here, this Sovalt, and if you pause here and look at the radar for MIBR, everybody's in this spot. It's very claustrophobic, and soon you'll see Mazzino recognize that. They have no control of back sight, so that threat's open. You know, there's a Sovalt coming in. It's very hectic, and you can see Mazzino soon here take initiative. He throws this KO flash to basically slow down that part of the map, and right here, the Isol comes out to deny the plant from Verno, and Mazzino's instantly on the spike. And because of that split-second decision-making from him, he was able to get the spike down and have his gun ready to get these 2 incredible kills with a stinger. So right here, boom. And then now it's just, you know, you got to play your game. And he just somehow gets 4 kills with one clip.
Damn.
One clip, by the way. And right here, you know, you probably think he's going for the ace, but right now, it's just all about Zekken. He just needs to find this last player to make sure Zekken is set up for the clutch.
Wow. Yeah, and it goes to show, right, like, just the micro decisions that you have to make. Because that moment there, right, getting captured by the ISO ult, and then him just like, I got to grab this and plant it right away.
Yeah,
really
he
speaks.
was literally running out of time there to get that bomb down too. And also, my stinger doesn't do that. But
yeah, no,
I don't know. I don't understand. Honestly.
How do you guys get the gun to shoot straight? I've been struggling, honestly.
I've been trying the whole time.
It's been a bit of a struggle for me over here. That being said, though, let's go ahead and dive into our first elimination match of Kickoff. It's going to be Loud taking on Evil Geniuses. Now, both of these orgs are champs winners, which is wild because they're fighting to stay alive in the lower bracket here. And each team team has a player from that winning roster, this time around in that IGL role. So you got Calm in the IGL role for EG when they won their championship, and then Penkata, he's in the IGL role, excuse me, good website though, for Loud here. And look, Emily, I think it's safe to say, like, both of these players coming in with so much experience bring so much valuable insight to these teams.
Yeah, and also last year, Loud was performing pretty well, right? So the fact that they kind of only made one roster swap and this big IGL swap towards Penkata, they kind of thought that that would be the slight adjustment they need to start kind of closing out these matches.
And the thing that is so interesting too is that we talk about both of these organizations lifting that Champs trophy a few years ago, but also the similarities between these two IGLs, where we knew when they lifted those trophies, they were part of that communication, they were part of the mid-round calls as well. Then at some point after they lifted those trophies, they left the teams. Now they come back and now they're taking that leadership role, the IGL role. So it's a new experience for them. You have some familiar players that you know, some familiar faces as well, but it's a completely different challenge. Yeah,
and the thing that's quite nice too, Jonah, I had a chance to catch up with Calm earlier before the show started. You can just tell the confidence, right? Like just confidence. Obviously, you win a lot of events. That kind of goes without saying, but it is quite prevalent, especially when you have so many young players on your team, right?
Yeah, I mean, you always need to have confidence, even if it's you're 0-2 and this is an elimination game.
Yeah.
You know, he's played under some incredible IGLs. He has an incredible coach in Potter. So just with those two things in mind, you have confidence. And you know, he has a lot of young players on his team. He's been through it all. He's won, so he knows what it takes to win. And you know, you just gotta try to do your best and apply it on the server.
Yeah, no, that is the truth. Of course, we'll talk more about Evil Geniuses in a second, but let's talk about Loud though, because this is a squad. They struggled in 2026 so far, right? Only able to get their one map win that they secured against 100 Thieves of all squads on Breeze. Dryad, I think it's safe to say though that this Loud team, as you had noted before, right? They're coming into this one needing to adjust pieces, but you do know that the pieces that are present can do the things that they need to do.
It's a bit unfortunate. We think about Loud last year, and even though they were not getting those wins, they always came really close.
Yeah, super close.
And even with this slight change, it's not about the roster right now, but it's about the ideas I feel like that they have that are simply not working out. They're going for this approach of the solo Yoru duelist that they're forcing into Verdi, and it feels like it's not something that is coming natural to him or the rest of the squad. They don't really know how to follow him up. They don't know how to, it seems like, react in time, and it's obviously something that takes experience, especially for a player like Verdi that is used to more playing like the Jet, for example. But I wonder if they've had enough time. I feel like this is a team that we know individually has a lot of potential, and I think they showed that on that one map that they won on Breeze when he was playing that Jet.
Yeah, and I feel like right now when I'm looking at this roster and watching them play, I feel like with this new map pool coming in, they're kind of struggling. I feel like when on certain maps, they don't look like they know exactly what to do in their game plan, or even like micro adjustments when things aren't working out. If they have a good start, they can kind of keep pushing. But as soon as the team kind of does something to counter what they're already doing, I feel like that's where they kind of fall apart.
Yeah, is that your read as well, Jonah, for the squad?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point to make. Honestly, like playing under MC and Josh, a lot of points they make is sometimes you just have to dumb down the game.
Yeah.
And a lot of these teams, you think, a lot of rookies, maybe they're coming into this year thinking they got to be perfect, making all these decisions. But as a team, sometimes, just doing simple stuff is the way to go.
Yeah, hey, and speaking of the rookies, we actually had Darker and Opportunity Athena caught up with him earlier on today.
I'm here with Loud's Darker. Obviously, you have some synergy with your teammates. You've played with Verdi in the Tier 2 scene, as well as your coach, Ro Manili. How does that synergy kind of help you going into, especially with the lower bracket, a lot of that pressure?
Siento que lo más importante y la palabra que más lo define es confianza, ya que he jugado con mucho tiempo con ellos. Sabemos cómo estamos trabajando, sabemos que estamos haciendo bien las cosas, solo es cuestión de tiempo que comencemos a ganar.
I think the most important thing and the word that defines it is confidence. We know that the work that we're putting in is working out, and we just have to give it time for those results to start showing.
Awesome. Best of luck. Thank you.
We were talking about confidence. Darker feels exactly the same way. And of course, Loud, they're going to be counting on Darker to step up and help get them that much needed dub. Because there's also, on the other side of that, you got Bao that you're going to have to contend with if you're Evil Geniuses, Emily. And this is going to be a fun battle between two up-and-coming stars, I think, in VCT.
Yeah, no, I feel like Bao really stepped it up last week, just playing that Sentinel role and kind of being a star player almost for EG, whereas, week one he had a bit of a slower start, but he's starting to heat up, especially when he plays Vito on like Abyss. It's so fun to see him play a little bit more aggressive on Sentinel and have a little bit more freedom.
It's been really fun to see, especially because we haven't seen much of that veto, for example. And I know that Potter was constantly talking about it, wanting to implement this veto in a few of those maps, and in Abyss, it looks incredible for Bao. He has always been a player to look out for when he was playing in challenges. I feel like he was really, really impressive, and now it feels like he's flexing a little bit more, getting more comfortable. But on the same side, Darker is a player that was always very flexible, was always being talked about in Tier 2 for Latin America. And it just seems like even though these pieces are able to shine individually, when can they do it as a team?
It feels like these two teams, you know, to borrow a term from sports, very much in the rebuild phase right now, right?
Yeah.
Is that how you would assess them?
Yeah, definitely. I think both of these teams, coaches, management, taking a lot of risk, but I like it. I like putting faith into these young kids. And you know, last year I scrimmed against Bao and Darker like almost every day, and those were the two standout players that always gave us
So this
issues.
doesn't shock you that
No. And Darker was doing it on 80 ping, and we, we had the most trouble against them. And now that they're finally here on the big stage, like I'm happy for them. And unfortunately, like one of them has to go home today. So I'm just excited.
Yeah, that is the unfortunate reality of it, folks. This is the lower bracket. Lose here, and your chances of going to Santiago are cooked. But for now, though, let's actually send it back over to Athena because she's got some words with one of the other legends of the VCT. Here's Digizin.
I'm here with Digizin. Obviously, we have to ask, you're playing against your former team. Do you feel like this is a little bit of a revenge match, or are you just focused on playing your game, getting through the lower bracket today?
Eu tô focado em jogar o nosso jogo, querendo ou não é meus ex-teammates, mas eu gosto bastante deles. Tivemos momentos muito bons, considero todo mundo lá. Mas é aquilo, hoje a gente precisa ganhar para continuar vivo no campeonato e ganhar experiência com isso. Então é isso, alguém tem que chorar hoje. Espero que não seja eu.
Yeah, I really like my teammates, but we came today to the game and somebody has to cry, and I hope it's not me. So that's how we're gonna go to the game today.
Perfect, thank you. Best of luck today.
Tears will be shed. That is the prediction that Digizin is giving here today. I would assume so.
Yeah, I really like Digizin as well. I feel like this is such an insane opportunity that he's having as well, being that player from Brazil that, mind you, after VCT last year, he went to play in Challengers as well, went to play for Team Solid, went to play Ascension, and now he's back in VCT playing for a North American team, learning English. I mean, the journey that he's had just shows how much he wants to play, he wants to win, and the question is when it's going to happen, because everybody always talks about how good he is.
Yeah, and Jonah, I know you've had experience playing against him, but also probably scrimming, whatever could come from that. What's your read on Digizin and his impact on the teams that he's in? Because it feels like whenever he's on one of these squads, like he commands so much attention.
Yeah, I mean, looking at him as a person, he's kind of intimidating. He's a big guy, tattoos, and you feel that way playing against him in the server. It's just like he has his aura to him, and I feel like that's a universal feeling for all these teams. And if you don't give him the respect, he's just gonna destroy you.
What we got to do is get Khan tatted up. That's what we got to do. That's the solution. Oki, we got to get Oki tatted up. We just figure it out. We'll do it one way or another. But in any case, though, like Loud, Evil Geniuses has struggled at kickoff, only scoring one map win as well. And look, this is a squad that has had multiple close calls, but they also had close calls against the Sentinels as well. Unfortunately, nothing came from that one. And Emily, it does feel like, for this EG team, they are continuously working through it. We know Potter's methodology. We've seen it work out over the years. She's won a championship. What can EG do to push forward?
I honestly think for me, it comes down to the chemistry in the server, right?
The players themselves.
Yeah, the players themselves. I think it's just amount of reps and trying to get that team chem up to where it kind of should be at this point. Granted, they haven't had a lot of time together, but when I'm watching them play, I feel like the times where they're really shining, especially when they get those map wins, is when Digizin is not only at the top of the leaderboard, but when he's on a roll like Yoru, where he's really good at supplying utility for himself. He doesn't really have to rely on other teammates. So I'm hoping that after they've had a little bit more time to kind of play together, that we'll kind of see the team chemistry coming alive and supporting Digizin, especially when he's on a roll like Waylay to create that space.
Yeah. Now, Jonah, does EG, I think, for you, like, where are you seeing their like bits of potential and whatnot? Because you look at the individuals on this team and they're all so damn talented individually. So together, it just should make sense.
Yeah, and I've been seeing a lot of hate towards Superman recently. You know, he's been struggling, and it's uncharacteristic from him.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting a lot of big things from him today. And
Yeah.
he really needs this, and I know he's the type of person that he doesn't let the noise get to his head. And today I think he's gonna come out swinging, and it's gonna be an issue for Loud.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, without a doubt, this Evil Geniuses roster certainly does have a lot that they need to work on, Dan. But I think that it is safe to say, though, that with the tools that they have in place, right? Like, surely if there's a squad that can, work on it together, it would be Evil Geniuses, given the team chemistry that they built there, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you see the game plan that Potter has always, and with these little things that she's always implementing, where there is the veto, or how those compositions are going to look, how that macro is going to look, it is always very clear. And on top of that, you have a DJ Sin that I feel like really adds a lot of firepower to the table.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is a guy that can win you rounds, that can secure your rounds by himself. That is not something that every player honestly can do. So you have that macro, but it seems like it's a little bit of what you're saying, Emily. At that point when they're playing together, when you need to connect these two things, that's when things start to go wrong, because it feels like they let the other team kind of completely take over and they lose control of the game.
Yeah, they have to be the pacemakers.
Yeah.
They have to be the pacemakers, plain and simple here.
Yeah.
Well, you know what starts off with that? Getting side selection, right? Maybe getting a good start here. Good news is, folks, it's time for Skirmish side selection, and we've got a special one for you, because it's going to be Loud's Luck Show going up against Coach Potter.
Against Dells is my first skirmish.
It's a big
That-
win.
Yeah.
Are you ready for your first loss?
Oh!
Bro, I'm scared. I'm not kidding, I'm scared.
That's so good.
Oh, that's good.
Potter has so much aura.
I want her to play in every single one of these.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
An op
I'm not kidding.
Oh,
I'm not
man.
kidding, bro. I want to win.
on the first round and op.
Of course.
Wait, he was so scared he had to whip up an op for
Yeah, I mean,
That
that's
is
just
crazy.
fear. That's just fear that Luck
I
Show's
mean,
showing
Potter
here.
has the aura, dude.
He really does. Come on. Gotta believe in Potter.
No, my shorty!
Buy the classic bundle, okay? Loud bundle, okay?
No way. Luck Show's having the time of his life out there, clearly. Oh, no.
I think he's taking this a little too serious.
He really, he's very much.
He's locked.
Listen, side selection's important, okay? They need side selection.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Oh, man.
I like this though. It gives a chance for the coach to kind of get in the player's head.
I just love, that's such an early 2010s insult. What are you doing? I used to do that all the time when I played. Oh, it's so good. All right, let's see here. Oh, I will say, Luck Show rocking an op is just BM, man.
Messed up. That's
It's
messed up.
just BM. And there you have it.
GG.
Hey, Potter got one.
She did.
Every
She got her
round, this
one.
guy. He's shameless.
GG. Good play.
How
Good
many
play.
people
Well
should say
played.
to Luke Show?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think, especially, when you're in a coach role, I'm just making all these excuses for you, Christine. We got you covered, okay? We're always going to have your back. You don't have to worry about it. All right, folks. Well, look, we're getting down to the wire here. You got a minute left before we bring out our two teams. Let's see what our broadcast thought as far as predictions goes. A little bit of a mixed bag here. Okay, so let's look and see. Jonah, you got Loud and Crew for you. Dan, you got Loud and Leviathan for you. And Emily, Loud and Crew. Okay.
I honestly didn't know.
You didn't know?
I didn't know what I picked today
This
as
was
well.
a hard one. This was a difficult one.
Yeah.
I was back and forth because I think that there's a great case to be made for all of these teams, I think the only one that's kind of out there is Crew, just because of the situation that they find themselves in.
Still,
That's it.
they're making it close every single time.
Yeah.
Also, we get to see which team's able to convert their previous losses and fix those mistakes quickly, and I think it'll show today in the matches.
I got to say, that is a great note there. Jonah, in your experience, how fast, how difficult it is to do that?
To make these predictions?
Yeah, to make these changes in such a quick amount of time.
It's honestly, I don't know. It's when your back's against the wall, it might feel overwhelming, but if they these teams know how to lock in, and we're gonna see it today.
All right, I like it. All right, well, you heard from our analysts here today. It's all on the line. 4 teams up for elimination. America's Kickoff starts right now.
Cara, a EG é um time que, no papel, tem bastante player novo. Eu acho que é um time que tem bastante potencial para ser desenvolvido. E também não tem como falar que os caras são muito ruins, eles têm o DGzinho é um player absurdo.
I know it's a important game for Douglas since that team was his ex-team.
É a última oportunidade que a gente tem, então meio que tipo, ou vai ou morre. Eu vou com esse sentimento de que eu não tenho nada a perder e vou dar meu melhor para amassar o próximo time que a gente vai jogar contra.
De Cauãzinho marcando, Geldes, atravessou e tomou! Mais uma bala do Cauã. Leva 3 jogadores, foi trocado e agora é o 2 contra 2. Vem divisa Cósmico, pancada, salva demais! Os veteranos!
Just 2 teams, 1 life left. It should be a really gritty game.
All right, let's go ahead and bring out your first squad. Here is Evil Geniuses. And of course, being led by Okeanos, Digizin, Com, and the boys here. Let's see what this squad can do. And to Emily, what Oki said in that video, he said, it's going to be scrappy. It's going to be a brawl. I think that's exactly what we should be looking out for here, right? It's going to get really scrappy.
Yeah, and I look forward to see how they kind of play together as a team, right? Because I was kind of mentioning I was a little questionable when it came to their team chemistry, but they've had a little bit more time to get those reps in, and I'm hoping to see it here in this match.
Now we'll see, of course, whether or not Evil Geniuses, to Jonah's point, put in that work before this game started. But the same can be said for their opponents on the other side of the field as well. Let's welcome to the stage. Here's Loud and Dryad. This squad, they have a great opportunity here. This is a team that's gotten so close so many times. They just need to get over that hump.
We mentioned it before, they have so much potential, but they haven't been able to convert those matches into wins. And it seems like they've been trying just a little bit of everything. In the 2 matches they've played so far, they played 5 different maps, and only in one they were able to find success, which was that jet that we talked about with Verdi on Breeze. Are they going to repeat some of these maps? Are they going to bring something new?
Yeah.
There's a lot of possibilities because this is your last chance to stay alive.
Yeah, and that I think is the thing that needs to be highlighted here more than anything, Jonah, right? Because when you lose out on this and you are eliminated, we're talking a hot minute of you not being able to play official matches before you get back on that stage again, right?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I haven't experienced that yet, but
humble brag.
But yeah, I think this game is gonna come down to who over prepared and who prepared just the amount.
Yeah.
Like I was saying before, sometimes you just need to dumb down your game, play simple, and just let the game come to you instead of trying to do too much. So.
Well, speaking of simple, we start things off with Haven, one of the oldest maps in the game. Then we move on to Abyss. Didn't see what that last one was. It Corrode?
Yep,
I think it was.
Corrode.
Okay, Corrode. So what do we make of this series layout here, Dryad?
I really like this map of Haven to start off. I was just talking about what the maps were going to look like for Loud, knowing that we've seen a lot from them. They're going to bring this map of Haven back. My question is, if they're going to bring it back from that first week that they played it, are they going to be changing that composition? That solo Yoru, if they're going to continue playing it, it has to be just supported a little bit more.
What could work out here, given who's the components they have on Loud?
I would love to see. They can play double duelist. They can play another duelist as well. I feel like that is the best scenario.
So you really think that it's in the duelist
cool
side of things where you want to see the changes?
Yes, and it's not because of Verdi, it's not because of his individual performance, but the way that the rest of the team is able to
Makes
follow
sense.
up from him.
No, it makes sense completely, of course. Verdi, a lot of pressure on him, right? And he's going to be squaring off against Digizin on the other side, so that will always be, a difficult battle there, but I'm sure DG's more than prepared for that challenge. On the other side, though, we talked about what Loud can do. What does Evil Geniuses look to do here, in the series? Like, where do their wins come from?
I think the fact that we've already seen Loud perform on Haven, losing 7-13 against Cloud9, they kind of had like a one-dimensional game plan going into it, and I think EG can look to take advantage of that if they haven't made any big changes to their game plan. I think EG is going to be coming in strong, especially putting DGs on that Neon, going for that aggression and kind of putting a stop to all the lurking that could possibly be the change that Loud makes.
Yep, I think this game will be very important for DGZin. Haven, to me, is one of his best maps. Every time I watch him play this map, he dominates. So it's going to be a lot about getting those lines, trying to deal with this Viper utility, this Viper wall, and he's the type of player to get in your face, so we're going to see that a lot.
We did see a changeup too, Dan. You asked for it.
And I love this. This Neon is going to be a different story for Loud. It should be close between the two.
All right, folks, let's get this Saturday started, shall we? Send it over to your casters for this one. Here's Rivington and Van Silly.
We are ready to start this day with another game. Two teams facing elimination and looking for their first win.
Yeah, and they're desperate right now, Riv, because it's also not only elimination, but that the past few weeks in terms of the offseason, the preparation going to this game, the changes they have to make is going to pay off. So it's a big sigh of relief for any of these teams, either Loud or EG, to be able to win this game. And they talked about it at the desk. We're kicking things off on Haven, where we do have changes actually on both sides. For Loud, they've played this map before against Cloud9, and they got kind of dominated by the teamwork around C9, and they want to play to Verdi's best. So they're switching him out from the Yoru to the Neon. For EG's side, you're stepping away from the Breach, Sova, Cypher, Jet combo that they kept running last year, and they're going with a mirror matchup.
It looks like they will get just the eyes on Long, and a slow start for both sides here. Seeing who will make the first move, honestly.
Especially when it's an elimination game at the pistol round. Every single kill and round counts. So both teams being very patient. And now leveraging a little bit of a fake. You see the drone coming out from KRU and trying to break this turret, trying to pull some rotates across for the rest of Loud to walk up on this A site. And it's smart plays. Calm is already going to play soft side. They're still trying to read and prod where the hit's going to be coming from. And now that it's been announced, they have to play the retake.
Playing their life in sight. Loud's going to find free space here. A little bit of util use for it. Wait, Calm jumps out right away, going for his own. Dark gets the double on the surprise as the rest of the team floods in. The cavalry is here. For Evil Genius is in Calm, the one to throw himself in the fire and start the chaos.
Almost looks like the play style that they've learned facing off against Envy in the first week. Flooding through, not giving a chance for their opponents to set up in the post plant. Not only do you throw the recon, it's combined with the paranoia from Superman. Calm maybe whiffing the first few shots, but he still gets value on these 2 kills and wastes enough time for 2 players to come back in and support him. That was beautifully played by EG, and a different look from what we're used to.
Yeah, very fast on that flood. Confidence on the retake. It's what you want to see to start this game for both teams. And that defuse goes right into the hands of EG as Loud now have to come up with a second round. Some Bulldogs, a Guardian. Look to keep this one pretty low, long range for EG.
DJZ and a Guardian is basically just like playing an outlaw going to the second round, so keep an eye on that. The purchase that he has, maybe to try to get an off up as soon as possible too, hence the differences in terms of the weapons that he chooses is in this anti-ego. And already scoring first blood, Darker falling down to Loud, and unfortunately there's not really too much map control that they're able to get, and especially trying to sell that fake on that sewer side. Well, they take the silver lining, grab an orb here, controlling that C side.
Yeah, Luke Show trying to do an audio grab, any rotations, any sound he can deliver here as he gains that space in sewers. And jump around in garage. Making a lot of noise here to make themselves apparent, and EG will bite. We'll say, what's going on? Who is there? Bao cleans up 3 with the Spectre real fast.
Didn't even need to turret. Just heard the jump into the garage, and that engaged another great support paranoia from Okeanos, sorry, as I thought it was Superman before with the paranoia, but it's Oki playing onto the smoke roll. That already gives him 4 assists, by the way, with paranoia assists in the last 2 rounds.
Going from the breach to the Yoru to the smokes roll, Oki's everywhere.
That's been his role since Tier 2 on top of that, right?
Yeah.
He started off really playing like a Jet, being a duelist, then going into a KO, even playing some Harbor, so anything that you need him to do, which is, again, very important going into this meta where you need your flex players to be able to open up good strategies for the team overall, and especially a flex player that can frag out like Okeanos.
Absolutely. Watching him and Digizine trade the op back and forth, to no surprise either, because they're both very good with it. Something we're expecting those duelists to grab this game as a core win factor. It's got a little bit of time before we get that money online, though. Towards C, looks like Loud's just trying to make some noise here.
Just kind of free right now for EG to move around that map. So they're getting 0 pressure on this A side when they stacked up 3. So a very similar look, actually, to when they played that Breach and Silva combination if they control of the A choke. But as you get this forward line from Digizine, I like that they're pushing it back from Loud. It might start forcing EG to maybe start peeking for info, start rotating to a different spot, and try regaining that space that's now lost from the HO.
You're getting that a bit at Garage right now from Bao, trying to see if he can catch any audio himself from this position. Well, he might just actually catch a hit from Luke Show here. Oh, very close. The spray from the Spectre through the door. Bao's on it.
Happy those doors got broken at the beginning of the round for sure. It almost looked like he was trying to find a timing, but thankfully it was just to break util, just to keep Loud in the spawn. I mean, we have 20 seconds left. They haven't even crossed that line to get to anything so far for Loud, and finally it'll be a desperate hit over this B site.
The pressure play, I think between both of these teams on their attack sides, we're going to see a lot of rounds ending up like this. If they lose an early player, it just seems to stave off the real hit, but Loud get it down. Now they have to take a breather and figure out what the best play is as they swing. Digizine is there, but it's going to be Okeanos ready for two, and he swipes up, finds Pancata, and the defuse to follow for the bonus round.
You know that when they were walking on that stage, Okeanos hand in pockets and just game face on, ready to just face against Loud. And
cold.
They've mentioned it before, it's not only just on, you know, them trying to get a victory, but it's also to help out Digizine to, I know it's not really a revenge match, as Digizine talked about it with Athena, but at the same time, it kind of feels good if you're able to defeat your ex-opponents, your ex-teammates from the previous team.
There's always a chip there. We'd love to take care of.
And 3 unanswered rounds for EG. That breaks the econ going in for Loud. So have a stinger buy, trying to keep things kind of evened up, so they can have a strong buy into the next round and then maybe start leveraging the Hunter's Fury to try to swing around back in this round number 5.
Already apparent there's an outlaw here. And they don't go towards it too much. They will start to bait a bit to see if they can close the range on Digizine and the rest of the team just by getting up through window. Oh, just past the turret. But they already know.
Yeah.
They already know. There's only one place they really could be going, as they don't see anybody long. There's more towards the window, and Darker's going to keep himself alive. Good for 2 now.
Feeling that confidence after the past few rounds and assists from Moki, so he was just trying to find that duel, knowing that he's facing up against a Sheriff only, but it's still Darker.
Yeah.
Darker had some amazing rounds in the clutch. A 3K on the pistol against C9 a couple of weeks ago, and almost got that space. But Superman finds that timing. It stops the bleeding, but at least Kawadzine has snuck through. This will give them some money going into the next round, and you'll take that for sure.
Absolutely. Unfortunate to see the upgrade for Darker there being his undoing after waiting so long in this situation. Trying to play it smart. Still get the plant down like you said. And we'll just see what Kawadzine can make of this. Be a pop-off round. Has the ult if it actually comes down to it. Maybe he gets a kill. It's still going to be pushed off quite hard from this lower position, though.
As everything's cleared, now it's confirmed. Last player is in sewers. Nice little re-clearing for EG on the 3v1.
They're just getting that safe defuse down behind the wall. The push-up, he can't do anything about it. And Digizine will find another kill. 2 away from the ult there for Neon on defense.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, got the defuse even before that kill, so
yeah,
allows for that to get picked up. But this is going to be that important swing round for Loud. Not only do they have the Hunter's Fury, they have a second ult available with Darker's Pit, but at the same time, with how we've been farming for Bao on the other side for EG, and the orb control from Calm at the beginning of these rounds, they also have double ults to work with.
Yo, Kawadzine, you gotta keep on playing for stats?
Oh, no.
Didn't say that a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, Bao's headhunting for these stat players. He's like, what are you doing? I'm new here. Isn't that not what you're supposed to do?
That was going to need a bit of time outside of scrims to write new one-liners to the camera in between these rounds. Yeah, already an early timeout here for the side of Loud.
Getting a lot of moments from Bao on the cam, that's for sure. And it is going to be that timeout to figure out what might be the answer here. The 4th round lost, as expected after the bonus. And we see guns coming in again. How are they going to work it? It's been really a main control on on that side by Com. They haven't really tested him too much. They've inserted some people down into sewers, but really nothing's coming of that. And then it becomes a regular hit as the round folds on.
And that's the thing, they haven't really added that pressure into anything so far for Loud at the beginning of these rounds. We saw some very slow play when in the past few weeks, even if it's different comps, but they just try to scale up as a team and haven't really so far, in my eyes, leveraged Verdi to the best of his potential yet, because he usually on his Neon is just gonna run it down. It's Digizine instead.
Up in the speed here, Verdi's able to see it, but it's a nice peek for each other as they're swinging. Just trying to get as many trades as possible here in mid. As you see, the X is littering that mid side of the minimap. And coming out of this timeout, it was to up the pace for sure. Looks like they're still trying to watch the extremities here, but EG's trying to close in as much as possible.
That's the positive side, at least from playing very slow for Loud and staying in spawn, is that if you're actually trying to change the tempo from the opponents, they'll be ready for it. You can't keep that as your main game plan every round here on the attack. At least they spotted Okeanos earlier on, who broke the alarm bot, so they know it's kind of weak side on that side. See, there was no retaliation after trying to fight back, but yeah, you definitely do have a nice little alert coming, and especially with the turret being called back.
Perfect.
That's the call already from Superman, so that's gonna get Okeanos ready.
They're actually just waiting. It becomes a lot scarier when you know there's people on the map and you're not finding any. You feel like they are surrounding you everywhere. Okeanos starts it off from the shadows almost, if you will.
One enemy remaining.
And he will actually. More shots to come through. Pancata looking left and right. He's just trying to fix his crosshair in what might be the right position. Still a slight bit of time to work with, but so many angles, it looks impossible.
That's the main thing looking at this as Okeanos picks up the second in the round. It's the discipline that you have from EG. You definitely could see right now that they're really trying to play to win. It's a 3 versus 1 in that sense. You kind of caught Pancata off guard, yet Com still falls back. They're trying to play the numbers. They drone up. He scans. They're just letting Pancata come to him. And I love that little gap that Okeanos gave himself. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but nonetheless, you don't have any eagle swings coming out from EG. Play the contact. The other one swing out. Guarantee the round. And it looks like they have definitely been ironing things out throughout the past couple of weeks versus what we've seen in these hectic battles that they brought week after week when they first started here against Envy and then Sentinels.
Stinger by. It's funny, we mentioned Com at the end of Long A. He was back for the Hunter's Fury that round. Back for the Shock Dart this time. He gets a nice amount of chip damage there. Stinger's at the ready. Paranoia coming up from lower. Superman's going to get hit, but he's going to try to close the distance here. The relay bolt, the kitchen sink, everything dropped on his head. And the rest of Loud as well as they turn the corner and fire into the abyss that was that corner. EG playing it calm, playing it collected. Okeanos picks up a third and Com stares down from his tower and drops Cowanzine.
Okeanos continues its reign on the defensive side. I love at least that we changed the tempo for Loud to be a little bit more quick on the execution, but that was the fun also for the type of buy that you had. Love to start seeing this a little bit more here in the gun rounds because it definitely looked like on that side for EG. They had to ready up themselves a little bit more quickly.
Bro, I own this A bomb site, bro.
It's the Stinger rush in. I think one of the things is they all kind of just came horizontally out of that ult as much as they could instead of continue to push with those Stingers.
Well, I think that's the important thing too, is that Darker swung outside of his pit when they dropped it down. So once he dies, it opens up and exposes the rest of the team who are trying to play onside with the Stingers inside the pit. So I don't think we followed that plan correctly for the side of Loud, but hopefully this time it'll pay out from the IGL. Pancata calls that he's going to TP back towards that spawn, and Bao is waiting for it.
This is huge. Loud need an opening in one of these rounds. Can they look to their IGL for it? They can. Pancata from spawn starts it, and this is going to be the C exec that they need. They still have to get through this retake. It looks like the op may come from that long side, but it's going to take Digizine and crew a while to get there.
The overdrive is available for Digizine, so that's why he is flanking with the rest. With the op in hand, they still have a bit of util for the flood. Paranoia and a drone. Maybe waiting for the recon in 18 seconds, but they are showing themselves here on that flank.
Quick push in.
Loud's ready to push back towards that spawn. Look at that.
They're trying to get away, but Superman doesn't let him. Superman doesn't let him. He is a brick wall on that defensive side, and they're still getting pushed from long. Luke Show having to turn back and forth. Now Okeanos ready for it. And not only A, it is also C that he's got a lock on here when necessary. Superman on that defuse. It'll come through. 2 seconds left. It sounded close. It wasn't even close.
I mean, every site's locked out.
Yeah, seriously. 7-0 right now.
It's 2020 IRL for Loud trying to work the attack on this map of Haven. But that said, the fact right here that Superman is able to find 3 kills because the read and the call was perfect to say, let's push out towards that spawn. The alarm about the drone, there's got to be more than one with Tom.
I thought you had the good ass aim.
And the fact that they wanted to push out towards that spawn, what was missing though was the timing on that swing. They went one by one to try to fight against Superman. And that was some of the mistakes that was also showing against their last matchup on 100 Thieves.
Okie. Oh, he wasn't lying. 2 more Ensuers go down for Loud before Darker can come back with anything to get Loud in a position to figure out where they can go here. And we saw even Verdi going down for Loud in their previous series was cause for pause. It took Loud so long to regroup, to find a way to go. And the rounds just never seemed to work out if they lost that main entry here. They got a lot of work to do.
It's painful. Right? You're at the minute mark, you're showing your hand. There's still util up on both the garage and C side, but now here comes those confident peaks that could be very punishing for EG.
Oh, he gets seen. Darker rechecking the spot, or Kaunzin rather rechecking that spot, knowing there was a sliver to hide in here. Digi from spawn, they are absolutely looking to secure this round as they throw everything in with the ultimates. And the lockdown will delay EG on that retake.
And of course, just like any other Valorant game, it's a 9-3 curse or a 7-1 scoreline usually that we see because they're in prime position right now to win this round for Loud. Nano Swarms already, but they're popping it quite early.
Yeah, that's very early. EG for sure going for this with the bankroll that they have over these last 7 rounds, 8 rounds.
Oh my gosh.
I thought we saw a triplet going down there. Kaunzin gets the kill on Digizine. And now we're going to have Calm just hanging out to save this one. So it is going to be that 7-1. A very, very big kill coming in through this round. It got that C site for the side of Loud. Let's see if he can get any more kills here.
That's what they can't do for the side of EG. Because when you look at it, Okeanos already had 2 kills in the sewers. They're playing a 5-on-3. Yeah. You already have 2 layers of finding the scaling for Loud at that point into the garage. Because if it's not, sorry, the Alarma was on B side still, but the turret helps you over here. You can't have the guys swing out garage yet. Because you need to help out at least each other on the C side, on the garage. And it just makes it so much more difficult for the rest of EG to rotate back from the A site to see if the site's already taken in the first place. For Loud into the post plant.
Operator on garage. Oh, that's an elbow. That poofy jacket is going to get Luke Show killed. Looks like he won't actually peek. He's on the box, just hiding out. As Loud really haven't tempted mid for quite some time here.
The look is pretty decent for EG. They'll know this hit's coming towards that B side, but you still have 2 players just working in tandem so that they can't get more pressure into the extremities, into the links after the plant for Loud.
Killjoy ultimate as well. Where you're going to throw that down if you can keep control just behind window. Yes, easy from garage, but it still means the front of the site is a fight. That window becomes a priority. Digizine's able to find some kills through the doors. Misses there as he takes a bit of damage. And Calm, doing Calm things. A little bit of damage to come off of that. I think he might have gotten a hit. Superman toying with us on the outside as the team tries to get to the front of the site. It's happening on all fronts here. This fight needed to be won, but Kaunzin comes out on top. Loud's doing exactly what they need to do to stave off another round from EG defusing. And this is going to be a second round from Loud.
Yeah, the setup was actually pretty nice for EG though, right? You have that pit, you're droning early on the A side, so you know there's a lean towards middle for Loud. Then you have that buddy system into the garage and the turret to support and help out the lockdown once you try to play that retake. At the end of the day, it becomes the gun rounds right over here, the duels that have to be won for the side of EG, where unfortunately it didn't pan out for a couple of these players. And even as good as they look for the first 7 rounds, you're already calling the early timeout on the side of EG just to slow down the momentum here of Loud, where it seems as though we're getting a little bit too overconfident maybe on the side of EG. And you need to really stop that tempo for the side of Loud so that they can't really come back into this half, because you want to continue this dominant first half that you've displayed for the defense.
Yeah. I think one of the things we saw EG start to suffer on versus Envy towards the end, and it was a big reason for the Corrode comeback stop, was the pressure. They're just hitting the site at a speed that EG has a hard time organizing the utility, and maybe losing 1 or even 2 in the process, which then we've seen become just a save for the way that Loud pushes up and really tries to get in their face.
And one last layer there I think that we're trying to do that I forgot to mention in that lockdown play from EG is the Hunter's Fury from Calm, right? So you're pushing everybody outside the radius of that lockdown, and as soon as it disappears, people want to try to fight back towards that window. He's just trying to ult in there to maybe catch some players off guard. But unfortunately, it didn't get any hits going to Loud's side, which also allowed Loud to have a much better pulse plant scenario where all that util and that trap play was finally gone out the window for EG side, literally. But you refocus. The op is back in the hands of the Jazine, and he's looking for an aggressive line down towards the sewers. Beautiful snake bite, though. He won't be able to cross that wall, so an advantage for Loud to take over sewers.
Ooh, he turns the relay bolt as they trade that quick concuss. And he saves himself, saves the op. But now Loud know where that op is. They have the opportunity to move towards a different site as fast as possible. Again, up the pace just a little bit, and they're going to drone mid. Make EG think that it's important.
So Info identifies a lurk. They're going to try to punish Darker at least to get a player's advantage on the retake.
There.
Oh, they know. Oh, they know. Oh, he looked away though. Just for the moment. Takes a second to reset or keep an eye on the left side, and it was the moment he goes down. Trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, they knew Okeano's TP'd and saw him, so they didn't really work in tandem to take that down, and Bao is playing close with that judge and gets caught off the rotate when that spike goes down on that B site.
Super.
So, and see again.
Across, they know. They're looking straight at the window. Do they know there's a second, though? This is the crux, but there's another flank on the flank coming through that would have probably stopped Okeanos anyways. And again, here is that save situation where Digizine is going to have to back up and keep that in his hands.
That what was missing from Loud, now that you're starting to see a couple of rounds come through, when they're actually throwing these slow defaults, despite the aggression coming out from EG, you're finally using util to break some on the side of Bao, force these rotates to come out. And as soon as you get that one, just that one kill from Darker onto Calm, that's trying to lurk up to get that kill, well, that forces Bao to get out of position, feeling that he has to rotate to help towards that B site, and then he gets caught by an insert on that C site because a turret was watching Garage. So again, just these type of plays where Loud has been good at against Cloud9 when they play these slow rounds. And it displays themselves right here in this current round after the timeout from EG.
3 in a row here for Loud. Effective timeouts coming through for them to make sure this does not go any further. And honestly, being able to get 7 on the defensive side for EG is already very, very nice, especially on a site or a map like Haven.
Be critical in that one, though. It should have been 8 if it wasn't for that peak that we had in the Garage.
Very true.
On that 5 versus 3, but at least you're trying to right your wrongs. Digizine gets that first pick with the operator and looks back down towards that C-long.
Finds it. The quick peeks. You never know where he is. Last time he was at short, then he was at long. Now he's at C, trying to vary the position every round, and even within the round, use that neon speed. Be at a different site.
Now we'll see if the leadership and the communication coming in from Calm and from Potter to play your numbers. Not aggressively peek is there, and it works.
Yeah.
Spike down mid.
Crazy little high-low there, as much as they could from the Garage hallway. And now Darker left to search around 40 seconds, so he does have the map to work with. 3,100, team's got some money. So he may go for an adventure here.
And an OD to his old teammate, pulling out the airplane Bucky of Jogimo.
Yeah. See if he's got the movement. Oh my God, did you see that? up and over the top. It's calm. Quick shot on Darker. Gets him there, and you're right.
Yeah, he's just missing blade storms in the ground, too.
Off the generator in his back. The shot in the middle. And Digizine waking up a little bit. And it's not because the outshots are really missing. It's because Loud's doing a good job of avoiding that.
And that's basically what Jonah P was mentioning before, too. Like, to have Neons to try to disrespect walls on one end on the attack side, it's also the same thing of attack side lurk walls that's been going so long and utilized by even Jonah P and the guard in Tier 2. It's to block those lines of sights of the operator, so it's hard for the Digizine to get value out of those, which is why now he's off in on the C side. Doesn't care about the Viper wall, just wants to fight into a C-long. It's a fake, though, on the side of Verdi. Now look at the pincer into C.
2 kills already. Verdi and Darker, so that's Overdrive's down. Now they can just play it safe. Drone actually misses, so Digizine stays safe, stays moving. Can't get that one. Too much of a swing. Not enough mouse pad. And Luxo is going to take advantage of the site getting hit. A little bit of ping going out there.
A little bit of a miscomm. Nobody there to break that dart.
Yeah.
For Digizine, it allows Luxo to find that timing.
Okay, Bao has a timing of his own. Oh, pincered? Both of them? Oh my gosh. Fish in a barrel. Okay, maybe not. This is it, but they're going to be pinched in here from both sides. They're trying to push out and make one of them work in their favor. Cowanzine doing what he can, but Com's got the swing. Superman's got another one, a second on the round. He's going to go ahead and defuse that for the team.
Yeah, Com continues to play beautifully here to keep one enemy away from him, and you already see it on camera. He's like, we're playing so well. I think I read they're playing so bad, so they got this.
Yeah. He's like, our brains are this big. We're huge, huge brains.
Well, at least again, able to correct that after Lucio gets a nice double kill in the beginning, and they maintain a strong lead in the half.
Let's go, guys! Come on!
Nicely done. We'll see if EG can carry on with this domination when we come back from the break.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
We are back with EG versus Loud. We got the 7-1 in first half, and then we got the 9-3 ending. So the only final thing is this is going OT. Let's get into the second half.
Again, looking really good for EG after the first half. And unfortunately here, if you're looking for the side of Loud, there's been just a lack of ways to really get Verdi activated again. So upon his conversation after the loss against 100 Thieves to Pedro Romero, is saying, look, what we're currently playing so far doesn't really match our playstyle. And I feel it's for him. He needs to find something and an agent that allows for him to be quick and aggressive. And you know he has it with this Neon. But when he's actually going for these sight hits and he's trying to sell these fakes, he's by himself, and then he can't really help out the rest of the team because they're getting picked off on a different part of the map. So they just have to brush it up and pin it up as a group right now for Loud to hopefully come back at his offensive side.
And if the sight hits don't work, does it become a standstill upping Neon? You know? What is the variation? We'll have to see how fast they play it. Lots of ghosts to back up Com Sheriff here on this round. No, Whole lot of Loud on B, ready to shift to either side of this map.
Delete it.
That's a quick one from Luke Show. Always good for a crack shot like that.
And the most consistent player for Loud in the last few weeks. To losses was still top fragging, almost dropping 20 as well into a couple of series where they lost. I think like a 6-13 to 100 Thieves in the third map.
Yeah. Ooh, Okeanos going unchecked for a moment as the chaos begins mid here. And that is just all in favor of Loud as they started to pinch in, continuously having that defense B. Everyone was there to participate.
Yeah, now up to the newly appointed IGLVG to try to clutch a 1v3.
30 seconds left.
He's leaning towards this side of A. It's beautifully read here for Loud. I think they're in the same type of scenario where they're going to play their numbers. Doesn't matter if Calm gets the plant. You'll retake as a group. And just take the best map control as possible. Now they hear the footsteps from the A link, though. And Lucio gets 2.
From C to A. So you know what? I think they're going to be here. Site to site, coast to coast. Lucio getting kills on this first pistol round of second half. We see, boom, there's the first one. Little bandit action. Love to see it. Quick tap coming in from Darker there. And Loud getting a important round.
Even playing from his past roles on this map in Tier 2, he switched away from the Cypher onto this one. I remember him being just such a good player as he was farming everybody on this map. Just because of the cages and whatnot, but he doesn't need the cage at this point. Playing the cage A, playing a chamber. He doesn't mind going for the head-to-head duels. Because as you saw in the skirmish, he'll take anybody down.
He's not afraid to buy an op.
He
doesn't care what the server thinks. All right, Pancata, Stinger, quick paranoia. Backpedal here by Loud, but they still have pretty good hold of that backside. Fight fizzles out, but it doesn't stop EG from taking that space again to make sure they have it for another hit.
It's a cut noise repeat. That said, though, we're not going for the drone at the minute mark. They're going to try to walk down.
Take flight.
There it is.
Hello. Ooh.
That's how you get punished.
A few of the shots going wayward there, and they do get taken down by a classic. The thing is can they grab one of these? Oh, tempting. The smoke's up. Let me grab that. And they're going to put their own smoke up to make sure it might be a gun upgrade.
Hoping to bait some shots at the same time.
Oh. Kawanzin low. He wants to be the last one participating in this if somebody else can make a distraction. Right into Kawanzin's face, but Loud is ready and prepared for the jump through there. Everybody's staring down the outside of that smoke. Verdi with the Marshall, a scope in his hand as he starts off in the second half.
Kind of still like the heads-up play for those two players for EG inside that smoke. One baits the reload, so you're forcing Util to come out, and as you hear the recon come through, well, Oki's already holding inside that smoke, switching to the short and guarantees that kill, so making it around very expensive for Loud as they drop, I think, 3 players in that process. Again, punishing Loud's early peaks. The timing that Kawanzin was trying to use on a drone, very similarly, basically, to EG on that first half. But they still managed to close out the round for the Brazilian organization. Triple swing now towards long.
Was Calm fast enough to get out? He's going to have to do a hell of a fight here. That's 1. 42 HP left. Doesn't really have a chance to get too much help now, but the relay bolt is there. Digiz's just going to go ahead and cook himself to try and get this one. It is going to give the advantage to the squad. They're losing a few. They're losing too many now, Vance.
Yeah, 1v2.
And it's scary when it's Luke's show.
It'll take a long time, though, for him to rotate across, and it's annoying. You're going to have to play against a smoke or two.
Oh, my.
I'm going to use it for the cross in the garage first. Turd may help out, at least for Luke Show. He's able to at least get onto the site. And there's that second smoke, so you don't really want to use it for any type of one-ways. Just trying to make it difficult for Luke Show to try to get this round back.
This would be a monster clutch. Has the turret to just distract. Might have time to find that second one. Does. Has the tap. Knows it's at the end. Gets 1 kill. This is going to leave Bao wondering. It's just an alarm bot to his name, so that ain't helping. It's going to be all on the aim here. The turret is still there, but he's not going to choose to use it, and Bao comes up big for Evil Geniuses.
The wide swing, too. Wonder what he's saying there. Definitely wasn't trying to play for stats this time around for Lucio. He's trying to play for the clutch. Unfortunately here, it's not good enough. It looked dangerous at some point though, because the first one swinging out was the one that was going to get the direct line into the one defusing. And then Bao just had to trust his gut that it was going to be a full stick from Lucio.
And they take that bonus round away from Loud. The damage counts from round to round there, 2 to 3, and pays off for EG.
I know, though, it was quite costly for EG to take that round. Remember, it was a 2v1 for them to take.
That's true.
So Verdi now goes into the Outlaw, knowing that the economy's not the best, but still gets punished by Digizine running up.
There's the speed. We were wondering, it's not an off standstill Neon. It's a very speedy Digizine. Lucio from the side, but the team's able to find out what's going on with that situation really quick and sort it out. They just have to worry about the flank now.
Okay, they took out the main heavy hitters of this B-site anchor. Darker still alive, though, with the veterancy of the original Loud players of Pankata and Kawadзин. All of EG stuck to stay within sight, so you're droning out for info, but it's waited out. That's why we call the experience of players like Kawadзин. Drone's gone, he re-drones to try to clear up the site, and the double swing will come in from the ceiling soon.
Oh, the distance is good. He lets the team know they can go in. Superman takes out Darker, though. The back of the site is being locked down right now as Calm is also trying to swing back and forth to give an anchor position to Superman, but it's not necessary. Holds it down with 3, a possible 4th here as Calm's hiding just on the back. Superman swings, and he does lock down the 4 kills.
The selfless play coming out from Calm as well. Because not only he gets drone out, he knows that Kawadzin's in the window, yet he still decides to cross over wide. High risk, high reward. So as you cross over, the others will have to swing out and try to chase him down, which allows Superman to get the surprise attack from the back of Gong. And a quad kill in the end.
Let's go! Insanely, guys! Insanely play!
Oh, they are very happy with the way things are going right now. Controlling this, taking 2 rounds back right away here in the second half.
There.
Looks like they're going to start here. Just on either side of that entrance to C. Verdi waits, Pankata waits. Oh, ate that. Just hatching shock darts over there in the corner. That's fine.
And that's the hero rifle buying small shields. And he's already at half HP. That was full damage. That landed right at his toes.
So going to keep his position for now. The smoke clears, so they're pretty much locked in and dedicated to this C defense. So many ults already ready for the side of EG2.
And you see, because of this eco, right, everybody's just staying on the side of EG. They wanted to make some noise on this side first and maybe push some opponents over on that A choke. But as it continues to stay quiet, and they really haven't found that true information against Loud yet, they still have to be meticulous, which is why the drone comes out.
Yep.
But because we're so turtled into the site, not showing any hands yet, EG will still continue to have to play contact and hoping here that they're not running into the stack.
I think one of the fundamentals, or things we saw about EG in their fundamentals, was they were going too slow on their anti-ecos. It seems like they're going slow, but they've somewhat corrected it once they get into the site. Digi creates that space. We have the ult coming through, and they're ready for Loud to come back into the site. It doesn't mean Loud doesn't get a few to their own name, as they're still trying to creep in. A little bit of a smoke maze, Caterpillar in, and that puts Darker in hell for now. Let's see if they can get any trick shots out of this one.
Watches the wrong side, but Digizine elevated gets the easy kill. Staying very patient in the numbers for EG. And despite playing against an eco, still leverage the Hunter's Fury to take oversight on A. Running a Fnatic round with the last few seconds to get the plant in. Wow. Digizine now activated for those eco kills to get the overdrive at map point.
And they got the open site. Controlling a chaotic fight on the take as well. The weight on the round really separated what they wanted in the macro, so. Just took a bit of back and forth once they got there. EG looking now at game point here for our first map on Haven. Their selection of map choice as well. Let me see why.
Move. Look at this timeline. You still have this timeout, and we never really used it here for this second half. It's
Over
tough.
the top. Ooh, all the way to the back for Okeanos. Hello.
And just that in itself, look at how he pulls back the defense. Yeah, he still loses that fight to Darker, but that gives a little bit of room for EG to start creeping up.
Moving in, yeah, rush back from Darker now.
Exactly, it's soft side on C site. So they're reading this correctly for EG once again. But it's Pencada, man.
Ooh, the movement he wasn't aware of, but they're not aware of Pencada either. As Darker and Pencada have a beautiful crossfire there to start off, and they are smothering Evil Geniuses on this hit. Read it very well after the ultimate came through from Okeanos.
Still at 50 seconds. Lots of money to work with for the side of EG. Calm is going to go around the world.
Full around the world.
You know how that meme goes. To this day?
It's in my head right now. I started. I was bobbing back and forth. And
but still,
back to
through all
spawn.
this time, nobody's watching here towards that back spawn side. So, yeah, they're probably thinking that Calm's saving his weapon, but just to make sure somebody's going to be watching their backs.
Fans, don't. No. No way. Okay, it reset.
The recon that helps him.
Kalenzine reset it, yeah. But still. But still, 10 seconds left. This is going to be a high.
Oh my gosh.
You do not peek this. There's no peek. There's no peek. Oh my god, he's going to go for the full plant. He's going to get the plant. Oh, he's got the 1v1 now versus Luke Show. Is he going to end the game? Is the IGL going to end the game? Calm already did around the world. Can he put it on his shoulders? Calm gets the 4K and sits Loud down for the first map.
Calm getting the revenge on Luke Show, beating his coach in the skirmish. But man, did that flank get so much value, and unfortunately for another time, no positions to trade for the Sat Loud. All 1v1s. But great on Calm and the rest of EG for a map that they pulled out in a different composition from what we've known in the past. Whew. And some dominating defensive performances by Okeanos that we just saw on the screen there.
Just exuding class as they walk off the stage after that Haven performance. Evil Geniuses just looking in a different form here than what we saw previously from them.
They're looking dangerous right now in this series, but thankfully going into that second map, it's Abyss. We talked about teams needing to switch things up and right their wrongs. Abyss, they've had so many reps for both of these teams in the past few weeks, so this should be the cleanest Valorant.
I'm ready for it. We're stepping away, but up next, GB and the analyst desk will break down map number 1.
Holy smokes! You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Infelizmente ele é muito bom, mas o pancada é melhor. Pancada leva mais um. 2 kills pra ele no round. 2 pedradas de xerife.
Red looks to challenge. John has to get off the spike, but time is short, and Com has done this many times before. Cool, calm, collected is Com.
Looks like you guys had a really good showing this map. Obviously a lot of changes. Looks like a really good fast pace, a lot of proactivity. Did you guys change that up just for Haven, or do you think there's like a big talk that happened for that?
It's been a lot of growing pains this year. You know, I'm glad that we were decisive in this map 1. A little bit like the first week versus Envy as well. So we've got to stay strong and stay confident and finish strong. So that's going to be our focus going through. This last clutch from Corbin, that 3v1, I felt like I was watching a set back in 2023 again. I was talking to my assistant coach saying, there's no way this works, right? There's no, they know. But Corbin calmly just rolling back the years. It's looking good.
Hell yeah, I love to hear that. All right, good luck going forward. Thank you.
Evil Geniuses picks up the win against Loud, 13-5, and now we start to see whether or not EG can, they can lock it down with a 2-0, or does history repeat itself? Because this is kind of a little similar, as you heard Potter talk about from before. Now, let's talk about what we just saw on that stage, because there's one thing that we know definitively, guys, is whether you want to get into the heads of your opponent, you got to talk a lot of crap. Okay, and that's exactly what Evil Genius is doing. Dryad, they were all up in that business, letting them know exactly who was giving it to them.
We already knew that Oki, he was the guy for this, but the fact that we've seen Val in the last couple matches that they played, and now in this one too, just bringing the vibes out. I love to see it. This is the AG. I feel like we've been waiting to see it when they get the chance to do so, when they look so comfortable in Haven. It just makes sense.
Yeah, you can hear it. I mean, just the energy, Jonah, coming from Okeanos. I mean, not a shocker, right? You know the kid, he's a ball of energy, but it does go to show you, right, like how much that does matter in the server.
Yeah, it does, and it's, you know, obviously like Loud can't hear him, but it's not for Loud, it's for his team, you know. You know, elimination game, it doesn't matter. I like that he keeps it up. Got to make his team laugh, and you know, I think it helped a lot.
The Oki stand, it's great. You know, love to see it here. Of course, though, EG opened up the match with big rounds, several rounds, as a matter of fact, where they were able to get that numbers advantage, and it does feel like this Evil Geniuses team, every single time there was an opportunity, Jonah, for that retake, for those pushes, EG, they looked immaculate.
Yeah, I think a big thing about their defense is they had a lot of their Killjoy util up the whole game. Something Loud needs to, you know, focus on is, you know, they're pretty telegraphed, and you know, when you're telegraphed, EG just enters flow state, and they're able to just, you know, string like 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them do the same thing against C9, and EG obviously kind of saw the similar thing happening in this game, right? It felt like they were prepared. And yeah, wherever Loud kind of had presence on the map, you'd see them kind of take that space. But one thing I really want to highlight is that I really felt like I saw the chemistry here coming in from EG.
Yeah, you saw it.
Yeah, there was literally never a time where it felt like we were getting split up. You know, we were taking 1v1s. It always felt like we were going as a duo, moving as a pack, and winning those team fights.
That 67% of the 4v5s is insane, by the way. Every single chance. I mean, starting in the first couple of rounds, that first half for Loud, where you think they're going to get something going, it was shut down every single time. And then you go into that second half, and instead of having to convert those disadvantages, it was all about DG Sin. He was getting so many of those openings. Verdi was with this Neon, trying to get some space, going for different approaches, going for those pinches as well with the Neon. And DG Sin, he just knew exactly where he was.
Yeah, and one thing coming in from EG is that they never let Loud get comfortable.
No.
You saw they never got sight for free. There was always some sort of brawl there. Even in their post plants, they never had time to set up. We saw them kind of pushing through, walking down, getting space as a team, and kind of just going for flanks round after round.
Well, let's actually see what's going on the Loud camp here. We got the coach standing by with Athena. Let's get some thoughts.
I'm here with Coach Romanilli. Obviously, this map didn't go your way, but this was EG's pick. We're good. You're going into the next map. How do you feel? How's the morale going into it? And how do you think kind of you're going to play against EG's creative comps?
Okay. Kind of on the next map, we just need to play your game. If you don't feel comfortable with a few things, we just need to try to be the most simple as we can. Trust on our game plan and just play the game. If we do that, I think we can sweep the series.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good luck.
that is one of the things that we talked about, just being able to control the game, to execute your own game plan that we haven't been able to see from Loud, even if they change their composition. And I like that Athena also brought up those creative comps, because we just talked about that veto that we've been seeing 2 times now on Abyss for the side of EG. But also, when Loud played this map, they were playing a Harbor, they were playing a Chamber as well. So both of them kind of like a lot of question marks of how this is going to play out.
Yeah, well, one thing is for certain though, right? For this particular team, what they're going to be leaning on are going to be some of these younger players to step up and be the ones to kind of be those playmakers in that moment, right? You go out there, show all the confidence. And we think about that, Darker, Luxshow, those are the names that pop up, Jonah. We're really going to be turning to those gentlemen to see what they can provide going into this next one, because a lot of pressure on these guys.
Yeah, and I hope this game, Loud, creates more question marks for EG than they did on Haven, because you know, as an extremity player for Darker and Luxo, like they might feel under pressure to, you know, play more passive instead of, you know, trying to take these aggro lurks. And yeah, basically it's up to the team and, you know, the rest of the IGL to make these question marks across the map, basically push, pull EG, make them overthink. On Haven, they just felt like they had the read every time, and you know, Loud couldn't do anything.
It's a big challenge as well for Pancata on this IGL role that he's just getting used to. And that is a problem that Loud has had since we started seeing them play this year. They struggled to get that map control, and in Abyss is a big concern, because we see how many times teams are trying to sneak, get some space as well towards mid, and it can really become a nightmare. We just saw it yesterday when MIBR and NRG were playing against each other, and it can definitely happen today, because there's a little bit of odds for both of these teams.
All right, folks. Well, here's the deal. Riven Van Silly, they're going to catch you guys on the other side. Can EG close it out 2-0, or does Loud fight back and force that map 3? We'll find out after this short break.
I was down bad, tripping, still kept the vision, had to see it through. Got them all tuned in like we in the hills, whole lot of views. Know they watching, what they saying, 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 what they saying. Know they watching, what they saying, 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 what they saying. Know they watching, what they saying. Know they watching.
We are back here at VCT Americas to bring you the second map and another series after this, but we got to get through this one, and EG looks like they are trying to do that like they have a date tonight. First game in their favor so fast on their pick of Haven, and now we're on Abyss, where Loud seems like they have the pick there. They're ready to come in firing, and they have an idea of how to do it.
And the idea is switching things out once again, just to underline that story that Verdi mentioned, where compositions weren't really fitting their playstyle. Now he's switching out to this Wele, trying to activate himself a little bit more. And the beauty now with Darker going into the KO, and also the beauty of Darker joining this roster for Loud, is that these two teams played together, where Darker was going to be, or usually was, the assist maker for Verdi in the first place. So hopefully that type of conversation, that type of synergy is going to help out for Loud in this second map. They're going into not necessarily uncharted territory, because if you're looking at EG side, there's no changes there really. So then you already know this type of playstyle that you already played against C9 on your first week on your debut game. The only difference though is the duelist that you had to play against. And what does that mean? You know, when EG or when C9 are trying to play these retakes, their Breach is trying to find some right moments to get the fault lines out into, for example, spawn side security over all the way towards that back of the site. So if Loud with the Wele could close that space and really punish Okeanos on these rotates or on the flood hits, this is going to look good for Loud.
And we still have that Breach in here that they try to use so effectively on the takes, on the defense. You'll see Okeanos a lot of the time with that towards the back side of the defender area, left or right, with the fault line, so he can affect both sides. Here we'll see it all from the attack side, as it is going to be Loud on defense to start, and EG attacking with a death ball force here towards the B site.
Luxshow doing a little bit of Bao cosplay, walking all the way down towards middle, and not necessarily in range of the TP anymore, but has so much information that EG's going to hit somewhere, and it's B.
Trying to go for the safety smoke. Pancata working around his own utility here, giving the team time to get back in. Darker staying silent. He just wants to creep out of the woodwork when he's necessary. And all this util grabbed by Pancata, and they still can't figure out where he is. He doesn't get another one. He doesn't get another one. No, but he is the bait. He is such good bait for the rest of the team, and it looks like Loud's now able to close in on EG for the last few kills.
Yeah, finally at least he's able to get Superman, who jumped out the window and even got a pick in the first place. But that is confidence out from Loud, some studying being made. When EG goes for these Loud pops into the B site, the lineup that you have from Bao is just to throw the his trip or his C's right at the bend. So now Luxio knows that he can walk all the way down towards middle. There's going to be a gap that nobody's going to pay attention to, and he gets the backstab into the window and kicks things off here for Loud to get a team ace.
Need a drop. Midasi, thanks.
Give me your money. Let's see if they play towards A to start this one off. Loud looking to get active in mid again.
Not as deep and aggressive, though, as the previous round. They're just going to wait the timeout. As now they hear the orb being picked up. So Lucia wants to activate a little bit more. Clear as that bend. So for them, the check mark is on the A side, and at least on mid. Yeah, Com's going to fake this B side.
Go towards the other side for sure. Got a dart for himself. Maybe they have a lot of time, so you know, wait towards 45, go at this timing, etc., etc.
Tough part right now, though, is that it's a dart that you throw into the B site. That means that you don't have anything else to get into A. You're just hoping that this smoke comes up. That's why it's being pinged out, so they could hopefully maybe flash through that, plow into the site, and then plant. But it's an attack side smoke put down instead.
Hello. The fault line comes through, does hit Birdie, but, or the rest of the team, I should say, but Birdie and Loud are able to clean this up.
30 seconds left.
And just chasing. There it is. It was an eventual. Verdi picks up the 3K with the Bulldog on site. They're coming through this one quite clean as well, only losing that one.
And that's why it's nice as well that when you see this dart towards this B side for Loud, you don't force yourself to block any vision yet. That's why they're not smoking up towards the A side first. So if you're forcing the hand of EG to actually put their own smoke down, well, that's already the tell that the hit's coming through. They just break the interceptor, they could use their util, and then they just take down EG, who funnels through a choke. And that's been a problem as well for Loud when they're playing our attack side against our opponents in previous games on Abyss, where you're playing a Yoru. It's hard for you to really get into sight hits because it's hard to get space. There's no dash, there's no Omen TP to get that space for the side of Loud, which is why they're changing once again to the Waylay.
The dismiss line here for Luxio. Still waiting. Figures somebody might be holding on the other side of that trip. Oh, calm. Playing with fire here. His Darker looks for the pop flash, for a self flash rather. Yeah, he is confidently waiting with teammate just on the other side. Oh, gets calm. Real tricks being played here, and they're just reading how EG want to get off of the attack side on that A side of the map. The question is B ready? Here's Bao, opens up the site, swing from Superman to help and cover Bao in the situation.
Superman the savior for sure. Covering his teammates back, and that actually gives the advantage back for EG. It's hard for you to scale back in right now with Ghost, Bulldog, and Stinger. They're looking to upgrade somewhere, hopefully on middle. And as they upgrade, Darker gets surprised again by Superman. Now gives the advantage for EG.
Superman was somebody, took a while to heat up in their first series, but was top fragging by the end and picks up another 4K for the squad here in this round.
Superman, towards his exit interview with Pedro Romero, or actually no, it was Shatween, was saying, you know what, they're playing 4v5. They're playing without me on that first map of Abyss, but this time, man, he's activated for sure on Abyss.
Yeah, by the time they got to bind in that series, he was just absolutely destroying people.
Yep.
And still bringing that into this game now. Superman starting off clean there. Cosmic Divide ready here if they need to do anything crazy. And they've used Calm now for 2 fakes on either side, kind of darts and that one with the drone. So we'll keep an eye on that as the rounds go on.
Here. Ops out for Luxio though, and they continue to take advantage of this Why the hell not? There's been zero presence of EG in the last few rounds. That drone finally is going to force him to TP out. That's a little bit of space taken, but there's still a lot of players for Loud looking to answer back. Drone back from Kawadzin, and then also the support from Darker in the back. But as it keeps everybody towards middle, it gives a chance right now for the weak side A to be taken by EG.
Screaming in, Pancata gets flashed to Secret. Not too much util being used other than that flash to get in here. They feel like they've actually worked the map enough. Luke Show with the op coming in is going to have a hard time finding a line if EG keep these angles. Oh, actually, Digizine is just in there now.
I got info.
Yeah. It was the game, not even for the alt point, really, to get him to Dimensional Drift. Just feeling like he was in that play and couldn't get out altogether. So now putting the op, oh my God, snap to Okeanos. Hits him right in the teeth. There's a little bouncer dart coming in, layering the utility to deny the defuse. It's still getting tapped. That's gonna be Kawadzin that tries to hold the rest of the team huddle around him. And they're all going to be able to high-five out of this one. 3-1 now is allowed to pick up another round.
Yeah, I mean, if that was the play right now for EG to play the pulse plant and delay so that Superman could get the late lurk onto his Cosmic Divide, I'm not too sure about this right here.
Yeah.
From that flash to swing towards security. You already know they've been playing soft side and all that util thrown from Calm. At the beginning of middle, again, spotted and heard 3 players. These guys have no choice but to play retake. And you're not going to be retaking 4 players from heaven. So he's hoping he found a timing, but Pancata that takes him down is also going to be the game changer too, putting that smoke up to allow Loud to get the defuse. Now EG's back into a half buy, a couple of Sheriffs and 2 Spectres. And even the knife spotted Calm in the beginning, but that's not too bad. Calm already gave his hand and showed his hand on the previous round when he rolled up on that sign, so EG could still continue to default and work around the map silently.
They look to condition this gate crash mid over the next few rounds here with a dismiss. But Verdi, 7-1 right now, looking to get active in mid, moving around with Darker to keep him safe. And definitely somebody to watch with Convergence pass up here for that retake they're going to be hitting EG with if these Stingers do damage. Safe by Pancata, denies the drone for now, but he is going to play it a lot safer. And just get out of there. They say full retake. They know the ults that they have. Gonna have to work on that interceptor first.
Spike planted.
And it's gone.
They saved onto the dart though for Kawadzin. Oh wait, what a shot by Superman.
Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. Convergence pass comes through. The follow-up is there. Darker with 2 from security.
Right here.
Yeah, they move very quick from the side of Loud on defense. Calm 1 to alt if he can actually get this, and he'll be all right. Suppressed for now, though. Whoop. Getting pulled around. Oh, that would have been Hunter's Fury. The double jump back and probably an alt. 1 shot is going to be tough. Got to rack another one. Looks for the defuse. Oh, my gosh. It's going to be held, though. Just Darker staying steady there, knowing the team caught by enough time for him. What a crazy outcome.
Loved his rotate back towards main, though. And if only he peeked a little bit more, that would have been a collat and then the 1v1 towards the end. But you gotta say, this is a half buy that got tremendous value for EG. I was just about to mention for the side of Loud, how did they play that defense? Because Bao so far, when they're executing towards this A site, they actually put Bao in the team with them to use the interceptor to stop the flashes. So Kawadzin still holds on to his dart. So if it has to go down to a phase 2 to re-hit the site, well, they could still go for the recon second flash from Darker to flood back into A.
Concealment.
Let's keep an eye on that.
Dart up on the pipe. Bit of a fake, triple swing. Delay layering coming now from the side of Loud. They have the site stacked with 3, so not feeling too bad about this. Quick high flash that goes behind, and that's actually Kawadzin entering the site. EG light up the kill feed here with Digizine and Bao. Little Legolas from Calm in the backside there as he jumps for the Hunter's Fury. And Oki still has Rolling Thunder here, so now they can roll this with Dimensional Drift into another one. Bow's right next to Evolution. It's looking good for EG to make a comeback here.
That's right, snowballing ults here, good on their side, although Loud are getting really close to theirs in terms of
only a few points.
The damage you get from Lucia with the Tour de Force, and then Kawatzin.
Teleport's ready.
Hunter's Fury. But EG's second phase for that re-hit on that A side, they were stalled by so much in the very beginning, so that they can't really get Interceptor in, or they're trying to bait out the Interceptor for Loud in the first place. And as they move through, though, the drones scaling towards that left side. We've seen not only Owl drones, but let's say Teo drones as well, getting tremendous value by moving over towards that left side and finding some people in the back that allowed here Digizine to scale in, get some openings, and for EG to close in their second round.
It seems so important, right? On the left side, you might get someone already to peek on the right. A lot of the util they have can fault line back there and start to deny that if the drone does catch.
Yeah, and the reason why it's nice to scale on that left side is because that's how it allows for you to get the best value of fighting towards that back of the site when you don't have any dashes to move on the top of that default box. Because if you try to move towards that bridge and that smoke's gone, that's free kills from heaven. So you're trying to play as safe as possible to be out of range from the verticality of the A-Haven side to do some punishment on your scaling. So a lot of teams are adopting into that right now. You see Gentlemaids also do that quite often in their scaling.
Oh, wait a what? Oh, okay, he went Dimensional Drift. They see this. B now is the hit right past the eyes of Loud on this one. Digizine's going to try to hold heaven. Drone forward, clone forward.
And they'll stay on site. They want to delay as much as they can. They have that Rolling Thunder you talked about before.
They got some smokes to play in still. No, Superman's used them. These are all for just denial on the spike. A close play from Digizine to try to delay even more. Hunter's Fury, a few things trying to come out here. Digizine and the rest of the team are using this util to support him in sight. Okeanos just behind him was brutal for Digizine peeking back and forth and taking the eyes of Loud.
And no choice but to save now for Loud, and to be able to move on to that site and not use the Rolling Thunder to delay on that pulse plan was very nice. But you have to talk about the first layer to get into the B side in the first place. You talked about the surprise Dimensional Drift from Digizine. But as they scale through and get the information, that allows Okeanos to save a lot more of his util in the post plant.
Yeah.
So he delays with the fault line, delays with the flash, scales it up with Digizine, who he had a terrific previous round by holding out towards that Ivy. Look at these flashes and these swings. Look at the util support. As people are falling back from the aftershock, he finds that timing for these picks.
These guys aren't using any util because they're scared of my trophy now.
There you go. Because when is the trophy gone, is then that Loud is probably thinking that's where we can start using util and come back.
Here. It's a different state of the game to figure out where you got to go, what you have to do first, or everything gets fizzled out. It's tough in the moment to figure that out here. Luso's going to try to figure this out by just putting his foot down and standing at the front door. Oh, gets the TP out to heaven. Should be safe. Is there a follow-up, though? Who climbs the rope quickest is the question. Doesn't seem like they want to go up. And just a normal front sight take, but they still have a bit of that security control.
Some damage done to him, at least he's protecting the rope. This gives a chance now for Loud to really rotate back. They have the Hunter's Fury that could use towards that spawn. You already see Kawadzi now setting up for it. They'll go straight into main.
Holy bow. Fearless in the evolution. Gets a quick TP back as he dives to safety. Oh, another one. It's just so hard to shoot this team once you see them. That's so annoying to have to deal with as Loud enters the site again. Everybody's doing a little bit of square dance on the back of the gravity well as Pancata does start it. Securing the round is going to be the Rolling Thunder as they send Loud scurrying to the back and defensive side of the map.
Yeah, when Bao eats up two players like that towards security, you're not going to use a Hunter's Fury from Kawadzi in the end when you have to retake at low numbers. Because you already know for the rest of EG, they're leveraging Superman and Calm one more time to play the post plant util. That's very nice by Bao.
Timeout? Okay.
Phew. Because I was going to... actually, you know what? Let's not talk about it because I don't want to jinx it.
A timeout coming through. This is for Loud to sort things out. It has been just the 3 rounds. It was 2-1, 2 more rounds for Loud. And then EG has found 3 rounds. And these are successful post plants that are causing Loud to have to run away. So EG is getting to site with enough strength to still take down members of Loud and be strong enough to keep that push so no site retake can ever happen. And EG's still getting out with some of their guns too, so that economy is stacked. They have a lot of people maxing out right now.
You're right, in the last few rounds, there's always been a post plant down for the side of EG. Loud was able to capitalize on 2 of those for the retakes and defuses. Once EG started to brush things up a bit, it looks a lot better. It looks a lot more composed too when it comes down to their hits, because even when you're looking at the conversation and what has been drilled time and time for both Val, Okeanos, the whole roster by Com and by Ponder is to stay calm within the chaos. To make sure that the communication stays clean, not hectic, especially when you have a player coming in that doesn't really speak the language. You can't really create too much of a diversion when this guy needs to be on point to op.
I mean, if you need any more proof in the pudding, you just see Com's last clutch, right?
Yeah.
Com in the chaos.
Leading by example definitely is the IGL for EG. Tying up the game now. So you have, I mean, a timeout that is going to be important for Loud. They invested into this one because they saved 2 rifles in that previous round, including the Opsari as being one of them.
Drone, big check. Actually, big find. As they start to just separate into a default 2-1-2. And EG, we're trying to read the map a little bit, but they're getting a lot of motion out of Loud for a lot of nothing.
Yeah.
And Loud just feeling comfortable in their movements too. It's not like they're being thrown off particularly.
This is a little bit of a chokehold, better placed now by Bao, because in that pistol round, it was a little bit too much inside towards that bend, which allowed that lurk and that push to move forward to. So now they could actually focus on a full slam in a B site.
Another round they use Com for a fake.
Yeah, but that's 3 times, right? You would think they'd be red by now. So this is why you're looking for the side of Loud. Nobody's rotating. Everybody's chilling on the top of heaven in a double new box.
All right, well, let's see how a round that's read like an open book works here for Loud. After the timeout, they should be able to clean this one up. Verdi gets another one for the squad, but Digizine's able to trade back and try to even things out, and he will do exactly that with 2 of his own. Ooh, the swing, but Superman gonna be on it. Ooh, shot miss right between the leg. Quick nutmeg from the operator as Com finds another one. We know him as well to be able to grab that and make it work. And now it's up to Darker, just a sheriff. And even with this stacked site, Loud cannot put a stop to EG.
No, dude, even caught him with his pants down. It looked like Darker didn't even react on that kill from Digizine.
Just autopilot for a moment. Some of us fall asleep at the wheel. We're like, I gotta watch this angle. I gotta watch this. Oh, he peeked the angle. Dang it.
You have to look at where all those X's were, though. All on the top of Troll. So after this beautiful first kill from Luke's show, and the read was perfect for Loud, look how they all die, one by one, trying to regain space, trying to prevent that plant. Not being together in these fights, and that has been so costly. So costly for Loud throughout this kickoff. And yeah, maybe that's why we weren't moving. Darker took a step back on that chair as we were switching through cameras, and we'll have to see what will be the result going into this one. At this point, I'm assuming some damage has been done, but we'll let the people on the stage here talking with Darker to decide what will be the outcome after the results that we just witnessed here from EG, because despite Darker, you know, still dying, maybe that's why too, they don't have any more flashes, so they can't really flood out the way that they wanted to Kevin, right? So we'll have to see.
Get some more oil for the KO.
Yeah.
A little creaky.
Nonetheless, that's another post plant now, right, for EG?
Yeah, and quickly in. And one we identified as well, you know, they had the operator up top from Luke. They were pretty identified on the strategy that was going to happen. And still Digizine just clear. Opens up the site with 2. Says, don't worry, just give me a little bit of util, and I will do everything I need to with that space.
Yeah.
He's pretty consistent with it now. Digi up at 9-5-1. I'm so happy we're getting this too, because Verdi's on the other side, 8-5-2, and this is such an iconic matchup for those two.
That's definitely the thing, right? When you're looking at Verdi playing to his comfort pick, the numbers are starting to come up. Maybe a little bit less going into Haven in the first place, but you know, it's a stressful game. It is elimination
Warming up
for the Saturday Loud, so at least he's warmed up for the second match.
All right, as we get the tech pause handled, we appreciate your patience. We're going to check out ahead of today's match as we caught up with Kawanzin to talk about Pancada's move to the IGL role.
O Pancada eu já sabia que ele era um bom IGL. A única parte que realmente eu desconfiava é se ele ia conseguir ser um bom líder e ensinar a gente nas coisas que a gente estava fazendo errado. Nesses últimos treinos a gente errou em bastante coisas e ele apresentou uma postura muito boa dentro do time. Obviamente ele é um pouco grosso com as palavras, mas ele sabe como fazer um time melhorar, sabe? E era mais esquisito que eu desconfiava do Pancada, se ele ia conseguir ajudar a gente a melhorar como um todo, né? Não só ele e o jeito dele de calar. E ele tá mandando bem nisso e eu confio muito nele. Acho que ele é um cara que tem um potencial absurdo para ser IGL. Fora o potencial individual dele, que todo mundo já sabe que o cara é insano. O cara foi campeão mundial, então não tem como falar que o cara não sabe do game ou que ele é ruim.
Tough love sometimes. And it takes that kind of criticism that comes with a solution as well is something you take dearly, right? You're not like, oh my God, they're criticizing me. It's to improve, and that's what everybody knows. Maybe speculating on what the bluntly means, right? But sometimes you just need to tell it how it is. Sugarcoating things just kind of lets the problem linger.
Yeah, straight to the point so that you know what is the actual mistake.
Yeah,
You sandwich everything. Sometimes that sandwich could expire. It's going to taste bad. Oh my God. You don't want it.
Of course,
right?
It's about food.
But it's the same thing. I think I had the conversation with Tom too in the past in terms of like his leadership going in right now. He's like, funny enough, like when he first joined EG and they won champs together, he wasn't really that leader position here for the side of EG, right? But now he comes back as the IGL for Evil Geniuses. You have a bunch of players that he has to lead, but at the same time has a lot to prove. Digizine, Dendrite mentioned at the desk, got cut by Loud, played Tier 2 for a bit with Team Solid, now gets the opportunity as they couldn't qualify for Ascension.
Showed
and now
as one of the best players I have in Tier 2, right?
Exactly.
Hands down.
Especially with his op.
Yeah.
Then you have Superman, who's had, you know, a good run with Rise back in like 2020, 2021.
Heck yeah.
Play with FaZe.
Rapid Rise.
Yeah, and then another is able to join another Vietnamese roster now along with Bao and Okeanos. And, you know, despite Bao and Okeanos being fairly newer to the team and also fairly newer to the scene, well, they need that guidance.
Look,
which
he's
is
been
now,
here forever.
You had to grow up very quickly for Calm to be able to start, you know, helping out the youngins, but also making sure that he's able to support those that have something to prove in Digizine and Superman. So you'll have that tough love at the same time for something like Calm.
Absolutely. A lot of veterancy here. When you're talking about Oki there, it's good to see that he's also got a personality where he can play everything, but turn on that Yoru or whatever he needs. He was even fragging on the Omen in the previous map here for this series. So, yeah. And he gets in his opponent's head. I think that's one of his favorite things. He'll shout your name until you recognize that he's shouting your name before he lets you know what he's going to say.
Yeah.
He wants it to stick.
As we still have time, though, I'd like to talk about Loud a bit into this change going into today, right? With Verdi going into this Waylay. Even if you look at the composition across the board, if you don't remember what it is here, Chad, it's Waylay, Chamber, KO, Astra, and Sova, as you can see right now. There's not too much that's going to, you know, assist a Waylay to gain that space. You're almost going to ask Verdi to play almost a la Timotino. You know, try to zone on one player, maybe get a shotgun kill, TP out, play your numbers after, and that's what they've been good at the same time here for Loud. When you're able to play as a group, move in into that player's advantage, then at least you're able to take site control and then hopefully bring those numbers and the rounds to your side. So that means that if Verdi was able to have a conversation with the coaching staff and they're like, you know what, let's try that. Let's try what we're requesting right now to play to our strengths, and Verdi's able to have a little bit more free reign into what he wants to play.
Yeah.
It's a big responsibility for him going into this whole series.
It is. There's a lot of pressure on your shoulders. We kind of talked about earlier how losing Verdi in their previous matches kind of stalled the team out. They're like, wait, they were actually kind of lost. That fog of war hit them very hard. And here they somewhat have a solution to that. We haven't really gotten a window into it, but yeah, you're right. It looks a little more comfortable overall for what they want to bring to the table here. And their timeout was pretty effective for those two, but now EG has come back to just find a way to swarm these rounds here. We're looking to get an update for you on the tech pause gear shortly here. Thank you for your patience.
big and important elimination game as well for Loud and EG. And I think, let's just, call it as it is as well. As you're starting out this kickoff and you have a team that's fully rebuilt with EG, and then Loud not only, yes, maybe only brought in one player, but still had a revolving doors of IGLs, right? When Digizine was last playing for Loud, I think Vinny was trying out IGLing for the team coming from Tier 2, and then you had Robbie PK come in, as well, and now you have this man right here, Penkata, taking that responsibility. The years that he's put into playing with Loud in the first place, winning a champ with this roster, then going into Sentinels because, they wanted to build that second super team on that side, joining with Zasi. He's also trying to find his redemption now, and hopefully with the years that he's played throughout this game now, he has that experience to be able to call the same way, or at least experience to be comfortable to call, just like Calm is right now.
And there's an interesting difference between kind of Penkata. You have all this veteran status, you're coming in as an IGL, and you think that just works as it should. Oh my God, you should be able to call.
And sometimes it doesn't translate to that, right?
It doesn't translate to that because you see Verno, who's been calling for a long time, building that craft, understanding that craft, is somebody you're like, oh my God, yeah. So it's still going to take some time, I think, for Loud to find that sweet spot within that form that they're looking for, but it is there. It is there. Earlier, we spoke with Cowan Zine about Loud's struggles to get a win on the board. Check it out.
Na verdade, eu tô bem triste. Acho que a gente perdeu já 6 seguidas e acho que não teve nenhuma partida que eu realmente não dei o meu melhor. Então, fico muito triste porque a gente queria muito uma esperança muito grande. Meio que vamos calar a boca do pessoal, que o pessoal tá meio que falando muito mal da gente. Calar a boca de quem não tá acreditando na gente, porque realmente a gente dá o nosso melhor nos treinos, a gente arruma os nossos problemas, arruma erros. E toda partida a gente vem com mais esperança e mais confiança. E, infelizmente, perder a partida assim, de novo, já machuca muito os nossos sentimentos.
Only to come back and work harder.
Yeah. Definitely still a tough pill to swallow, right? And you've rolled so far down that hill when you've reached the top with this organization, right? And Kawadzine and Penkata. And after winning champs in 2022, when you're seeing that your teammates are slowly drifting to different organizations, as you had Les move in over to EMEA, you had Sadat going to EMEA, you had Sasi joining over on the side of Sentinels with Penkata. You're kind of just left stranded there. You're hoping here that Loud rebuilds around you, and they kind of did, as he's the remaining player right now, or of course being reunited with Penkata, but for some time.
Yeah.
So it's definitely tough to look from the outside in if you're gonna look at yourself in retrospect and what you've accomplished already with the organization. So he's gonna have to make sure that they maintain their composure as well going into the series, and whatever happens outside of this series, that they'll be able to bounce back going to stage 1 and stage 2, right? So both of these teams are fairly new into this new look of how they want to approach the game with this new meta, and it's going to take some time, and hopefully patience is going to continue forward for these
It's true, and it's fast, and there's still a lot of it being learned, right? Jet still has a place, Raze still has a place, but the Neon, the Waylays, the Yorus that make such a fast game start to break your crosshairs. People are still kind of learning the slides, the half slides, how far Neon slide in situations that are it's still tripping people up. So the answers are still coming, things are changing, but right now, man, it is a fast meta.
It's always going to be ever-changing for sure, and you're always going to have to be on your toes. And as the years progress and the meta changes, you're also going to have a bunch of cracked aimers coming into the play as well, right? Gunning for your spot. So it's definitely difficult to stay on your toes and to stay on top of your game.
And man, is the tier 2 coming up with cracked shots right now from everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, just to think about the VCL, for example, in North America, as we're able to cover it for our side, you have like a couple of super teams, or at least some big signatures that came in here for example, for the side of M80, or for the side of Shop Rebellion Black, everything being built around Exa, the up-and-comer that had a short stint in T1 Academy over in Korea and came back. But now you also have the sleepers that nobody's really talking about yet, except for a certain few. But they're getting themselves known, where they're kind of like the next phase of Envy, playing in the same type of style and trying to find their timings, rushing through mollies to fight against you. You don't really see that at this stage yet.
Absolutely.
So it's, again, it's one of those moments where you still have to think on your toes and try to evolve as a game, and the meta evolves as well.
And we do have an update for you. We are rolling back the round due to a major hardware malfunction. We should be into game shortly, so we will be resetting back at 4-4.
Oh, we're still talking?
I think so. I think that's on us.
No, so yeah, definitely going back into the 4-4. That means what happens there, though, is that the scenario for the guns continues to come back to the reset. So it was a full gun round for pretty much everybody at this point. The op, I think, that was saved from that previous round from Superman was given a calm towards the end of the round, now given back to Digizine going into the game. But there's still a lack of money. Kawadzine only with a Sheriff in this round. And going for the way that they played for EG, a fake towards the A side to finish towards B. Will it be the same thing? So far, just a default. Right? You have the same type of double lurks trying to look for these pushes in Bao and Superman while you're focusing on a heavy rush and a push into A main.
Oh. Ulti comes out already, this time from Kawadzine, and that is going to take down Calm. A little back and forth for them. And now it looks like they slow down. Loud says we are good, just back up. 5v3 right now.
That's the mind games there. To have a fake towards the A side finish B and technically win the round for EG.
Yeah.
Like, they're probably going to go, yeah, at this point, let's just call for the audible for the Hunter's Fury trap. And instantly, Loud plays with a 2-man advantage.
Oh, up to Digizine now. Not too much even to find here. Smokes to create the angles you want. Bao trying to lead. And give him the upper hand in one of these fights. Or at least a trade. The full retake from Loud. They're happy to even hear the spike get plant start and then they'll move.
They've given up a lot of space for the side of Loud despite that trap play that they did in the very beginning. They don't have another ult or big ults to play the retake. This is maybe an advantage for EG with the high heaven hold from Bao in the first place.
Concuss up towards the top side. Nice shot by Digizine. Tries to shoot that out. Safe. For now, they both that's the shot he was looking for previously. And Darker is there with the Vandal this time to make sure the round is capitalized on. A 5th for Loud here as we're back in.
That was such a nice try. To see here that Bao drop down towards the heaven, his responsibility was not to let himself get shown, to give his life away, because they're looking to just trap and go for something out towards security for EG. They had the power numbers on that side, at least the most numbers as possible to engage into a fight, and it almost worked out. 3 op kills from Digizine, but they saved the round now for Loud, and it's them that takes the attack. And this, I think, is a great call by Potter in the first place. Because we just talked about new positions and how new, for example, Bao and Okeanos are onto the stage. If you're in a scenario right now where it's 4-4, you just won 5-4, unfortunately everything gets reset and you lose the round, that's got to get to your head. That's got to get to your head. So you cool that down right away, and then you make sure that EG maintain their composure so they can close out the series, just like Potter mentioned with Myrna in that first map.
Yeah, just a situation, your timeout. Somewhat feels like you're controlling the game. Yeah, it gives the other team a chance to talk, but it's going to feel more natural for the players now coming out of this and resetting on that. Get a fresh look on things, especially with Potter's voice. So we will see now with that. Uxo still has his op. Loud sit pretty on that round, and we're actually maybe going to see them start to approach that for the ops a little bit more in the extremities and then just peel back. They have to like how that played and how much EG was struggling to find more kills after being down numbers. Yeah, here goes Luke Shaw over towards the A side. Will he push? No, looks like he's gonna stay safe. All right, we're back in.
Back in with Digizine on the operator once more. So that was a win con for Digizine when I was playing with Loud before, a win con for him with EG now. So you'd expect here that Loud understands and knows how to play around their ex-opponent here, but man, has he found some good value so far in these fast reaction shots in these post-plant scenarios.
Just missing the full smoke. Oh, okay. Kawadzine drops Calm inside the smoke. Assistance from everybody. You can see the util was just coming through there. And they make it even hard for EG to gain and hold that A space, but DGZ is going to stay there, close with the op. Who's going to be the first to find out that this push is going through? For EG, this is usually a gate crash mid into a dismiss, and then Digizine's follower up. But with the operator, they're changing the way this plays and really allowing Bao to be that nuisance.
So you have to wait probably another 10 seconds here before the smoke comes out from the A main side, but Digizine is going to look for that play. Opening up the front sight to allow the double lurk from mid. Could cause to be troublesome for Loud's defensive round here.
30 seconds left.
They split the map, so any rotations are just shut down. What a shot from Superman from the vent door. All the way out of that. They're still kind of hesitating to get into sight. Bao's going to take this time to creep in. Peek on two. Very well read by Loud.
10 seconds left.
He's going to plant down right now, but they are encroaching on top of Heaven for Loud. Double play, maybe looking for... Nah, I thought it was going to be a double swing to the wall. Actually, it does. A ping pong swing.
Oh my gosh. Huge info from Oki. Still a fault line.
Big flank.
Still a flash.
One enemy
remaining. Take that away. Pancata says none of those will be available to you. And yeah, now Loud giving out free hugs to Superman from both sides. That's going to be him going down. Another round for Loud.
It's a nice first pick coming out from Superman to allow for them to engage into the A side, but Bao swinging out towards security. You have to respect that play. It's been so quiet for the other two players in the back of that A side that you still think that they're anchoring at that back. But as you see here, the fallback from Darker, he's out with the null command, so the Pulse probably still had one or two more before it went back towards security, so that should have been seen there.
That's a good point. Seeing the orb distance give you an idea of where that agent is and producing the ult from. Back towards A. They've kind of gone away from the fakes here for EG, and they're sticking together for these last few rounds, it seems, off the timeout.
That was the win con for C9 when they were playing against Loud. Just 5-man hit, 5-man hit, 5-man hit, and eventually they came back and won that game.
The fall line into the hello. Oh, Kawenzine tucks in and gets the kill. Coming out with 29 HP, actually still stays to be a forefront of the fight. A little help from Darker now. The rotation through the back is going to be on the shoulders of Supermen here as the three in the sight vans. EG really need this round. Another one. Almost plays in Superman's favor, but Luxo gets the sidestep up there. Nicely jiggling out. You know, it's getting a little messy here from EG as they're trying to strafe back in and cover ground they don't really have control over. It's only Calm. And is it too much to ask? That's the shot from Luxo. 7. Now 3 in a row for Loud.
And that definitely looks like a momentum breaker for the side of EG since that pause that we had in that 6th round. Good on Kawenzine to stay calm, fully stunned. Just make sure that because he's playing point blank against his opponent that any body shot is going to be good enough to take down Digizine, and he does so.
Double up. Yeah, I just saw that immediately.
Well, we just talked about the 3 rounds in a row, right? We talked about the amount of plants that happened. I think we've had like, what, 9 plants so far in this half? Could be mistaken on that quick count. But that means that at the same time, with the 3 rounds won in a row by Loud, they're just going to play double op. Kawenzine probably has a rifle or an Odin or whatever left behind on the other side. But they're making sure here that they're locking down middle.
We'll get to see what he has hidden maybe towards the beginning of the round. Watch out for Digizine in a very scary spot. Shoulder of Darker. And here's the play we were looking for from EG that really allows Digizine to be a problem back here. But now Luke shows the problem front sight. They do find that mid kill and 1 in the sight, but doesn't seem like they are sure of what they want to do with all this information.
Because they know about the pressure from Kawenzine on top of mid. That's why it's being pinged at the same time. So just group up, and as they group up, they actually get the headshot on Kawenzine. That's a rotate across. So that's an open A site, yet they still want to group together and continue here on the B site hit.
They cut the noise for quite a bit of time here, but it's, like you said, still the choice.
30 seconds left.
Flash on flash. Still a great position to be covered here by Verdi. Can he do it? Called upon by Loud to be the duelist they need. Dropped by Digizine, but Pencott is there. It's Superman, the safe hands. His cape flowing in the wind as he gets a 5th round for EG.
And for the second time, too, goes for saving his teammates there. And he was actually saturated at that one, too. It was a beautiful one to take down and slow down that last second push from EG at the top. And look at Superman with that pick. Flicked on top of that. That was insane.
Nice.
Crazy stuff coming out of Loud to start, but EG fight back at the break. Can they come back after this commercial?
We've got 2 esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 Pulsar 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
Till the casket drops. Till the casket drops. Till the casket drops. Till the casket drops. Till the casket drops.
Back and ready to see Loud take us to a map 3. That's the way we want to see it. Let's see how the fans want it. EG at 5, Loud at 7 here as they take the last few rounds of that first half in their favor before EG battling one back in their favor. Let's see how this starts for the second half.
Again, I talked about big responsibility here from Verdi on the attack side, playing into this melee. They're starting with a 5-man hit on B. Just doing again what they've learned from their matches. Ripping off a little bit from C9's playbook. Although, albeit very slow. Splitting off here for some mid-control towards the end. Oh my god.
Whew. Head hunted. Chest hunted. Many shots for Bao. Gets the return, though. And still a little bit of that A main control is only going to allow EG to know they can get into position here, but it is going to be a tough stop on this Loud offense for pistol round. Majority of util ready to go into sight, and they're going to have to wait for everybody. It's going to be a while before we get Digizine over here, so we'll see how EG sets up, and if they decide to push forward, knowing that they have a bit of ground. Wait. I mean, pushing that far forward seems to be enough for Okeanos and squad to get a few back in their favor. Luke Show is actually quite hurt, too.
At least they swung as a group, making sure that they have numbers advantage still towards the end. Another body shot down to 17 for Luke Show.
Pancada's in the back, got his star out so they can play it very, very slow. Wait, they're actually missing timings here. Darker was just looking by himself, didn't realize somebody had gotten to the site. They're going to start throwing util back.
And it's not planted for them. Already used the suck. You have to wide swing for the 2 players now.
This is a head scratcher, Van Silly. Luke Show coming around the corner. He's already wasted most of the headhunters throughout the round, and it's a 4K for Okeanos and the defuse for Digizine.
Okeanos gets it back, turns around and waves to the crowd.
What?
That was a 2v3, I think, towards the end.
That should have never happened. Just off the bat.
2v4.
Yeah, no. The first kill in mid, the second kill from Luke Show, and you're good. You're running. Nothing's the problem after that, and they lose the round.
I mean, 45 seconds before that happened, I was just about to mention, oh, well, you know what? 2 big kills from Luke Show. That allows here a little bit of breathing room for somebody like Verdi to get a little bit of a cushion so they can get comfortable on how he wants to activate around with the Waylay. But yeah, that just happened. That just happened. Okeanos 4 kills into that last round, putting him up at 7 and 8. So impact frags coming through. But yeah, at least what I like before everything unfolded, not for the best for Loud, was that they actually kept Darker and Verdi hip to hip. We just talked about that that synergy that comes in from the tier 2 scene. KO flashing all the way out, making sure that he's going to scale up first and that he's going to be the sacrificial lamb, and then you dash from the cliffs so that you get full map control. Everything was perfect for them to scale on that side. But the solution that they had towards the end after taking numbers advantage and wanted to play off-site, again, it wasn't really planned for them, so they should have stayed on pretty much in the first place. Yeah, it was a little bit of a mistake there in that chaos, and that kind of shows like a little bit of that inexperience with, you know, the new system that they're trying to build here for Loud.
It makes sense too, because that's the part where things kind of are up for grabs, right? Once the site is hit, once you're on defense, that's when you kind of have to remember how to play around each other. The early part, where they detect Bao's going to come mid, great homework. They love sending Digizine on Yoru and Bao on Vito towards mid so they can TP out, make an early mid play on that pistol round. So really good kill and understanding by Luke Show there. That beginning of the round is fundamentally solid. But yeah, once they get to the site, it seems like it fizzles. And it might be a cause of the tech pause. So we will see if that was kind of the reason we saw Darker kind of peering off into the distance there.
Although, like, the first shot that came from Luke Show in the first place was on comp. Like,
oh, yeah.
Instantly, right at that angle, right? So he knew the crosshair placement for the first one and then could go into that read of Val walking down.
So good.
Again, we talked about the consistency of that player, of Luke Show, throughout kickoff so far, despite the losses in the series for the last 2 matches that they played. I think the silver lining is they were able to at least get 1 map out on Breeze when they were playing against 100 Thieves. And it's still 100 Thieves that's red hot so far. And that's re-identified themselves too going into kickoff.
Yeah.
And a lot of eyes are turning towards that direction of being like, oh crap. Ever since like the 2020 first strike that was won in North America for that old school roster, having Hiko in there, for example, this might be the resurgence of 100 Thieves that will look solid into 2026.
Well, we will look to get the tech pause all solidified here on our end. Right now, we are going to take a quick break while we work through this. Thank you for your patience. We'll see you in a little bit.
Infelizmente ele é muito bom, mas o pancada é melhor! Pancada leva mais 2 kills pra ele no round, 2 pedradas de xerife.
Now Red looks to challenge. John had to get off the spike, but time is short, and Com has done this many times before. Cool, calm, collected is Com.
We are back here at VCT Americas. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We should be getting into game shortly. I'm taking that risk, as I was told, so I'm not even going to take it as my problem. Vance,
What, you want to make this my problem?
Yeah, I'm going to make your problem. This is about to be pretty spicy if we have even a comeback here from Loud on this round, if they can figure out a way to get through EG's buy, but that's a pretty solid buy. Digizine's going to be looking for the shots first, and he's already online here as they approach the A site.
Yeah, and online with an Outlaw playing the anti-eco. And they're going walking straight into that. Thing is right now it's going to be up to Lucio one more time. And instead of being that late lurk and being that oh, let's go another one.
Get that reload. Oh my, Headhunter.
That's what I was going to say. For him to try to get that opener right there, that could help
big.
here a little bit. Loud to get an opening here or to get a spike down. But
honestly,
they're a little bit too antsy on that A side.
Teleport's ready.
Play again. Let's see if we can open up another one. 3 Headhunters left. And they're going to be given the site for now. One of the things I love actually about the Veto utility is that sound it makes. Sometimes you can just approach a site, and we see on Corrode that they'll put it forward a lot of times on that B site. Just make teams fear the fact that it's there. Cleared now by Loud, they don't care. They're just going to go in. They know they have the sites themselves, and it's going to be that backside plant, but it's something they have to cover because of the odd defuse you can tuck in with.
Still like how everything was set up for EG, but unfortunately this is an eco for Loud that they can read later on. But that chokehold that he puts, little trap on the top, it'll stop the dashes, it'll stop the jump up, it'll feel the walk up so that you could actually start fighting in that spot. So now we'll have to do a mental check.
Vance?
No, it's not happening.
No, Vance.
It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. It's fine.
Okay.
Everything's good.
Okay. This is on you.
Everything's good. It's all fine. It's all good.
He can't go around the world from here. He's got to just do it right now. Does that take away his efficiency? You don't know. Half HP, he goes to half, he gets off. Oh my God. Why do we even question it? It's calm. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Talk your talk. Talk your talk, kid. Oh my gosh.
Oh man. Calm rolling back the years. Not only did he did the thing that Zekin mentioned, as you saw on the tag board, but he is now back into the clutch as well.
Jeez.
The mind games that he has to.
I may have 0 kills, but I can still clutch against y'all.
That's the thing. You ever see a comment 0 kills, you just remember he's a world champion.
I've only noticed that now, though. He was 0 in 10.
Oh, my God. Hey, you call yourself out, you know it's real.
That is jokes.
Good push. EG getting aggressive off of this hype from the round. And they know they need to go with the throw to Loud if they want to stave off the pressure they're bringing.
And the difference that comes out now from what they've learned. They get first blood on that side. They've already dropped that spike, but they're not staying in that scenario where they want to continue fighting and overheat. Even on top of that, Digizine goes for an instant TP out. That will hopefully allow EG to play power numbers. But even if you look at that buy, there's absolutely nothing despite that clutch that came out from Calm. Got pistols here on that defense.
Yeah. Suffering from success. For real, though.
Util's still good, though.
Oh, choosing. Waiting for the snowblind to clear.
Come again!
Oh my gosh, this Bulldog is biting. He goes for the Vandal pickup, though, a quick upgrade, and it's just going to be a roundabout from Pankata here in mid. It's going to take a while as they lock down the spike. Vicious timings by EG here as they just find perfect windows to get back into the site.
Yeah, the flash blinding defenders and attackers in that back of that A site, putting that Loud player into a moment where of pure chaos and panic.
Yeah.
So as the rest of the teammates of Loud have to fall up and try to hop out, Comp just drops down and surprises players again. Just like he did, I think that was that piss round of Haven when he dropped down with the Sheriff.
They can orb max
kills,
here, too.
Yeah, I mean, why not? A thrifty round for EG. So, they win pistol, Calm clutches going into the anti-eco. And then they have no money to work with in their bonus round, yet they still convert that as a thrifty.
They still convert it. It's insane.
That's going to ooze wild confidence, though, for the side of EG going into this next round and potentially in the rest of this map.
I might be the greatest player to ever live.
Oh my God. And it's all downhill from here.
but here's the thing too. I mean, like as I was mentioning before, or trying to mention, as you have that confidence now with whatever just happened in the last few rounds, you now know in this conversation you can really close this out because you're just diffing your opponents.
Oh yeah.
But that's where mistakes could start happening, and that's where it also started happening against Envy in that opening series.
Yep.
So an early timeout coming out as well, allowing Potter to have that conversation with her team. A timeout that's taken by Loud, by the way, because of the results. That shouldn't have gone that way. But again, it's to calm down as well, also the nerves. Keep that composure for EG for the rest of this map.
And it's just one of those games that definitively, just the last few rounds kind of tell you how it's going. Everybody's been putting up big rounds, and now the person on the bottom that's 4 and 10 is giving you a few of your biggest. So it is still everyone participating. EG don't have any holes here. Despite what the scoreboard might tell you, it is all coming together for this second half. And if they can keep the momentum, they're really going to put a hurting on Loud for the next few rounds. Loud are going to try to get through this with a low buy, though. It looks like a little bit of a go-fast round for themselves.
Loud's going to be heavily tested now for the rest of this map, too. So that was their last timeout very early in that second half. It'll have to come down after this round at the conversation with their coach up to the IGLing and the veterancy of Pankata. It starts off well. You're seeing so far for EG's setup. They keep putting that interceptor at the same spot, so it gets broken out by the shock dart.
Locked up. Nice take. Loud perfectly getting into position now. No mistakes to be made. Decide to push through the smoke as it goes away. I like the timing there. Trying to create a few more options for themselves as we see that kill go down towards heaven, actually, as the drone was being, or clone was being thrown out. Oh, pop flash. Everybody looking around there. Looks like there's a flyer on their head, possibly. And nobody's able to encroach on this Ivy area just yet. Bao's going to be the first. Oh, what a slice of the pie there. Can he eat more? No, Okeanos gets the second one as EG start to control that kill feed. Tag back, and it's going to be actually Loud that find 3 very fast kills as they pop out of the woodwork to claim that one for themselves.
Wow, makes it work on a half by 2. And
yeah.
Really, maybe just a conversation to have that shotgun inserted. We just talked about the Whaley with the shotgun, right? That would have been a game plan, sorry, for Verdi to try to take. But instead, because of the shock dart, and you already know from the play style of how Bao plays towards this B site, he plays close TPs and then some utility as he sees util, he's going to just TP out and they kind of play the flood retake. So Loud just understood that from watching the past games, and they're like, well, let's just move in as a casual execution and we'll get to use our slow fields and whatnot for the pulse plan and more delays. Works out for their side. That will work.
Calm. Actually, over the head of the other guy. I think the distance was there, though, where he wasn't going to fully reach. Verdi grabbing ult, 1 away now. Null command to basically rip open sight if they want to get in, ability free from the defensive side as they start to test the waters and see what kind of util and vision they can get at these sites.
This is going to be smart. I was just about to mention Calm will probably drone going into middle, see what he gets. Once it dwindles down a bit and there's no action yet, you'll probably have a dimensional drift to check out towards B main if you want to for the side of Digizine.
Darker was protected from that drone. They may still, they have an idea someone's lurking, but they're not confirmed there as you see Okeanos. Says we're not too sure, somebody might have slipped by, so good hold here on that defensive side. Okeanos has to go to commit to a site though, 30 seconds left to get into anchor position here. And that means Darker might be free to wreak havoc in mid. Gravity well delay.
30 seconds left.
And a little bit of a pause here, Vance.
Just trying to delay as much as they can. Pre-util before you even walk out, so contact play. Superman with the surprise.
Quick kills there from Superman. Just staying quiet, staying efficient. Gets one, but he goes down. And that hold from Darker pays off. Coming in at the end, just a little too late. The kill happened. This is going to be a tough plant. Okay. The dimensional drift at the end to kind of confirm where the players are here. If they can get back in, yeah, Okeanos and Bao were able to finalize those kills on a trade. And still with the safety of Digizine if they couldn't get it. Get your ult, come here. Stop playing on the rope.
That's why Digizine, he didn't have to really use his dimensional drift to look down towards that long B side because he just stayed on top and had an aggressive line. So as you see that smoke about to dissipate towards that A main, they just started cycling util to delay. And then you're, again, forcing pressure of that time against Loud, and they make these mistakes. Dimensional Drift then used for the retake.
Yeah.
So that the other two players can just spray down their opponents. Great answer back, a clap back, not giving a chance for Loud really to come back in this game, but we have lots of ults available for
So
both
many.
teams.
Well, this could be a noisy round, that's for sure. And it depends, are they separated or multiple ults used just for space and not the site? Right, where do they choose to take their fights? Because we've been seeing that a lot lately as well.
You want to play? Let's play.
Already. We're ready to play. We've been here. Luke show up on top, supported by the team down low as they take that mid control to start. Make sure they're getting utility. Also, good hide from the drone.
EG set up. You have the evolution for Bao that plays where he loves to play. He's not getting hit by any util, but he actually places the trophy towards this A side. So as they give up and they play a very passive middle for EG, they're playing a little bit more turtled up and they're watching the aggressive angles towards people lurking into the back extremities of middle. If it actually comes down to Loud just going for a last-minute exec with all of the utils that they have, well, at least the Interceptor is going to break the other type of util that would keep Superman, give him a chance to anchor up here towards this A site.
Pop flash into drone. Oh, they sell it with the null command. Nobody shoot the drone. Oh, they didn't shoot the clone. Very nice. Still realizing the hit was only to take the front side of A. Nobody's actually encroaching into the site. This is in, tries to get back in quick, but they oh no, they actually are going straight in. You can see nothing seen there on the refract. No abilities, no people, just the terrain. But still, safe play for Verdi now from the end. Wait, there's parallel convergence to be used. Still trying to jump into the site here to get that control back. And Com's able to stick it. Superman from behind there, and it's going to be the Queen quick cleanup on Loud as they just try to rush back into the site past that Cosmic Divine.
Com launches opponents. Okeanos launches opponents with that Rolling Thunder, but at the same time, it was looking quite weird with Bao just letting the planner get the planner at the default spot, not even checking it. At least they still had a game plan for EG to pinch.
I'm killing your whole team!
He does play fearless on Vito. It's kind of crazy the way he does, especially if he has evolution. He's like, I am taking everyone on. And I guess you should feel that way when you're going through the ult. Oh, had this for last round. Oh, wow, they just start off the rip. 10 seconds into the round, we are into the B site here. And a quick kill from Superman. They're already starting to retaliate, and Loud doesn't even have any ground here. Shots from heaven soaring down towards that bottom part of the site before Loud can enter in. And they've already been stopped, and big ults used.
Money's not the best you. We'll have to see if it'll be a minute save, but I doubt it at this point. Looks kind of desperate here for Loud. Was able to save a couple of ults, maybe even one from Verdi to try to cycle them to try to get some rounds in. But great job for EG to stop all of those. All the ults were used, but EG stays on top when they're at a disadvantaged position in terms of ult equations. Even if Kawazine stays back towards that spawn, Pankata is just trying to find an opening, potentially. And EG doesn't want to give anything up. So yeah, I was saying I doubt at first, but it looks like it's confirmed. 20 seconds left. Kawazine's low on HP. Got to focus on it to the next round.
This round, or map, I should say, has been inching back and forth between the rounds, with EG now taking
10 seconds left.
that 3-round lead over Loud, 2 away from the elimination.
The thing is, too, is I was just looking at the player cams, and sometimes it's small, or you don't really see what's going on. Maybe he's not really talking, or maybe he is, and I can't really see the lips. But this type of save, usually going into like a tactical FPS, you have 1 minute to save, right? Your weapons. This is a perfect opportunity for the IGL to start talking within the next round, especially when you don't have any timeouts to work with left on your side, right? You're only allowed 2 per map for each team. So that's the type of play that usually in those moments is right over here at that minute mark, or sorry, at the minute save, or even on just full ecos, to just build out a plan for the next few rounds for your team to try to get back into this game. Because you're now trailing by 3. I haven't seen too much coming out here from Pencon, unfortunately.
Easily destroying all these sensors. Bao doesn't even give Luke Show a chance. And they still identify more, so EG is sitting pretty on this round. Pressuring Loud in their most dire moment here in the lower bracket. Elimination on the line, and everything needs to go right for Loud. Slowly pushing in, the pop flash comes in, a turn is there, but Cowanzine can't find the right one as there's just too many targets, but it's gonna be up to Superman!
Date him.
Gets a few. Pancata starts to answer back with the rest of Loud. Verdi, a sliver of health, limping around the map right now. In arm's reach of Calm, who's been good for it every time, and you ask again, he delivers.
And it starts off with a surprise kill, a blind trap play to really take down Luke Show. The round previously, or a couple of rounds ago, you saw Hunter's Fury back towards that spawn to take down Luke Show as well. So they're really understanding the pathing that they're trying to get here for the side of Loud.
I love you, Daddy. Oh my. Yeah, third.
Oh man.
Teamwork makes the dream work. That's all there is to it.
But yeah, just a surprise of the timing to fault line right into where Lucio liked to scale from that first round, second round. Coming in from that bend, Bao was able to swing out perfectly off that fault line for Okeanos to give EG a player advantage within the last round, and now setting themselves up for series point.
And what a back and forth too. Every round these teams have got has been hard fought for, pulling it back in their favor, a timeout call just to rip it back from the clutches of their opponent. And EG has found a string of rounds here to put them with a chance to move forward in the lower bracket. Luke Show, a lot going to be on his shoulders here as he creeps up mid by himself to listen and look for that cutoff.
This is very desperate now. Probably have to drone a little bit close here so you don't really give your position, or sorry, to get surprised, but they just gamble for the group up contact play to peek. So that gives a little bit more space, therefore a little bit more that the drone could get as it scales up on that B side.
Luke Show's known he's got to make that fight happen on one or the side of the other. Cowanzine helps to open the site. EG looks like they're scrambling a bit here, and that's exactly what Loud wanted into this one. Looks like it could even be a flawless. I take that back. Digizine says no, a curse indeed lays itself on the map as Luke Show gets one. It's up to Digizine, but they know he's going to be TPing in. They're ready for it. They know the tricks. They've been tested throughout the map, and they keep themselves on this one in the series and ready for another one.
Yeah, he's just trying to close that gap as well from the TP, knowing that his opponents was dropping back, but TP went a little bit too far out, and the gate crashes out in the open. Nice recon dart, too. Calm was trying to find a surprise angle on the top of the jump up.
Nice.
Luke Show still being annoying after even being seen. Knowing
punished. Yeah.
They have to deal with him, he's still able to punish. It's crazy. They couldn't get him out of there.
First Odin coming out. It's Calm watching it towards the A main, and they're trying to play the back and forth. So the first one will be Digizine to bait it out with the op. Actually, as they recon, and they haven't really seen too much pressure coming through. Calm is going to look back to help out maybe drone middle to see if Luke Show's still lurking on that side, lurking on that mid control.
What a start. Trying to play the most off angle he can, or just keep crouched down and able to get that gate crash out. EG up by 1 now in this round, and they're still kind of going for a little bit. Oh no, they're just tucking in.
Here.
Looks like Lucio wants to shoot this up to have the players rotate across, pull them away from the A connector where they're going for the contact play. They've been good at this as well, finding success out of these pushes against C9 for Loud.
Oh, Okeanos. Quick flash point.
Wait, he's going along with Spike.
More. He goes in, yeah, with his spread. They didn't have any communication on that one. Okeanos finds two. The spike is down at his feet. He's going to be pinched from both sides, but he's still creating trouble for these two. And now it is just the waiting game for Tijazine, for the rest of the team to come over here and set up where possible. Com's going to be ringing loud with the Odin here from the backside as he meets up with Superman. Oh, another dimensional drift to secure around. It seems like it's always up with Tijazine. Luxo sits it down though. A teleport back for Luxo gives them the identification of where they might be able to go. And he's the one that can make it happen. It's not over yet.
The quick switch to the Headhunter to keep Loud in the game. Continuing to be a pain point. 19 and 10 right now for Luxo. Unfortunately, the gate crash coming out here once again out in the open. That catch, Digitine gets caught off guard. But that mistake that I just saw from how they scaled up from that mid control, Kawadzine moving alone with that spike and not having a buddy system to trade. Thankfully, you still have shooters on the side of Loud.
Scary stuff. Honestly, around almost looked like EG should have capitalized on after that, Vansili. And the timeout will be called.
That breathes a sigh of relief for the camp of Loud. Because remember, their timeout was called at round 15 so early in that second half. And you just have to pull out as much as you can here to stay in this game. You saw EG starting to come back. And if it wasn't for these hero plays coming out from Luxo, this game would have been over. So now it forces a timeout from Potter. And it gives a chance right now for Loud to recompose now that the coach was able to see a couple of rounds and digest how the defensive half has been held by EG. The money's not looking too great if you're looking at the buy currently. So Guardian for the side of Bao, and Com is at 100 credits. So I wonder if he bought that Guardian here for Ballender, trying to leverage him as that raid boss, just like they did in the past on a couple of ecos against Sentinels, if I remember correctly. They had a Vandal small shield trying to walk down towards middle, stay as a pack. But this time around, it's just to have Bao utilize that weapon to anchor up on that B site.
Something you sometimes see, they put their TPs on top of each other back there in spawn, Vito's and Yoru's TP, so they can reappear together, just make that double swing instant. So pretty neat if that comes into play, but Loud's gonna go ahead and default this one, not even really moving the spike too much. Just see if they can pull in a util out.
From the looks of it, if I'm looking at that radar, it definitely looks like you're looking for a sliver angle down towards this ramp. That'll engage a little bit of double trap potentially here by both the Astra util and Okeanos as that breach, because he's probably waiting with a fault line in his hands because he's playing it tucked in pretty much. They're trying to fight that down.
Focusing mid, 0 point towards mid, dismiss smoke as they also give a little bit of love here towards the right with utility.
This is working out for them, though, because right now you utilize a lot of early utility for EG to try to push them back towards that B side. It almost looked like they were falling back here for the side of Loud, but they decide to cut noise and re-hit Tay, so it turns out to be advantage for Loud to take this round.
Cosmic Divide may honestly be a reason they get back into this one. Oh, shots just missed by Okeanos. Loud clean up quick on this, even with a true God Dart going out. They cannot find the kills quick enough. Loud will put up another round here, adding the pressure and one away from bringing us to OT. There's the trade out. We expected it to happen, and the team is ready. Loud is ready to keep us going.
Whew. Almost like there is, you're looking through the replay that Superman surprised so many players, just unfortunately could connect a couple of these shots.
Yeah.
Kawadzine takes full advantage of that. But last round of regulation, and we're going into another one of those rounds where it matters the most here for Loud. They're still at the advantage in terms of ults.
Oh, stacked.
Luxo's ult is already propped up. Evolution to hold up towards that B side for EG. Loud is looking for that mid control to start. Maybe a pincer. They're breaking this door early.
Take flight.
Just a little cosmic divide to make you sweat. Verdi drops Calm. It's looking good. OT on the horizon for Loud. If they can keep the pressure off. Luxio already in position here. Says goodbye to Okeanos. Ultimate comes out, and he still gets out of a situation, identifying two. Oh. Superman Insight, they're trying to hold it down from anchor positions to at least get one or two before they go down in these tight moments. Oh my gosh, the action doesn't end. Hunter's Fury to distract a bit. Wow. A flawless final round of regulation. We're going to OT.
And that will give you a lot of confidence going into the overtime for Loud. To have a flawless, but also not take a single lick of damage against EG. All of them coming out at 150 HP.
Vance, how did we get here?
Yeah, I mean,
awesome stuff.
It's just some great conversations from the timeouts, taking full advantage on the camp of Loud to stay within this game.
And it begins.
Yeah, and another moment where EG felt like they could have closed this game, but they didn't. You have to make sure going into this first round of overtime that you don't let that fluster. Don't let that, what, raffle your feathers is what we say?
Ruffle.
Ruffle.
Ruffle. It's got to be flawless, as they say.
Starts off well, though. That's Luxio going with the pistol round strat and instantly punished here by Bao.
Okay. Superman, little silent jump, little crouch hop. And they're just going to get themselves back into a walk towards A. I think the rotation's coming out as well as the drone didn't see anything, but they keep 3A for Loud, actually. So this should benefit the side of EG on their hit.
Now what forced the drone to come out was the orb, if I'm not mistaken, picked up on the A side. So you're right to stay 3 towards the A side.
Pop flash.
Is interesting.
Looking to delay. That 45-second mark is usually a good one for a lot of those signatures to be used again as they go up. Oh my God. I didn't even see everybody that he shot as fast as he shot them. What the hell, Verdi, coming out so big, but Superman and Digizine have to pick up the pieces here. They have to be able to control sight, and one of those positions is Digizine pushing forward to catch someone off guard. 2 off guard! 2! No way! Right back in their favor now, and they have sight controlled and the TP out for the post-plant play.
I was just about to say, Riv. Heroic plays, but it's never over.
He keeps pushing it too. You think they recognize it, but his timing is too good, and Superman gets picked caught on the Russian. Just too loud, trying to separate one of the 1v1s for himself with a shorty, and they're already ahead of you on that one. 13 and game point, series point for Evil Geniuses.
That's gotta hurt. That was so beautiful in terms of that spray transfer for Verdi. But right there as they scale back, you're just trying to clear the tight left angle. It makes sense.
I love you, mano.
I love you, baby. Be careful.
Baby, daddy.
Yeah, Valentine's Day is coming up. We got to ask them what they get each other.
The language of love here for
sure, for sure. Where are they going here? Some dismiss smokes in mid if they want to push.
Now Loud is going to be in a scenario where they're playing to win, but being very cautious. They'll be very slow. And an opportunity for Digizine to do a lot of damage here with this operator.
Yeah. Doesn't want to play on that line if 3 people are going to be looking at him.
The knife didn't hit him too, so he could re-peek. He does get one, and that's Luxio at least.
Trades in. Verdi still got speed for the team, the ability to go in, find, and get out, a little bit of safety. And really what they need on these, it's AI. They're going to face to face here. Wait, they're backing up just in time, just in time.
They heard the rope. There was one that tried to silent jump here for the side of Loud, and they made some noise, so you got to give that up.
Remember that, ladies and gentlemen. A big factor in the round, just a bit of audio to give EG the sense to play back in sight, pulling the drone in so it doesn't see anybody else. Bao's happy to take that. And they still have an anchor on the other side. Com's happy to stay. They feel comfortable in this positioning, and EG's retake, so nothing to scoff at. Flash goes out. That gets just about everybody to turn around. Spams through the smoke here, and they still have control of the backside. It has to be taken twice now, and it may be 2 times too many. Okeanos gets 2 for himself, and now it's Darker alive. The newest of the team. To keep them in overtime, to keep Loud alive in kickoff. He aims high, and it's going to be Calm to do the deed. That's Evil Geniuses sending Loud home, and Evil Geniuses moving on in kickoff.
You would have given faith now for Darker to be able to clutch that, but unfortunately plays the flash. Couldn't get the recon, and the IGL Silver Lining 2 is the one that gets the final kill to knock out Loud. EG finding good form in this series and good vibes, as you can see. And that will definitely inject a lot of hope and confidence moving on into this gauntlet of a lower bracket for the Evil Geniuses.
And the vibes moved across Evil Geniuses like a wave, right? We saw Okeanos at first, and then there was a little bit of Digizine, and then a lot of Superman, and then Calm with all of his plays, and then Bow, lots of Bow at the end, towards the end of the game, really being hyped for each other. So just about everybody took a position in that voice to hype the team up.
They did a lot. They did well as well for EG. From one person staying onto site and doing a lot of hero plays, from players getting clutches, but also at the same time, when they do have the opportunity to play off each other, they did, and they played it very cleanly. So to see the evolution and how it's changed from that first week to that third week, you see how much work has been put into EG so far to make sure that they continue to have clean maps and maintain the lead throughout the series. Of course, it almost didn't going into the second map here of Abyss, but at least they're able to close it out in OT.
One of the teams believing in Veto and the power of the Veto here as well as they get to Abyss. We had Corrode, didn't even get a chance to get to it here, as Evil Geniuses were able to correct so much about being slow on the anti-ecos, or really considering what's going to happen in the bonus rounds and making them so much more fruitful for how they would move forward with their game. Potter as well with the calm down timeouts. Super big in that sense.
If I'm reading this correctly, though, this should make the next matchup quite interesting and spicy.
What do we got?
Because they move forward here against Loud and are about to face off against Envy again, which is a team that knocked them down when they had such a good start at the very beginning.
Game, just rushed them over and over.
This is going to be an insane matchup for sure.
We love it. All right, well, with one winner, we do have to have one team we have to say goodbye to here in the lower bracket. And unfortunately, we are now saying goodbye to Loud here in kickoff.
One thing that I'd like to say, at least in terms of the positives for Loud, is that yes, they got a map at 100 Thieves, despite like all these new systems that are trying to rebuild for their side in kickoff. They're still able to have good firepower to fight against the best of the best.
And they're not opposed to switching it up and looking for the different agents for their players.
That's the thing, unfortunately, though, right? You're open to try new things, but unfortunately, it didn't really work out on your side.
It's not there yet.
There's still a lot of work to do, but to be open in that scenario, to try new things, if they're able to work that out and get more practice, you'll be in a good spot.
That's big. All right, let's send it down to Athena on stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Superman.
Oh, Chai Ai.
Hey, I'm here with EG Superman. Can we make some noise for EG, please? Congrats on your win. Of course, really amazing. You've been really solid as a rock kind of player, controller player for this team, but today you kind of played lights out. Was there something that changed individually, or was it just the team clicking?
Honestly, if I gotta be honest, if the team was playing 5v5 this last 2 weeks, we'll be 3-0 right now. I had to step it up for the team, so.
I love that. That's awesome. No, because you played actually crazy. Like, you were getting multi-frag after multi-frag. It was really sick. Before I talked to Potter, and she was talking about how, as a team, you guys had a lot of improvements, especially over this past week. And so, what do you feel the decision-making, and how do you feel a lot of it changed now coming in from the last loss?
Honestly, after the last loss, you know, I look at the VOD myself, and I made a lot of like mistakes that I usually don't make.
Yeah.
You know, and like you said, I'm the rock of this team. If I'm making those mistakes, we're gonna suffer. So.
I mean, obviously, you fixed it up
so
for
going into this game, you know, no mistakes.
No mistakes.
There was no room for mistakes.
Dude, I love that. And obviously, since last year, you were the last remaining member on this EG roster. What do you think the biggest difference is within this team's roster and last year's, especially with the vibes?
Honestly, Bao and Oki brings insane energy. You know, that Zoomer energy that we've been missing all along. Shout out to those guys. But yeah, that's the main thing, I would say.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for this interview. And of course, after this, we have LEV versus KRU, so don't miss out.
KRU is playing with a sub team, but honestly, they've been doing very well with the little prep time they had, and Infiltrator is really good mechanically and has been showing up very well.
The LEV roster is all insane, you know. Sato, obviously insane. His Yoru, one of the best Yorus in Americas, and all the plays I've seen from him.
We cannot underestimate KRU at any given point because we're at the lower bracket and we're gonna make it count.
From the audience point of view, it's gonna be LEV because we're just subs. People have no faith in subs, but I think KRU's gonna win. I'm very confident in the subs.
Welcome back to VCT Americas Kickoff and our second elimination match of the tournament. It's KRU Visa going up against Leviathan. I'm Golden Boy here once again, joined by Dryad, Emily, as well as Jonah P. All right, so before we move forward, though, I do want to say, EG, holy moly, congrats to those guys. 2-0, they did it. Jonah, you kind of are a bit of a wizard. You were talking about Supa, Supa delivered.
Yeah, I just had a feeling. I know he wants this. He wants his revenge for him personally, and I know he's the type of player to not listen to the noise from the public view, just focus on himself. And I knew that's what was going to happen. Even though I predicted Loud to win today, you know, I did that before. I knew that Supa, you know, had a rough couple weeks. So
no, he put in the work, and it proved, and rather it paid off. And of course, congratulations to EG. But let's go ahead and move on to this matchup because we have two LATAM orgs fighting to make it to be the first LATAM team. Of course, words are difficult for me to say, even though it's my job. The first LATAM team to Masters. Who would it be? We would normally call this matchup the El Clasico, or El Clasico, because the El Clasico is redundant. But it's not really the same thing this year because Dryad, I think the players are a little different, right?
Things have changed throughout the years, but this year more than ever for LEV and KRU. They've always been that representation, especially for Chile. The most Latin American players that we have are Chilean, and this time around, that representation is relying, yes, on that academy team for KRU, but also on the other side for King, who has been a part of this team for so long. So when you talk about that representation that you're going to be seeing the most, is maybe not in the way that we were expecting coming into this match. Having this academy team having to play, having Nak said from one day to another, get the call of, you need to come to LA, you need to play, and he, you know, he was ready for it.
Yeah, but we did hear Sato before the match started that, you know, hey, even though this KRU team, they're subs, you know, you gotta, or well, rather, this was Infiltrator saying this, but it's still like Sato putting the respect on his opponent, but also Infiltrator saying like, hey, listen, like, we're subs, but we're gonna be here to perform, right?
Yeah, I mean, the last thing you want to do, especially on kind of this last shot in the lower bracket, is underestimate who you're going up against. Like, as a player, you always want to keep in mind mind trying to just put your best foot forward and not let any mistakes or any like egos kind of get in the way of underestimating your opponent.
Now, of course, we did talk about this before, but KRU, they are going to be playing with a sub roster this time around once again. And the question is, can they hold down the fort and stay alive in this lower bracket? It's going to be a challenge without a doubt. But Jonah, what have you seen from this KRU team that is stuck out to you that maybe it could be a thing that KRU fans can lean on to?
The thing that sticks out to me is they have, obviously this match they have everything to lose, but at the same time they have nothing to lose, you know? They're playing with stand-ins. They're very confident. I know Infiltrator, Governor, they're very respected in the tier 2 scene. Even Governor, he's played tier 1 before. And, you know, I think they're just having the freedom to do whatever they want. And, you know, unfortunately, like they're in the lower bracket, but, you know, I can see their confidence.
Yeah, and they really didn't go down without a fight. We saw them take maps off of all these different teams, right? And one thing when I'm looking at KRU specifically is that they have 5 really good star players that we've seen shine in different maps and different matches. And when I'm thinking in my head, like, I don't love relying on like a star player or hero plays to win a game, but when you have 5 players that are all capable of doing that, it doesn't look so bad.
Yeah, no, but let's talk about these 5, right? Because, you know, like for a lot of folks, you know, some names are going to be familiar, right? MTA, Nagzet, we've seen these guys before. Governor, he's been around, right, here and there. But Infiltrator, Benji, like these are names that are still relatively fresh to a lot of people, especially myself.
Especially for that challenger scene, this year we have so many players that have gotten the chance to step up and play for VCT in one way or another. For Benji, you always saw him playing for that Oxen team in tier 2 and having incredible performances like he continues to do, even IGLing as we see him. I feel like the Astra is insane and one of the best that we've seen so far in Americas. But also on the other side for Infiltrator and Governor, they were most recently playing for Winthrop University, and Infiltrator, you know, it started as a university team competing in that way, and they kept winning, and they just went to challengers, got top 3 in one of the stages last year, and that's when we started noticing, hey, Infiltrator, Governor, they're pretty good.
Oh yeah, most definitely, of course. Let's check in though on the KRU side. We got MTA standing by with Athena to get his thoughts earlier on today.
Obviously, I'm here with MTA. You've played so many roles over this period of time. How has learning all these different roles helped you, and how confident do you feel changing up your roles and learning what you need for the rest of your team?
Te ayuda mucho en general tener tantos roles como a tomar decisiones, a saber qué hacer en cada momento y bueno, lo de jugar lo que necesita el equipo es algo bueno indispensable si uno está jugando flex, que como el rol que hemos estado jugando este último tiempo, de que poder ser capaz de poder jugar lo que el equipo necesita.
Being able to play all these roles helps a lot because I'm able to play and bring different play styles depending on the situation. And also being able to play all these agents is great, and it's kind of what I need to because right now I'm pretty much playing that flex role. So it is what is expected and what is working for the team.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Now, of course, the Metropolitan Transit Authority did not have a great run with KRU in 2024. That's a New York MTA joke, by the way, for you guys. But here's the thing. He is making a second chance here in 2026, and you're hearing what he talked about there, Emily. He's filling all these different roles. He's okay being this flex player. And it does feel like that's going to be a thing that KRU are going to continuously need to rely on because you need that flexibility.
Yeah, and we saw him switch it up, right? From week 1, he was playing mostly KO, mostly kind of there supporting his team, and then week 2, he came out with this Yoru, started kind of being super aggro and switching up his playstyle based on what the team needed. And the fact that he's able to do that, and pretty flawlessly, might I say, is really insane to see.
And even going way back in the 2024 when he got picked up because he was an incredible duelist player, but then he was forced into roles that he was a bit uncomfortable playing, forced into a Cypher where he was still not comfortable with how the strips were going to work, forced into also Initiator that didn't really quite get that synergy with Kesnit right away. And now the more that you get to see him, he turns into this flex player out of nowhere, playing in that academy team all of last year and now coming back for VCT. I just feel like he's had such an incredible journey.
Yeah, well, look, that's one half of El Clasico. Let's talk about the other half because we have Leviathan, all right? Now, this is a team that on paper should be winning, right? I mean, heck, you got King on the team. You got Spike there as well. You got some just damn good players here, Jonah. Yeah. This should be a team that should not be in a lower bracket situation, but they still haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah, and it really sucks because, you know, last year with Sato having one of the best rookie years we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Probably. And, you know, my experiences playing against King as an IGL, it's very difficult to play against, you know, his leadership and his play style. So it does suck to see that they're struggling, but, you know, hopefully they have one more chance to prove themselves. They deserve to be here.
Yeah, I mean, one of their key things is the fact that they're able to kind of overwhelm whoever they're going against, whether that's on the defense, whether that's on the attack. A big part of that does go to Sata. We've seen him been dropping insane numbers, even in the matches that don't look so close. I don't know how he does it, but it's really cool to see. But the thing about kind of just relying on overwhelming a team is if they have that experience and they're good at kind of splitting up your game plan and just splitting you guys apart into 1v1s, you're just picking apart execs, for example, it gets really hard for them to kind of bounce back into the rounds.
Yeah. Now, of course, let's actually talk about the coaching staff, too, because Coach Owner had something to say about his team's performance, as a matter of fact. I believe we do have a quote, I think I want to say it is. Yeah, I want to check that out. But, you know, because there is a lot here to be said about Leviathan, to Jonah's point, right? Like, this is a team with just King alone has just so much history in this sport. So for him to have this opportunity now with great players, and I also see that guy right there at the end, Neon, he's here, he's ready to play, could be the game changer for this team.
Especially because Owner is here, and we always talked about the journey that he's had with this team, and even before he started playing for KRU, he was the reason why KRU had that journey. Then he went into playing for LEV, had that run in top 8 back in Istanbul, and then we didn't get to hear much from him in the past couple of years, but he was still coaching this academy. He was recognizing that even coming back to his roster, his approach was a bit different to what other coaches would do, and is that they were splitting that scrim time between Neon that they knew was going to play, and also PXS. So now it's, you know, no more excuses. Now it's time to show it.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely is. Well, before we do that, though, you know, we got to do the skirmish first and foremost for side selection. So let's see what's going on. We got Benji and King facing off against each other here. So no coach shenanigans this time around. You know, maybe we get a good, honest skirmish between these two gentlemen, or not. You know, I mean, it could depend. Maybe we, okay.
Deagle round.
Okay, we got
right
a
away.
Deagle skirmish.
That was clean.
Okay.
What the word?
All right, so Benji as Gecko and King as Clove.
Wait, Loki, this is kind of smart so that they're warm for pistol round.
Yeah, it actually is.
That's kind of a strat.
Would you do it with the Sheriff, or would you do it with the better gun, the Bandit?
Ooh, that's tough. I mean, better probably Bandit.
I said that just to aggravate Dan. I know she does not like the Bandit. Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Whoa, Raggy. What we got going here? Hey, there you go. King gets on the board there.
Yeah, a couple body shots.
You know, it doesn't matter. You just got to get the job done. Shoot the toes if you have to.
Whatever it takes.
That's what I say. All right, on board here with King is Clove.
So look, he's rocking the easy buddy.
Oh, nice shot.
He's warmed up now.
He's what?
2-2 in the count.
Manifesting the win.
Okay, on board now with Benji.
Oh my God, wall bang.
Yeah, he got hit down to 40. It's a bit of a rough one here.
Shift walking is a little crazy.
Sneaky,
they need this side choice.
This is intense.
It really is. It's a different flavor from the Potter Luck Show match.
You know, the complete opposite.
Yeah.
And I love it. You know, these two players, they haven't gotten the chance to play against each other, but I feel like they're vibing right away.
I think, yeah, we should definitely. What we should do for the next skirmish, just all buckets.
Also, that's another thing. I know there's a skirmish, but King's movement, too, it's annoying to play against.
Yeah.
And watching his POV right there against him, it's
All right.
looking good.
Well done. All right, so Leviathan gets the win, 5-2 in the count, so they will have that side selection. I'm curious, you know, what were the predictions on this one, as a matter of fact? What did you guys go with? Do you remember?
I picked KRU. I was under the impression Neon wouldn't be here. That's my fault for not doing that research, checking his birthday again.
Yeah.
But also, I picked KRU because, you know, I kind of like an underdog story with the two stand-ins.
You know, I totally hear that. What about for you, Em?
I picked KRU, I believe, just because I feel like they have the potential to kind of close out these maps. It just hasn't gone their way towards the end. Like, we've seen them take it to 3 maps, almost every single time.
But Dan, you know, everyone on this desk and everyone in our community knows that you are the queen of Latam.
Right.
So please, what is your prediction?
And you know what I did?
What did you do?
For my predictions in English, I put LEV, and then for my predictions in Latam,
No,
I
you
put
did not.
So I win no matter what.
You demon.
I win no matter what.
That that is actual like demon behavior. That's crazy.
That's fair. I have to win somehow.
We don't have that advantage. Like I can't just go to the arcade, put me on the thing. Yeah, I know, right? Man, I got to take advantage of that. Clearly, Dan's got the reads here. All right, well, you can see the players, they're getting ready to go on stage. We'll see what we're playing in a moment for map select, and then actually ask and you shall receive. Look at that. Wow, the timing. Some say I have the power. All right, here we go. Bind, Split, and Abyss are going to be your battlegrounds. Abyss, if necessary. How are you feeling about this one, Emily?
I'm actually really excited because looking at the first two maps, Bind and Split, these are very brawly maps, right? And when I look at LEV, when I see them play, they love to run like double controller, double duelist. They love to fight. And when I look at KRU, they love having that loose kind of playstyle, whatever works for them. And we see them fight as well. So I don't even know who can come out on top of these maps, but it will not be going down without a fight.
I'm really interested to see this map for Bind as well because we haven't seen it for KRU. In that first week, we saw Naxid playing this chamber that we know him for. And then second week, he decided to step away from this, playing a little bit more of that Viper, play something else. So I'm really curious about how this composition should be, Jonah.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to see it here in a second. But in my opinion, I think for KRU to win this series, it has to be a 2-0. Looking at this map pool, Bind and Split, those are two maps you can easily pug on. You know, just simple execs. And if it goes to the third map, Abyss, that's more tactical. That's more King's playground. He's good at push pulling, causing rotates, making the other team guess, and having a bunch of stand-ins. That could be an issue with communication.
And he's going to have a good time with that kind of play style with the double duelist setup that he has there, Jaya. We saw Waylay as well as Yoru get locked up here, and on the other side, we're getting a little chamber action from Infiltrator.
I really like to see this, and it answers our questions. We're seeing Neon on the other side, and the composition as well for LEV change because now you have this double duelist that we saw in the offseason when they were playing in that Chinese offseason tournament. It was this double duelist that you're probably going to continue to see Sato and Neon running and making that play a little bit faster. That was one of the comments that we always had about LEV in the past couple of matches, that it felt like it was really slow, but it feels like this should change it a little bit.
Yeah, and we haven't really dived into it, but yeah, I mean, Neon's in this squad now, and that does change the dynamic, Emily, of how this should play out for LEV, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what else he brings to the team besides firepower, because I think LEV have plenty. I think LEV have plenty of firepower, so I'm hoping to see him kind of step up, maybe bring up the energy, get hyped on that stage, maybe even a little bit of mid-round calling. I don't know what to expect.
Could be. I will say, though, Jonah, they already have a lot of firepower. You just add more firepower on top of firepower, you get double firepower.
And with Neon, he's been in the scene for a while, the tier 2. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he's incredibly smart because he's been under coaches for since he was 14.
Wow.
And coming into his debut match today, I can see him generating ideas, being a hype guy, and on top of it, killing everybody.
Yeah, what makes it interesting, though, is just how much King has available at his disposal here, right?
Yeah.
Especially because you have all these players that are, last year we saw playing on that duelist role. You look at this LEV squad, 4 of the 5 players that you have right now have played duelist at some point in their careers, and that is pretty recent. The only one that hasn't played it is Blozin, because when he was playing that Challengers team, you already had Neon playing that duelist. So he's the only one that is a little bit of a difference maker. And when we talk about that pressure that Neon has to be feeling, he honestly seems to be pretty chill. He knows that the entire team and honestly the community is relying on him, but he knows how to deal with that pressure. He has been coached by Owner and Jane for quite some time, so he's ready for this debut.
All right, well, let's see if he in fact is ready, because we are ready for the match. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's do or die, so who better on the call than Uber and Wyatt?
Thank you very much, Alex. And not just the stakes, of course, of this match. Like you mentioned, the loser is out of kickoff and out of contention for Santiago, which for some of these Chilean players in the game, there might be something online there. But also on the topic of Neon, it's funny that it's his debut. He's 18 years, 2 days old, and he's going to go up against a bunch of players he played when he was at LEV Academy in his first game on stage.
Definitely some comfort there for your debut match to go up against guys that you've been competing against within your region, within challengers, within that time on LEV Academy before being promoted. And I will say, there's definitely a lot of pressure on his shoulders. And that is just coming off the fact that LEV, they're in the lower bracket. This is do or die. And the narrative has basically become, okay, but when Neon comes back, we'll be playing the comps that we've been practicing, and everything will be fine. We'll go on a run, we won't lose a single other game, and we will qualify for Masters.
Listen, if
no pressure to the newcomer, Mitch.
If the Chinese Mega Awesome Super Esports Festival Cup was anything to go by, then Levitana.
Was that the correct name?
Yeah, definitely.
That tournament name was a mouthful.
They're going to be looking good here, but the Headhunter's already struck in this round. It's going to be hit over towards the B side. It blows. He's got the stopping power. More than just a light breeze. This guy knocks him flat. Now, KRU in shambles. With Infiltrator inside Hookah and Nagzed sheepishly leaving back down B long. They are going to need to pivot.
Coincidentally, 4 shots left in that Headhunter, and 4 players on LEV left a lot. Well, 3.
How fortuitous.
Unfortunate. He can still get 3 kills, though.
Bro still has a bandit, so chill him.
Spike, though, who will be back on the Viper now that Neon is in the roster. Spike's intended role, actually.
One enemy remaining.
He'll have lurked down short. We'll get the 1, traded by Nags, but now rest of LEV on the rotate to clean up this round with ease.
Spike.
Nagzed's someone who we identified as being a real, he still got it, I think is the best way to put it. Like a real shooter in KRU's previous series. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough to get them out of the lower bracket. Still promising signs. Sato steps up. You will notice him looking to the crowd because I think he's signaling to Luxo and Shaw sitting up there. So he's, I don't know if he's fully locked in yet, but he's enjoying himself out there.
Already on display from this round 1. This LEV team,
what the?
They have cracked out Gen Alpha players. They're just going to never miss shots. I mean, this team is just 4 of the upcoming youngest players in the league, all with insane aim that were in Tier 2 in Brazil or in LATAM Challengers, and then King and Owner. And they're trying to guide them to the promised land.
KRU's not so different. I mean, that's the whole premise of the KRU Academy system, that Nagzed would be joined by 4 of these young and upcoming players. A couple of them obviously have found their way onto this roster. Then you throw Infiltrator and Governor in. But I wonder if LEV have, you know, we wondered, did they over-index in this youth? Did they go for like a really risky play with like a really young roster alongside King? But it's too early to say, I think. Obviously not where they want to find themselves in kickoff so far, but KRU have already found themselves well and truly on this A site with that short wall from Viper. Sato, though, now freed up after dealing with Infiltrator.
While engaged in a 30-second minigame towards Showers, the rest of KRU just slowly walk down into the site, put down some smokes. Now, finally trying to get the spike down? I mean, they are really expecting some aggression to come out from LEV or trying to bait someone into doing something here. I mean, they could have planted this spike rounds ago.
They're out of util, that's the problem. I think they realized that and they were hoping to draw Levitan out of position, but we never got a spike plant in the end. And like, there is a lot of that cringe post-plant capacity to this setup, but for whatever reason, KRU can never actually get in there and find an early plant.
Yeah, we were just hoping they would tap and then someone would do something, reveal themselves, but no.
The Showers
did not happen.
I think if Sato winning Showers could have been the issue there.
One enemy remaining.
Nice shots from King. All right, well, round 3. First buy round for this KRU team. Let's see what they've got in store for us. First time on this map for them in kickoff.
It's honestly a weird map pool for KRU, considering what they've mostly been trying to play. Abyss, Pearl, and Breeze. Only one of those actually finds itself in this series, and it was floated. So what are they picking Split for? That's something to look forward to in the second map.
Yeah, and LEV have gone back to the bind pick, which they picked into 100 Thieves and then lost. So. But of course, they didn't have Neon then, and all hopes for this team riding on him, it feels like.
And if you want to look at a team who are really bought into the Yoru Waylay comps on as many maps as they can be, it is these guys. Owner really has them trying to drill down on this comp. Pearl, they go the Chamber instead, but outside of that, yeah.
Wanted to make some use of that refract, was MTA, so he jumped in for info. Opposite side of the map again, Sato is just fighting 1v1s towards Shower, gets the kill. After KRU had made some noise over on that B side, they feel like it's time to get on over to short, try and work into this site. No wall up, just straight contact right now.
Infiltrator got healed up, but still a one-shot to this Outlaw now. The rest of KRU, though, with full armor.
Oh, and there they are, baiting out some of the util with the tap first. Molly gone from King. Now they can try to stick the second time, but it looks like they have intentions of trying to find a kill first, do something proactive to even up the numbers.
It's dangerous, but Neon still needs 2 shots to take any of those down, and he actually misses both of them. 19 seconds. Where's the plant going to be? I think KRU realize they've got to go for it now. Sato has a saturate. That's something that could interact with him effectively here, but he goes down. Poison Orb in the way. MTA's also been able to deal with blows. That's pretty close up on that A site. Now Neon as well, not with the best weapon for the situation, has to consider the Sheriff, but now it's him and Spike v3.
Spike pretty far away, just arriving at the scene. Looks like Neon wants to try and throw a flashbang, but he's going to throw it for Spike to get into Lamps.
I don't think there's much to find here, Wyatt. Not the bonus round that Leviathan are looking for. Another kill or so. I might have been a bit happy about it. Neon looking for something now on the exit. So he'll be buying. Yeah, I guess absolutely nothing. KRU plays safe. This time a slightly quicker plant. They respect the stall util that gets thrown up by Leviathan, but still, job done.
I do want to see what happened with the kills that they actually got there on the replay. It might have just been straight up spam through the smokes.
Perhaps the one towards triple was.
Well, that was the Sato minigame part 2.
Yep.
Yep. Spam for the first, and then King just kind of getting caught. They're trying to retrieve the gun because he just had the Sheriff.
Good composure, nice. Keep it calm.
They are calm. They are composed. Neon is picking up the Operator now after that last round with the Outlaw. Wasn't hitting a lot of shots, so maybe he can heat up here.
Yeah. Did hit the first shot, but obviously it was a fully armored target that got healed up by Sky.
Toxins going up.
What is the move? Neon is pushed down short with that off. In the meantime, Snakebite, Smoke, KRU want to take that control of Octagon.
Up against the Chamber, so Chamber does have to put himself on the line. Doesn't have a free way to do that.
Yeah, Neon is forced away just because of that wall going up.
Now Neon has to decide if he actually really wants to be here at B, while the rest of his team actually make it very obvious they've made a rotation. That makes sense. There's info to be gained there for Sato as he goes around the world.
Yeah, I mean, pretty funny play to double TP, and it's a clone, and then Sato just going all the way back to A. But yeah, now Neon is able to post up on that B side, sends his gate crash all the way over towards A heaven, as KRU very slow to just wander their way back to the B side where they have control of Octagon, and Neon is posted up in the right area of the map. Will they get an opportunity to get a shot off though before MTA just dashes right in?
Oh, unlucky timing. Neon gets out without the weapon in hand, but this spot has been very good for blows so far. And he delivers another nice little 2-piece. Yeah, he's low, but this swing off for Neon is a free kill virtually. Oh, Nagzed pinned to the wall with that one. Neon is online.
Starting to feel it with that second shot. See a bit of the confidence on his face there too when he hit it. KRU are definitely struggling getting into this B side at the moment. He called it, but it's this spot for blows, just waiting in the smoke, and then as soon as the timing is right and there's action being taken and attention from KRU being drawn elsewhere, he just pops out, gets another couple easy kills.
It's been straightforward stuff for Leviathan here. Some early, mid-round movements, taking TPs and then refracting back if you're Sato. KRU really weren't sure what was the safest site to hit with all that noise being made. Yoru was always causing problems like that. He could always imply the presence of more people with the clone in a certain spot than otherwise would be true. Owner sort of said, on social media recently that he's really just being very results-oriented about this run for Leviathan here. Feels like there's a lot of ways that people develop their opinions of coaches and their effectiveness. He's kind of had to just divest himself of that and focus on getting the dub here. This is the last chance in kickoff. It would be tough for either of these teams, who, by the way, have played each other in like 6 matches with international qualification implications. Not finals, not qualifiers necessarily, but
like direct elimination games.
Exactly. Somehow they always seem to go head-to-head in matches like this. So yeah, very different rosters, but there's just, that's why it was called the El Clasico. It was always these matches of consequences, games that really mattered. And I think it still matters. The stakes are still high. KRU got a bit of catching up to do here on Bind, though.
Different rosters aside from Nags and King, with a lot of history against each other.
And they have the same role in their respective rosters, too. Shepherding the next generation.
Both trying to make that lower bracket run to be able to compete on home soil at Masters. MTA is in very quickly, right into the backside. Oh my God, Spike gets that wall saturated.
The 1B?
Sure. I
guess that's what happens when you get close to the Phantom.
He's kind of just like that.
either way, this is, again, KRU being really slowed up. What does the next wave of their util look like? They're honestly down to very little. Would love to close the gap for players like Governor, Infiltrator, who can only play off the Headhunter here.
You really just hate to take a duel against any player on LEV. That's sort of the roster that they've got.
Yeah.
It feels like a team that if you catch them on the right day or wrong day, depending on your point of view, you could just get steamrolled by virtue of never winning a single aim fight the entire time.
Infiltrator is doing all the right things here, looking for these openings without exposing himself over much. But there's nothing there to be found. This Leviathan roster feels like they've just got a bunch of primarily duelists on the roster. It's like taking 5 strikers and trying to turn them into the world's best soccer team, right?
Yes.
Definitely an anime plot.
That's the plot of Blue Lock. I know a lot about it.
Let's go, dude.
You definitely didn't just tell me that earlier. All right, LEV are just right back in on this.
You could have got so much street cred, man, if you just gone with it. I wouldn't have said anything, dude.
Too honest. Well, maybe Infiltrator can get something done on shore. Probably not.
No.
Probably not. In fact, they're just going to let him live. Or no.
Now he's busy infiltrating the inside of his eyelids.
Unfortunate for him. Yeah, that's just way too easy for LEV on that quick little flood/retake.
Ooh.
And yeah, it all started there where MTA had a nice dash right into the brim smoke, instant saturate, placed well, but Spike is just a little bit too good.
Yep. I believe the internal canine is becoming more external as the game continues.
Well, we have the buy for KRU now, and Infiltrator has picked up the AWP for the chamber on attack. And LEV have no hesitation against that. They are going right in.
Pro takes a shot, then throws the saturate. I don't think there was any follow-up on the position there of the Sky, of Governor. But he was definitely impacted by that deployable.
Oh, for a second, I thought Neon might have done something insane. He was still in that smoke by Market, but does teleport back to B.
A re-clear shower here.
Yeah, is that? No, not going to see Infiltrator.
He's just going to walk up. Are you kidding me? Okay, dude. So behind the ring clear of the Prowler, Sato opts to walk up onto the line.
Yeah, just with that Prowler not actually spotting Infiltrator, and they don't know that there was an AWP. That was pretty free for him.
Yep.
So KRU, who have been struggling in the first kill department in the last few rounds, do have an opportunity now to get a second round on the board, moving back towards this A side, playing into the site off of the Secret. This Nightfall is going to cause some serious issues.
Well, that's here for MTA, and Saturate got there. Hard fights to lose. Those ones aren't they? It's Infiltrator seeing Spike come through the TP and found him with a Headhunter.
30 seconds left.
It's up to King, who is simply trying to ferry the AWP to safety. The transporter himself.
Neon tried to take a little timing out of heaven there as well. KRU really, they're having problems planting the spike on this A side.
Slight mechanical.
Even when
mechanical jitter,
they are having problems with that. But now Neon tried to take that time and got caught as well. That's good awareness from Infiltrator. He's really impressed me on this little mini KRU run where him and Governor have been taking a break from Winthrop to commit to this team, trying to make it happen during kickoff. And I definitely think he's put himself on the map with what he's shown so far. Like I'm sure he was a consideration for some teams. There must have been some coaches and GMs looking at that guy coming into this year, but I think he's definitely solidifying for himself that he's got a future in the league ahead of him.
Yeah, with that, we had a bit of turnover, I want to say, like more seasoned talent, and maybe just some prospects that didn't work out this year. So there were plenty of coaches and teams that went to the well of challengers, but I want to suggest that, you know, teams like MIBR and NRG really led the way in this regard and helped everyone wake up last year just to how much talent there is in Tier 2 in Americas. And then I feel like the year before that, that was when people realized how much talent there is in, you know, LATAM and Brazil to bring up from Tier 2. And we're still seeing that with these two rosters now.
So AWP being purchased again for Neon. See where he ends up posting up. Ultimate's going to be in play here as well. Spike, Sato, Benji, they're all just one orb away, down short of the intentions from Neon. LEV hoping to maybe funnel someone into him by making an aggro play right out of B. You don't want to go there. Look at how many players we have. You just want to go walk down short.
We're rattling our sabers at you menacingly. But there's been these early pops from Leviathan last couple rounds now. One in up short A, that one obviously towards that hookah and ramp direction. So some good early info for Leviathan, but they're still sitting on the weaker side towards A. KRU starting to circle. Blows is on his way over. This might be a slightly awkward position. Note, of course, the gate crash in vent for Neon. There it is. Easy pick. Infiltrator shows himself. Now Leviathan play that sort of post-plant, that retake scenario with a player advantage.
I mean, look at the minimap right now for KRU. This is crazy. They have dragged everyone from LEV over towards this A side. Now they're going back as one player teleports away. ANFTA is able to get out of there, so the B hit is on, but LEV are so fast to get in here. The pace from KRU doesn't seem like it was enough.
Mike's gonna get busy. It was a refractor, I think, from Sato. He's gonna be a little bit later getting here, by the looks of things. He's refracting in small. Either way, here's a Viper's Pit now as MTA keeps his eyes trained on that elbow direction, and Sato is just obscured by the Viper's Pit. Orbital strike thrown down. Obviously, now this one from KRU is going to make it hard to get into the site whatsoever. 9 seconds left in the round. There's going to be a part at some point. Nagset would have been the one, but he's brought down. King and Blows get there before KRU can actually make something happen. KRU are just too slow on some of these rounds.
Yeah, it really was just the lack of pace. They actually had the right idea there. They were set up for a nice little foray into that B side, dragging all of the rotates to A. But it was just a few seconds, it felt, of hesitation getting in that allowed the LEV rotates to get back. Sato goes all the way through elbow. And LEV, they're just throwing playmakers at them. Just keep sending in these demonic children that they have on their team to just go make plays, man.
There's like 5 chuckles out there. Or like the baby zombies from Minecraft. You know, the ones that run really fast at you. Yeah. All right. The Trailblazer up belong. This time to early pop from Leviathan, respecting maybe the better weapons that KRU have at their disposal now.
All right, so KRU are able to take some control of Octagon. This is a similar setup to LEV that we've seen them have, just completely brick wall KRU on the B hits. Pay attention to Blows here.
MTA was trying to pre-aim that spot from Blows. He knew he'd be sat there, but Sato's the one that swings out. Well, at least KRU being faster about it this time. Unfortunately, that spike is on the wrong side of that doorway. Benji now with a Sky Smoke on top of him has to puzzle away to retrieve it.
Yeah, all of LEV making their way over towards this B side, save for Spike, who's just watching for the potential of a long A lurk. And really, so long as LEV just don't give anything away here and play with discipline, KRU have 0 options, and this round is good as done.
And you're going to see in the next 5 to 10 seconds the decision about whether they go for it or not be decided. I think this orb take tells you everything you need to hear, especially with a molly thrown in front of Octagon to bleed the clock further.
Yeah, at this point, it is just going to be a save from KRU,
10
and
seconds
have
left.
to respect that play from them. It would be genuinely hopeless if they tried to jump out into this site right now. They know there's no chance.
It's a deflating round, though, for KRU. I mean, they finally get those guns back to hand. Want to try and, like, they're just playing in behind the Trailblazer. It's not overly intricate, I think, on that B side of the map, but they definitely feel like they've got something going, but it's that same spot. It's that B site container and this spot that Blows is playing from. This is half the issue there as well. Yeah, look at the C's, man.
Yeah, that's so good. MTA
tries to
dashed in
dash
and then,
out.
just dragged right back into the smoke. Yeah, Blows there not getting kills as he did on the previous rounds, but that C's just as impactful, setting up for free ones for the site anchors.
Sato just illustrating, yeah, his head went that way and his legs went that way.
Sato with an ult in this round, by the way. Still the op for Neon.
And here's a push-up.
Active. They are active. Both extremities. They're pushed up into shower with Sato. Neon pushed all the way down B long.
Sato going for it. It's hard to get confirmation on whether that saturate hits, but Sato knows he's advantage there against Infiltrator. Oh man, King is locking it down here at the A side. Governor trying to be cute about it. Does find some success in that engagement, but he's knocked to 85. And it's only him and Nagset left with it all to do.
Yeah, that was awkward. It looked like the flashed up. Nags tries for a little bit of pre-fire, but oh, it's
I am
just
two-dimensional
easy for
presently.
Neon.
I am Paper Mario. That is a flattening round.
It is just What I mean, I don't know what you can do against LEV sometimes, man. I mean, I do think if this team reaches their peak potential, that is scary. That's frightening.
I feel like it's...
And that fright scales the older you are.
What, the older you get, the more scary it gets?
Yes.
But then Nagza is feeling like he's positively 200.
Yeah, rough round. It does feel like LEV resembles Sentinels in that same desire to like go pretty heavy into the youth and maybe take a step back briefly to raise their ceiling much higher, potentially. Have that clean slate.
Look at all these aggro plays that LEV are just throwing at crew, like these fake TPs, that time going through with the AWP and then teleporting back to B. They're everywhere. And then Sato just picks up right back into a deep line on Showers. He's ready to fight, sure, why not?
MTA. Peak. Oh, I mean, the fundamentals aren't there in that kind of situation. Blows and Spikes are waiting for that. They're double stacked, and it's supposed to be a double swing for crew that just ends up being 2 players fed into the wood chipper.
Yeah, it is just free. I mean, unfortunately, look, we are looking at this crew team that still only have had a couple weeks to play together.
Yeah.
You're not going to get around to refining your entire map pool. It's just not possible. They have won some maps already, and they've looked good on, like, for instance, like Abyss, like the last map in this pool, right? But how much can you realistically work on? So this is a situation where it does feel like they've had to leave this one in the pool, haven't been able to play it all that much, and they're suffering the consequences of it, right?
And LEV got to play in the Chinese Esports Festival Super Champions Cup in the offseason. Did I get that right?
Oh, it's unbelievable that you can remember the name of that tournament.
That's so sick.
It's unbelievable.
That is so sick. But again, I mean, 2 very different experiences at the start of the season for these squads. Infiltrator and Benji now. 11 seconds remain. I didn't write that down, bro. You're mad.
Let me double check.
Oh, okay, yeah. Only confirmation. Chat, how'd I do?
Actually, you were right. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, let's see if Benji and Infiltrator could make a miracle happen here.
Dimensional drift obviously in effect. Allows them to sniff out Benji pretty quickly, and now the game is to snuff out Infiltrator. 3 on the round for King. Leviatana making short work of this crew outfit here in our first half.
King has also just been kind of casually putting up some numbers in this game. Now at 12 and 3. Has another orbital strike. Yeah, just this.
We only see it from one POV there, but
yes, not great. I mean, if they were going into one player, the jump is fine to break the crosshair, but yeah, it's just Spike being ready to help. What? I miss Sato's energy.
Yeah, I hear a lot more Portuguese from the Void at the moment, which is great. He's very animated.
All right, couple of rounds left in this first half. Leviatana have been staunch defenders of both these sites. And you can always bank on some kind of early aggression now. This is a carbon copy of, I think, one of the first gun rounds, maybe around 5 we saw from these guys, with Neon positioned close up here in short, looking for Infiltrator. And, well, I think that is pretty self-explanatory, folks.
Just too fast. I will say, I definitely want to give LEV credit for how much they are mixing up these opening round setups and just moving this Neon op all over the map, constantly repositioning to the ideal sightlines.
All right, up we go. C's also an issue. Man, it's too much. Blows catching him out every single time. Orbital strike there, intended for Hookah, which is going to force crew away. And once again, the spike is on the wrong side of that lanced strike.
And a familiar position for crew to be in, sadly, where they have to retrieve that spike, which has been dropped right into the middle of the site. Might just be another situation where they have to save, much like the last.
I mean, these seasons have been so on point for Blows. As soon as he feels like there's a timing where they're going to see some melee action, it gets deployed. MTA, the only player, and surprisingly not punished for this, by the way, the only player can obviously hit the sites with that quickness because they're not sitting on a Yoru setup. They can't sort of TP forward or anything like that. And he's trying to dash into a Sky Smoke on the site, like we've seen from many teams on this map. He's getting nowhere.
10 seconds
effortlessly
left.
being shut down by the Fade.
Got to say as well, this is just going to be an insane confidence boost to LEV. That they get their starter back and they're just frying the other team immediately.
This is resembling
This is dangerous, potentially. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but this is like the makings of a dangerous run right now. Seriously, this is the birthplace of a dangerous lower bracket run. It has all the makings of it. You have we didn't have our starting 5 cope into the he comes back, and then you start playing in God mode right away. That's insane confidence boost.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about the other teams that are floating around here as well, there's some dangerous rosters. I do think EG can be pretty scary, not to mention any other teams that might fall down.
Envy and Sen are waiting
exactly
later in the bracket.
Yeah.
But, again, getting ahead of ourselves just because this map is clearly not one in KRU's pool, and LEV are just totally different tier, but
yeah, I mean, setting expectations.
I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Yeah, this is definitely not a map where KRU look like they have clearly drilled protocols. Expect the next map to look differently, man. MTA shows just a pixel.
Yeah, Neon is just way too swift on these reaction shots.
Yeah.
If you peek into
the guy
this angle, you are gone.
He is on the information superhighway. It's all happening too quick for KRU to deal with right now. They're going to go for it somehow. There's going to be stall util in their way, even yet. And Neon's going to be able to catch Infiltrator out. That one was obviously at the top hookah. They're on site. They got a plant.
If Benji could get a kill, we'll have the orbital strike. That's a potential win con, but this conversion path from Sato will probably be enough to lock up the round.
Nags is going to be in trouble in that corner, but Sato is not actually going to check it. Nags can actually shrug this hindrance off and go for it. They have not looked in this corner. Blows out of the game. Sato revealed to Nags easy kills, but now King has a chance to avenge him. Nicely done by Nags though. He wants to get close. He knows he's done a decent amount of damage, but Neon also presents a clock for him. That is sick from Nags. Unreal.
Yeah, that's nice from Nags. And just a little mistake there from perhaps an overconfident LEV, just trying to get right back into the site, not clearing a corner that's standard to clear. And because of that, Nags gets some free kills. Sick shot from Neon, but
yeah, just a bit of elbow, about as early as it possibly could have been.
That was a good kill from Neon as well.
Enemy remaining.
All right, so KRU, they're able to claw one back at the final moment. Maybe get a pistol round, get things rolling on the second half. We'll have to see.
Yeah, maybe at least a staging ground to build something off of, folks, but it's a tough one. Leviathan well ahead of the curve here on Bind. Let's see what the second half has in store.
Hey guys, I'm here with Koala Noob. Obviously, you guys finally beat the Titans of America G2 yesterday. Now that it's been a day, yeah, I love that. Now that it's been a day, how is it settling in for you?
Oh, I mean, it feels great. We got 2 weeks now to prepare for MIBR, and you know, the stress of like having 3 chances, like I feel like we're just stress-free and we're just gonna have fun.
I love that. And now obviously into this match, LEV versus KRU. Obviously it's an elimination game, but what are you feeling so far from these teams?
LEV looked drilled. Like I remember we were scrimming them and they were playing with Neon, so it looks like they have a decent amount of time with Neon even though he wasn't 18, and like you can clearly see the difference that this guy's making.
That's really good. I mean, he's literally playing really phenomenally. I feel like, what's your #1 thing you want to look out for the second half of this map?
Just figure out ways to stop with this op. Like Neon's just gonna permanently op, and like he's just getting so much value with it. If they can like figure it out and like work the map, I think they'll be fine.
All right, perfect. Well,
coach behind a veteran IGL, it's tough to get through, but it starts here in the second half of Bind.
At least they get that last round where you actually then do believe, wait, if we win the pistol, we can't get back into this game. There's a big emotional difference when you end the half at the 2 versus the 3 count on the round wins. Let's see if KRU can make it happen over on a Infiltrator posted up. Pretty good. Obviously a standout player for the team. Some info gained off that Trailblazer. Sato collects the orb.
That Trailblazer seeing 2 players there in showers. Undoubtedly looking to draw the sky away from the B side of the map for KRU. And LEV just accounting for this are already thinking a bit more now about B. They've got no purchase in hookah yet. They might need to double face this.
This LEV team, they are patient right now on attack. They're playing very spread across the map, not overcommitting to any particular fight or area. Just trying to pressure out some of this utility, which is definitely a net positive for the late round hit, not having to deal with potential snake bites coming through.
And there's there's a consideration to drift back because hookah gets given up there by Nagset because of the horn. And let's say, I bet you they're leaving A. Let's check it out.
That's damage from Infiltrator. Oh, what a shot from Neon.
18
He might be the real
and 2
deal.
days old and striking fear into the hearts of anybody who's not wearing his colors. There goes Benji down in a screaming heap. King able to make short work of the remainers of KRU, and yeah, this pistol round is, well, it's pretty open and shut case unless we see something truly incredible.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, these guys are feeling it. I mean, just straight up stat padding at that point from King. I don't blame him. He is quietly just been racking up kills throughout this entire map so far. Nags just praying that one of those pre-fires will hit something. Surely.
I think there's also a sense of like, well, I need to look like I'm trying to, you know, win this round at least. I've got to get out there and have a crack at it. But you do walk into that feeling like your odds are pretty low. It can be crushing. Nicely done by Leviathan. They worked the map really well off tiny bits of info. The Trailblazers sees two. They force the player out of hookah with the horn.
Yeah, get some util out. And King just says, I'm stopping. I'm going forward, buddy.
That opening shot, though, from Neon was really nice. So I was trying to hold it down.
Was crazy. That was ridiculous. All right, basically full save for KRU. Okay, now definitely a full save. Nags doesn't even want to get the bandit.
No, you might have kept track of just how many timeouts KRU have left. Is there a consideration to make use of one soon?
Don't know. Oh, well, yes. I mean, I'll tell you, they got one. Yes.
Okay. This time they got that shower control. Neon almost getting a freebie. Look at the push-up coming out of the smoke. Good flash, catches on the 3, and the ensuing fight favors KRU. Sato, though, sharp shooting and beautiful transfers to take 3.
Just the human highlight reel back at it. That one, honestly, probably not good enough, though, for the montage. They might hit the cutting room floor in post, but that was a light Sato moment.
That diet Sato.
Infiltrator's working his way towards elbow. This could be a good position if LEV don't expect the rotate to have come this quickly.
6 in the headhunter.
Only needs 3.
He's going to hear all of this. You feel Sato. Yep.
Yeah, they just weren't expecting the speed on that rotate.
Now, though, walking into a pretty easily assembled crossfire. And Neon doesn't even wait for Spikes to get in position. He'll line it up, and that takes Leviathan to 11. And some decent weapons to carry into the bonus. Guardian and Outlaw. See how that fares.
Fair attempt there from KRU with the pop-out flash. But yeah, it's tough to kill the Waylay, even when she's blind when you're doing that.
Yeah, Sato full flashed and double dashing away. That's nice. Yeah, very good intuition. You guys can insert the vocals there, I think.
All right, Infiltrator going, trying to post up a little bit more aggro and spam through, gets caught by Neon.
This is a gun round. This is a rifle round from KRU.
Oh, no.
That kind of kill is actually pretty absurd.
Yeah, Neon is just doing whatever he pleases right now. It's mostly just getting kills constantly.
There is something about getting onto the VCT stage and putting up this kind of performance immediately. Guy clearly has been very, very ready.
Yeah, this LEV team, I said it before, but man, they are going to be so dangerous. Just again, in that if you catch them on the wrong day where everyone is on point, who are you supposed to kill? Who are you supposed to fight on their team?
Like, Sato is just not bothered by this.
The fact that you get to move Spike onto as your Viper and have that level of firepower in the role is crazy. That's nice from MTA, playing close, and Nags picks up another. Swinging out, that's a good little hold.
MTA just sprays, I think, the Viper Wall off the side of the flash popping there. And then the Viper Wall comes straight down with the departure of Spike. The KRU here can establish a foothold. I will be honest, it is with the claws on the very edge of the cliff, but
10 seconds
they are still in this game. This round wasn't starting in a great fashion. Neon found a random shorty killer mid. Flashed out King. That'll be KRU with 4 rounds on the board. We mentioned this already. Doesn't feel like this is really a map that's part of KRU's pool. When you have to cobble a team together at short notice, you do not have a chance to have a deep playbook for all of these possible maps. So you should have some level of confidence about heading into Split, even if, this is a big even if, we haven't seen them play it yet.
Yeah, interesting pick for them coming up next. a map that I think they were banning and didn't play it, if I remember correctly. But yeah, at the very least, just, we're not playing it. Now I've decided to pick it into LEV, who did lose on the map, so I may be feeling like
they're 0-2, I think, on split, yeah.
Alright, this is just fast with the conversion pass. Sato all the way in, but Infiltrator's got the back of his teammate, Benji, going to LEV.
So the combat sim, they are chilling outside of Shower. At some point, Neon has to try and break this apart. Kings have been able to find 2 kills here. There's something brewing. Infiltrator! Oh, he was done either way. Between a rock and a hard place as the orbital strike came in, and Neon finally is able to chime on in from Shower. LEV and Governor stranded. Trying to walk out with his Odin, dragging his Keister onto the side. Neon will be waiting here as well for a very nasty little crossfire. And there it is. Blows just does not want to wait any longer. Map point here for Leviathan.
Watching Neon right now, it reminds me of the story of that scrim where Scream was playing and killing everyone, and then they didn't realize that he actually had invincibility on the whole time during the scrim. It feels like that.
You're trying to
He's
tell
just
me.
unkillable.
Are you trying?
He's just.
Who does that look worse on? The players that didn't realize he was invincible, or the player that was invincible and didn't realize it?
You just thought he was him, man.
That level of self-belief I aspire to. As a middle-aged white guy, I don't know. I thought I had it already unlocked, but that's another level, dude. My God.
Gonna fall back here.
All right, man.
Okay, well, you know, KRU, they're trying to go for the aggro play, but unfortunately they need all of the LEV players with a similar idea to just triple face on to Shower. And they do, in fact, get boomed. This might be all she wrote.
Yeah, there's really not much to do with this round now. You've lost both your players inside Shower. Governor is functionally trapped inside this TP room. He might be able to walk out, but then what? It's a very grim landscape that'll be waiting for him.
Yeah, Nag's just feeling like someone has to make a play. Why not me? Can't blame him, but...
We've seen 12-4s, 12-5s so far here in the kickoff. None of them have looked probably as one-sided as this one. This is feeling like a mismatch.
Honestly, I mean this in the most respectful way possible, but I think people would be surprised that we haven't seen a game like this with KRU yet. They've actually been way more impressive than we would have assumed. But like we're saying, this is kind of just an inevitability because they have had only a couple weeks to play together. There's no way their map pool is going to be fleshed out.
It's just I thought they'd run into a game like this early rather than later, right? Against in those higher to middle brackets, but...
Yeah, so hey, get it out the way here, burst. Dust yourselves off, get back for map 2, the actual pick. And we might be seeing a totally different KRU because we have seen that these guys, despite being just a cobbled together sub-roster with LEV Academy and Winthrop, that they have been able to take maps off of legit America's teams in both their other series.
Yeah,
so.
and also Abyss is the floated map, right? Which is one of the ones that KRU have actually been able to find success on.
Yeah, so the rest of this series could look very different. They can absolutely start playing it way closer. But Bind, just not their map. All good. GG. Time to go next.
And before you accuse us of coping about the map pool, well, you're kind of right, but there is at least some precedent to give us hope that KRU, if they get us to that third map at least, to make a bit of a game of it here. All right, thanks, Neon. Put us out of our misery here.
I'll give you another takeaway, though.
Okay.
Neon, well, he's definitely good.
Yeah.
if you haven't seen him before, now you know.
Not even that.
Neon is definitely good.
It's that brand of audacity that you don't often see from rookies, you don't often see in players in their debut maps. Neon ends Bind with 291 ACS. Very confident showing, and basically clowning on KRU on multiple occasions. You can't ask for much more than this. You've been sitting, waiting for your star player to be of age, and he looks like he has been at home the whole time.
And on top of that, as to what the team were saying after their last loss, they haven't been able to play with the actual roles that they've wanted, which, you know, hilariously is to move Spike off Duelist and get him on Viper, but this is what they're actually intending on playing with because Spike is such a flexible player on a team of, let's just sign every cracked out Duelist in the Southern Hemisphere and get them all in one squad. But yeah, so now that they have the actual roles going, you can see it's working in that regard too.
Still more to come, of course, in this series. That is Leviathan starting strong on their map pick of Bind. It's going to be split up next, but first, we're going to step away in Golden Boy and our analyst desk are going to break down our first map of the series.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Spikesy le pone una. Encuentra la doble Spikesy. Ese es el Leviatán que me gusta ver.
Hi, I'm here with a coach owner. Obviously, you guys had a very dominating map there. How has the vibes changed and the playstyle changed now that Neon is able to play back on the roster?
You know, we are feeling like natural right now because the last 2 games was very strange, very weird. I think that the team is not like vibing, you know. I'm pretty happy with the performance.
All right, great. Best of luck for the next map. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. There's a lot of hype around Neon's debut, and I want to give you a little insight to understand why he's got everybody talking. So let's talk about his timeline. He started playing when he was 13, but he joined that LEV Academy when he was 14.
Wow.
And guess what? In his debut, not only was he 14, but his first match, he dropped 52 kills in his opening match.
Jeez.
Going into 2023, he started, being full-time in that LEV Academy roster, and always being coached by owner and Jane, who is also the assistant coach. So he always had that extra support. Then going into 2024 as well, LEV allowed Furious Gaming, a challenger squad in Latin America, to borrow this LEV squad, so they had the chance to ascend if they got that opportunity. And in doing so, they got third place. They got first place going into stage 3 for challengers. Now, 2025, guess what? Not only do you have Neon that is winning stage 1, 2, and 3, but also ending the year, of course, being picked up by the official LEV roster, winning against RRQ, DRX, EDG, and BLG in a Chinese tournament that we had in the off season. And if that wasn't enough as well, for 2024 and 2025, he was IGLing and playing the duelist role.
That's insane.
He was doing it all.
Wow. Okay. Now I kind of understand why going into the season you had them as #1 for you, because that's crazy.
Which is insane.
Yeah, a lot of talent there, without a doubt. But of course, Neon had some help, right? Because Sato was out there doing the business on Bind. And Jonah, one thing that just stuck out to me right away was just the fact that you were seeing these guys work in tandem together, and it felt like there was nothing KRU could do to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, not only were they working incredibly together, but like just the calmness in his gameplay. Like, you know, this is his debut game, and I've never seen a more nonchalant, confident player.
Like if you told me this was your his first game, I would have slapped you in the face.
No,
I'd be like, that's a lie. There's just no freaking way, right? Because this kid is too good.
Yeah, just the impact that he had, specifically using the off on Yoru. I think him and Sato had a first blood record of 9 kills here, which is kind of insane for a stomp like this, and that being such a short game. But he was getting a pick every time KRU kind of was in his line of sight. Like, he was not missing. He was picking apart their exits, making it hard for them to kind of follow up anything.
Yeah, incredible though that, you know, to Jonah's point, right, what we're seeing is that confidence come on stage, but he's like elevating everyone else around him, and that's really dangerous because Sato, when he gets that opportunity, that kid does not let go.
Going into the match as well, Neon talked about how he didn't feel any pressure, and when we hear that, we just kind of don't believe it, because is this 18-year-old that is playing for the first time? But you know, once you see him on the server, you kind of understand why he's feeling so confident in the rest of the squad. You have this double duelist that can really do it all, Emily.
Yeah, no, for real. Especially like being in the lower bracket. I don't know how you don't feel pressure in that. But then when I look at not Neon, when I look at Sato being back on the Waylay, you can really see that that is his comfort versus the Yoru. He was making space on defense. He was willing to take fights, especially in those retakes, using his concuss, having his team kind of play around that.
Yeah, but now as we get ready for Split, I think it kind of brings it back to something you had said earlier, where like if KRU wants to win, right, they have to handle this in 2. So far, that's not happening, right? They have to win 2-1, right, no matter what. But you're going into Split, which is double duelist territory. So how does this shape out for KRU?
I mean, what I saw from that first game, it doesn't look good for KRU.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna doubt them, you know, just now, because it's a BO3. Anything's possible. We're like MIBR yesterday.
That's very true.
But yeah, seeing Neon the first game and Sato, like I'm full confident that LEV will make this a clean 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, LEV look very, very strong right now, and there's no reason to feel like they shouldn't close this one out. But do not count out KRU. If there's one thing that we've learned from KRU in the past is that team can get scrappy. But don't worry, folks. You got Mission Y meeting you guys on the other side. We'll see you after this. Oh, or an interview. That too. Sorry, Kurt.
I'm here with Coach Bayonne. Obviously, that first map didn't go your way, but you had a little bit of a comeback towards the end. What are you looking to change when it comes to this next map on Split?
Sí, la verdad es que netamente tenemos que cambiar actitud. Creo que entramos muy dormidos al juego. Así que solamente volver a los fundamentos del juego, jugar juntos, buscar buenos timings con las utilidades y eso, más que nada. Así que creo que este mapa es nuestro, así que lo vamos a hacer mucho mejor.
Yeah, we had that first map, we're kind of lacking a bit of attitude, you know, we're kind of sleeping. We really need to go back to our fundamentals, you know, with our utility and really close out this map, and we feel like we're going to close this one out.
All right, perfect. Best of luck in the next map. Thank you.
Okay, so I trolled. All right, I'm sorry, everyone. You know, sometimes, listen, you'd be surprised. I won an award for this. That's crazy. In any case, though, let's talk about what we're getting Split, because we did discuss the double duelist, how that is going to shape things out. But another thing from that coach interview, Dan, that I heard was him saying, you know, we got to play our own game. We got to do. What is that? Because when I looked at that Bind game, playing your own game, I don't know, man. Like, Leviathan just seemed to be on another level.
LEV do not let you do that at all. And it feels like even though it's this rivalry between the two squads, LEV has always had KRU's Visa's number now for quite some time. And you think about it not in the LATAM way, but even talking about the players and their history. Neon and Blozin back in Challengers last year, they were constantly winning against MTA and Benji. You think about Sato, and yeah, we know him from LEV last year, but even before, towards the beginning of last year when he was playing for M80, he actually took down Infiltrator in Challengers, eliminating
so there's
him
a history here.
From stage 1 in Challengers as well, in a university team as well. So it's something that you wouldn't expect. And of course, King has been constantly winning against KRU. So it just feels like they do have the upper hand. And don't get me wrong, you guys know that I love KRU. But LEV is just insane right now.
No, they really are. That game right there. I mean, you were hearing, the casters, right, talk about it as well, and just be like, this is wild, right? Did not expect this level of play. And look, we know what's on the line here, right? This is the lower bracket. You lose here, you're done. You don't get that opportunity to go to Masters Santiago. And what's particularly heartbreaking here, Emily, is that you have two teams that represent the LATAM community. How incredible it would have been for them to be able to represent in their region.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, a team does have to come out on top here, and it's gonna be close, hopefully, going into the second map. And I don't see KRU kind of going down without a fight like they've been this whole time.
Yeah, that's all we can ask for, folks. Okay, now I'm going to take you to a commercial break. When we come back, you're going to see Uber and Wyatt on the other side. You're going to be treated to their amazing voices. We'll see you guys then.
What they saying, what they saying, what they saying, what they saying. No, they watching what they saying, 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 what they saying. No, they watching. I turn an L to a lesson, okay. I turn a curse to a blessing, okay. All of my time is invested, now it's not a preface for greatness, I'm destined, okay. Can't do no minimum wage, I'm out of your league, get out of my face. I ain't out burning no sage, I listen to God, he tell me to wait, okay. Slide through, making moves, tell him fact check, go and get the truth. Who you know like us, go and get it jumping, gotta be the shoes. I was down bad, tripping, still kept a vision,
One map into this series between Leviathan and KRU, to be forgiven for thinking this doesn't have any stakes because of how jovial and relaxed, especially the blue side of the stage, has been. But no, there is elimination on the line here from Kickoff. We are in the lower bracket. KRU VCT need to step up on their map of Split to stay alive in the series and tournament.
This is a map that KRU have not played, but are picking directly into LEV because they've played it twice and lost it twice. Now, similarly to what we've seen with their agent swaps on Bind, they're doing it again here on Split. It's the Neons here. Just to add water, throw him on the duelist, and we move Spike over to playing Viper, where Spike is just going to be playing a ton of Viper in the meta right now this year. So, nice and easy for them, and KRU are going with a comp that we saw MIBR play. I feel like a lot of teams in EU have been running the Raze plus Yoru on Split at the moment, so a familiar look from both sides for sure.
I think that Neon's looked incredible in this series, but Blows has really impressed me. Very good composure, playing some fantastic site anchor on B of Vine. It's looking very, very, very snappy as well with some of these sheriff-style rounds. KRU VCT, yes, it's a compromising situation. They've found themselves here in Kickoff, but they're in control of their own destiny. That's more than many could say. In times like this, it's time to step up, step out.
KRU will be starting on that attack side. See if they can get their bearings as far as the team play. I think especially on attack, upping the pace, being more decisive. We didn't see enough of that from them on Bind. There were rounds where they were making the right decisions, getting to the right sites, but they just weren't actually playing with that explosivity they needed to be. It's all on the line for them right now, and I want to see them just lock in as far as, playing with no fear in those moments, like just making the decision and going for it.
The Prowler does not see Neon. It runs into Sato, who quickly just refracts away.
King does see that a gate crash has passed him by already with the paranoia to delay. A little nade for default as well, but KRU kept at bay for now. They do drag a ton of rotates, and look at this.
Look at the inserts! Did already! Governor, some fancy footwork to get him out. Shoots the clone straight away, able to turn it. Doesn't see damage done as far as Neon's concerned. He's happy to back up.
At the same time, Nags had worked his way all the way through A, so KRU wanted to get over towards this side of the map, but Nags is spotted now. Yeah, spotted, but it's dragging the rotates from left towards A because surely KRU are just going to go to A to meet up with Nags, right? But no, they're outside B, and it looks like they're not being super decisive. But it's okay. But it's okay. They're going into the B site. It took a second.
Yeah. Can King slow this in? No, he can't. He's out of util. Cannot be slowing this down at all now. Sato, no saturate
30 seconds
for the
left.
waylay.
It's all right, guys. They're not there.
They got
You're safe. You're safe.
You never know.
Plant that spike. Basically, zero util for LEV. They have a pawn. That's it. Oh, I like this. They want to fight for a pick.
Yeah, I like this. Sato playing off the King. At least go 1-for-1 here, or not. Nicely done by KRU. That is very well put together, but it is Neon. He's on for 3. And it's Benji solo at least. Spike's already planted, but there it is. Speaking of which, its namesake whips around a corner for his finisher.
Yeah, what can you do against Neon, though? I mean, I like that maneuver from KRU. They were able to get back into the open site, and then being a man down, they push for something active to find kills, get the advantage. That's all great, but Neon is just a phenom player.
This is just a... It's just a bunch of zoom-ins, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
That's what I'm saying.
He's like, Owner's got the button-up shirt. Looks like, yeah, what'd you say, youth soccer team?
That's what the LEV, it looks like they have soccer kits on.
What's going on?
The youth, yeah. What? I'm just out there with the youth league team.
The kids are all right, I guess. Okay, despite me feeling like I'm aging more and more rapidly with every second of this game I see. Leviathan, even a fresh. Neon's going to be able to get out with the gate crash. Now some degree of heaven control will be contested.
Personally, I did like your comparison with the little Minecraft zombies running around. It does feel like that.
Oh my god, it's just a bunch of ankle biters that have been given AKs.
Maybe like the kids and weapons just running around.
There's a bunch of Chucky dolls, bro. Yeah.
There's plenty of comparisons we can make, but this LEV team are scary, man. They are scary. And last 2 players from KRU, seeing if they can take on Spike, and
nice.
The jump shot, sure.
Slip through, simply into another layer of the trap. Leviathan had set up. Pistol rounds, few and far between for KRU in this game. Leviathan here, confident. This definitely feels like another day at the office.
Except it's not been another day at the office.
Considering that
the first day of the office.
Considering for these guys, it could be a labor law violation. No way I'm sending them to a cubicle.
All right, KRU on the full buy. Money isn't there yet to get the operator, but when you're playing against LEV and Neon, you have to be aware the second that is going to be used. They definitely know that there's an outlaw on the other side, though, and so they've got a lot of full armors to make sure they don't get one shot.
Prowler doesn't see anyone close up mid, so KRU starting to feel a bit more confident, but I wonder how much longer that'll be the case for. Spike playing around this poison orb inside the nebula, happy to step up and somehow misses those shots going past him. He's not within optimal range quite yet, though. But he is able to transition over to ropes and get a snake bite down to stop any further progress. Now King's pushed up with a judge.
Will be cleared by the Prowler, though. They should be able to deal with King if they just use enough util. Yeah, he's got to get out of there.
They're getting so much early util out of KRU.
In the meantime, Nags has just been kind of containing.
Is Onuru coaching both teams?
KRU are taking this quite slow. They want to get back to Nags, hoping that using that util, taking B main would have drawn some attention, but LEV have really had no desire to make any significant movements around the map. They do have the gate crashed all the way over a B, so it's not like Neon needs to do anything. You can just stay posted up. Not able to connect that shot, does have to retreat, so this is going to be blows over on A.
Well, don't think they're going far for the time being, are they? So, C's wears off. The util for blows has been too good, man. Like, absolutely spot on. It is a site take for KRU. They are in there without losing health.
But they're very in the site. They have no control of the map elsewhere, which is going to make this really dangerous. Now, that being said, LEV, they do need to close the distance with the shotguns. They have the Bucky and that Judge.
It's these 3 players off of A main. I think that's going to be the problematic part. Saturate catches. Daxon only needed 1 shot. Apparently, that's the Guardian for you. Gov. Trying to keep it clean here with some of the shorter peaks, but will be won out by blows. Time now starting to become an issue. Spike, though, is going to get involved with his outlaw, but Infiltrator emerges from the corner. Ghost? Not to be. Infiltrator finally, in a meaningful way, gets onto the kill feed.
That is super dangerous for KRU, just having no map control. They're going to get swarmed by LEV. But the better guns do end up winning that out. Man, Nags
hindered, by the way.
I mean, yeah, lucky to get that shot. I mean, obviously, Crosshair was well placed, but one chance when you're hindered like that with a Guardian, just one shot you can get off. So.
Good job.
And Governor early in that first map, definitely talking up the composure the KRU would have needed to have, especially against a team that's going to play so flagrantly in your face, so aggressively.
I mean, the problem is, though, KRU losing all of those guns they can't actually buy on this round, so it will be in the hands of Infiltrator to do something of significance with that one rifle. Neon with the Outlaw again, knowing that KRU's economy is in a terrible spot, so you can just go for one-shot kills with that.
Very well apportioned in this round. Early Prowler take. Sato backs up. So once more, so his first few layers of util being drawn out of KRU already, and straight into the grinder. Neon waits on Governor. This is going to be a flood though on this A side, and some pressure will be on the Yoru here. The rest of the side's smoked out, so Neon has to do much of this himself, and MTA eventually is going to be able to take him to task with the Classic.
Spike will go down. Nags has that rifle almost still line up.
MTA gets that Outlaw to hand now. Paranoia will actually catch on to Benji though.
Spike one-shottable, only 125 HP.
Shows himself, blows actually going down to Benji! What is this off the Sheriff? Spike steps up and gets rid of him, but he's got to be careful. 125 against the Outlaw. It's a dangerous game to play. But MTA's down to half. He's trying to get on out. Spike wants to take the challenge, but he's dinked as he rounds the corner. Still has a couple of seconds. The regen shields might be worth their weight in gold here, but MTA will bring him down.
What a play from Benji. Just wins the 1v2, close range with the Sheriff. It's nice from him. A little quiet today, but has definitely been able to make a name for himself over the last couple games that KRU have played. That was great for a shot. And just that super wide swing threw off the aim completely.
Just the staggered steps between those last 3 shots of the Sheriff. Hard to hit.
And that was well played. And now KRU have sent LEV onto the eco. All right, they're right back in the game, honestly. Right back in the game. Though I imagine LEV are a pretty dangerous team on eco rounds when they have Sheriffs. I would take a guess. Kind of scary. All right, well, Spike is getting adventurous and goes down straight away. Neon has committed a dimensional drift to run all the way through sewer on this round with the Bucky. No opportunity to get a kill. Will owner be pleased with how this round is playing out early?
Toxins going up.
Yeah, with half armor just like dry swinging mid into this round from KRU is interesting. Anyway, we take some B garage control.
Yeah, only King to deal with on the site.
We counter quasi one way.
He's got the bandit, but he's got no friends, no help, no armor, no paranoia. So he will be in trouble.
Dig down instantly. Infiltrator took him to task with nothing but a Classic. And the showstopper will be simply a deterrent. So you've got Sheriff, Bucky, and Sato with nothing but 2 legs and a pulse.
Looks like LEV are just ready to kill someone that goes into spawn. They have a nice little setup going. But I don't think that is going to happen. Feels like LEV may be getting a little bit overconfident in this round to some extent. I mean, the play with the dimensional drift early was kind of nuts to just send that on
it's like,
basically a pure eco with the Bucky to try to get a kill.
I have to imagine he was maybe hoping to catch a rotate or players like coming to A via sewer. Yeah, I think he ended up clearing a piece of YouTube, shooting at something there.
All right, well, tiniest bit of damage into the next buy round. Few ultimates for KRU. They've got a chance to keep this momentum going. Yeah, Infiltrator gets this kill, and then they're just slow, easy cleanup.
W gun, bro. W gun.
W gun, indeed. Infiltrator up to 6 and 3.
That's the exact reaction I expected. Yeah, it was more reserved.
Again, I think the shenanigans occurred much earlier in the round than the last moments. Okay, so a bit more of a slower start for Leviathan, but they're still testing the limits, I think, in a lot of these rounds. KRU, though, feels like they have a bit more of a structure, though, that allows them to, have a functional game plan if things go a little bit wonky early.
There is an instant pit in mid from Spike, but it definitely could be dealt with if KRU want to be bold and go through it with a dimensional drift, or with more of the util from the fade.
Nightfall it even, yeah. I would never do that off the side.
Yeah, they're going to clear it out right now. Dimensional drift goes through the pit, going to get the info on B. Cosmic Divide to cut it off, try and get a safe plant.
Wow, a lot thrown at this side yet. Nightfall at the back of B, and here's Kingno ready to fight for it. Oh, it's two. Governor tries to step out. There'll be a third there, but Spike steps in. An Infiltrator. The back of the B side has already seen much of this house of cards come down. Spike, well, you can see where it is, corner of the minimap. Back over towards B garage. The Infiltrator has to flash, dash his way through, and Spike will put an end to it.
Nicely played from King, just finding that little pocket between the cloud, the one little safe space of a map available to him to catch off those players in main. The fact that he gets the second and that isn't a trade is...
Yeah, he's hit with that Nightfall.
Crazy, yeah. Adjust the crosshair back, will sidestep into the crouch.
It does feel like it was, what, just the Raze deep in the side. The Raze comp, by the way, something we're seeing a little bit out of Europe at the moment.
Yeah, and we saw, yeah, like Osboss was playing the Raze with the second on the Yoru.
Definitely not as, like,
I feel like I've seen it in
it's
Europe
not as in vogue as it was, obviously, maybe last year, early last year, prior to that, but finding a way in still.
Right, fast and KRU to get up towards ramp, get their duelists inserted. Well, their ults expended that last round, but if Nags maybe gets the plant, gets an orb down, they could have a pit for a post plant. That could be big.
I mean, I don't want to downplay it, but that was Dimensional Drift and Nightfall and Cosmic Divide used in that one round, and they still lost it.
Yeah. Just all because of King. Stood in that corner. Now some pressure's going to come into mid onto Neon. Can he get a kill? Get out of here? Yes, he can.
I guess they shoot, no one's there. I get it. The Infiltrator hinted out. He's going to have to pull out himself.
Yeah, forced away, and a lot of KRU's intentions on this round were to have Infiltrator in a great position to be a playmaker, but now he's just been completely nullified.
There's no map control. There's a fair bit of stall util that can still come from Leviathan here. KRU want to fight out of ropes.
It looks like they still want to work into this A split with Infiltrator on that A
What
side.
split though? They got no ramp presence yet.
Yeah, it's really just going to require Infiltrator to either get a sick opening or for the pack to draw enough attention for him to make a play like he's doing right now. Working up, should be able to get a free kill.
Nice. Infiltrator. Oh, that would have been perfect, but he's cut down by Spike. Very quick response from the young gun. It is Benji up and over the top. Spike being caught in that seas. He's still able to find a crucial frag. But we got 13 seconds left in the round. And I think King knows exactly what's coming his way.
He has had no reason to leave that B site. The other three players were able to leave. There's just no time for this to happen. KRU have to just hold on to the weapons and go into the next round. Have sadly had a few rounds go in this direction back on buy 2 on attack where they're just put in an unwinnable position and forced to go for a multiplayer save like that.
Yep. Let's see how this plays. So first kill's in mid. This is Neon getting spammed through the boxes, and they don't fully commit to checking that corner. Sato gets out here and is covered beautifully by Spike.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really the fact that Sato gets out there is unfortunately the moment of the round that it's lost for KRU. And Infiltrator has been very good. That was a rare missed opportunity from him just in kickoff generally, honestly.
Yeah. Sato's been very good at also very getting out of danger very quickly with that waylay mobility. We saw it on Bind plenty as well.
Neon has now decided to pick up the op, posted up towards A, and Lev can play with a multi-man setup towards mid now. Spike absorbing that pressure, and Sato is just able to fight right out of it with his fract. Get back out to safety, but okay, Spike on the repick does get punished by Governor. And it's just patience from Nagzet. Doesn't want to overstep, and certainly not in a round where when you know obviously the money is out of control for Lev, they can easily buy an op, so you can't just give them any free openings by walking into sightlines.
Neon just got to blue gate crash up. Pretty big difference maker. Can't get away in time though, Governor. We'll already deal with him.
Yeah, Neon's a little greedy there. He really wants to get a kill before the Prowler actually connects onto him and completely obscures his vision, and he's punished for it. Governor's getting some good plays off in this round. Conversion Path's going to hit onto Nags, but not the other two players.
This is for Blows' benefit, I think, more than Sato's. Yeah. He's going to try and get into elbow quickly. 5 spinner now. Infiltrator is spotted out.
A lot of damage onto Blows.
Yeah, man, still spotted out through those smokes. That's brutal. Now Nagzet alone. Blows might be low, yes, but King and Sato are still fighting fit. And that paranoia will affect Nax. Not that it matters inside that pit.
Yeah, trying to work himself into a cheeky position, but yeah, unfortunately, there's just so many LEV players. Someone's going to run into him. Someone's going to see him at some point there.
It's the loss of, I think, was it Governor there as well, who died just by screen. That little gap in the smoke.
Yeah, it was a good ult from Sato, like I said, to just set up blows coming out of the nade to catch someone who's potentially wide open in the site.
This one.
Oh, there.
Infiltrator it was, yeah. Hate to see it.
Thinking he would have had a moment to step into the pit, but One Way was still offering just enough vision. Yeah, now, necessary timeout here for KRU. Money in a bad spot. Still nowhere close to any ultimates because they lost that last round with all of them as well. 2 rounds ago, rather, for that B-exec with a multi-ult hit.
It does feel like you're watching KRU trying to force things up mid quite extensively, right? And they're being interrupted. It's like Sato through smoke is spraying, or he's sitting there with a shorty playing close inside that poison orb top mid. And at best, KRU may be finding one of those mid players. I think they got Spike inside rope room or something like that. But then how that they push off that springboard into the next phase of the game plan seems to be struggling. And Infiltrator has been pretty safe, trying to work ramp, maybe. We saw that one round where he almost catches Sato. He's a little bit late on that pinch, but has a real big opening. This feels like, yeah, when things go slightly wrong for KRU early in the round, the response, the pivot is a little slow.
And the thing is, too, that's on a couple of them that's frustrating watching is that they're actually making the right read and heading towards the right side or doing the right thing, but they're just doing it too slowly. Like, there's a level of hesitation there, but they're making the right call. It's just needs more willingness to just push it into overdrive.
You got to commit to the bit. Yeah. So let's see it again here from KRU. Once again, it's a pretty standard emphasis toward mid. I like that. Poison orb lineup, nice and deep.
Prowler just to make sure that no one was hiding the back box. And okay, MTA fast into the smoke. Nice kill on the King.
It's also, yeah, a lot of the stall util now. King, obviously off the table.
And they know where that op is at.
Also, their Prowler's been an issue for Neon.
Okay, and Infiltrator catches Spike. Oh my god. That is insane. I mean, Governor just obviously jump peeking, so the second player lower could get the kill, but Neon is just way too fast.
Now, without Prowler, with Governor down, your ability to force Neon off the line is kind of limited. You have the flash from Infiltrator, but it's uncomfortable playing a contact game against that entrenched Yoru would be. So they heading off to the A side, and they should be sniffed out here by Leviathan. It's going to be a hot minute, though, before they can actually mount a response.
And just given the lay of the map right now, KRU should be able to set up a pretty good post plan.
Yeah, how much control of the map can they get off the site is my question. This is an important fight to win, and Benji never stood a chance. Sato channeling his inner Arsena, wins that out convincingly.
What is the move here? They're kind of all routed into elbow at the moment. Infiltrator still has one flash to play with. MTA spots the gun barrel. Danger feels like he needs to retreat, doesn't know what's happening.
I don't hate the screen's presence.
Towards main. He didn't want to expose himself too much.
They've pinged Infiltrator spot. There might be a double swing off this. Oh, he's just not looking for it. Timing, maybe. Either way, the intuition's a bit off there for Infiltrator. Here comes the play down elbow. Nags are going to go and spray away, of course, with his Guardian. MTA able to split that double face up, but he's ready. Oh, my goodness. Fighting out of a corner. KRU keep it to within 1 round.
Crazy they were able to get away with that win, honestly. They were really struggling to take any map control. It was awkward in screens when Infiltrator was just not really entirely sure where to look. They didn't have info on everything that was happening. They got good picks early in the round, but felt like it wouldn't have been enough. Nice little play from Nag, though.
They had both mid players dead to right.
Nice, Max! Oh my god, you're insane.
Sick little 2K.
And good call, bounce off towards that A side after, having not a lot of information outside of the fact that there was a Yoru whopping at B. That was enough to convince them not to go there.
Bear in mind, LEV, they won the pistol round, so post-pistol, KRU have won the majority of the rounds. They're winning the gun rounds. Oh my god, Spike is lit up. Decayed down as well in some serious danger.
Just unaware, I guess, that the Boombot's got behind him. Okay. Another dry peek onto a contact line that Neon was holding.
Neon is just always in a different spot, taking a different line. Little adjustments to the height, stood up there. He's just such a nuisance to deal with. I saw that the entire time on bind. He was just never opting from the same position, and then it's just so quick to teleport to pick up somewhere else.
Good
Nice,
patience.
another chance. These LEV players are weak.
So, adjustment of the crosshairs, pretty good. 2 is enough, you feel? Neon is already where he needs to be, exactly where he needs to be. And there's King. He could have pushed off that mailroom angle and took a fight there through the smokes. He doesn't. Patience pays off for the IGL.
Neon's Yoru teleport positioning and the lines that he's picking to reset up on for both maps are really top tier. Because util usage is pretty impressive in that regard. Just having a guy like that on your team, knowing when you're playing against LEV and they're on defense that there will or could be an off pointed in the direction you're heading at any given moment, with a guy that's basically never missing is just a massive threat the entire time.
Yeah, a player that's everywhere on the map and never misses.
Exactly.
Okay.
Just like this, just extremely obnoxious layer of difficulty then you also have to work through on top of everything else.
The next gen, folks, watch out. Valorant's about to change. So actually some early A presence here. So KRU, given their weaponry, were hoping just to punish a push off of that part of the map, which we saw a lot on bind from LEV in fairness. They did try and capitalize there on extremities early by pushing up, but not so much this round. They know it's a little risky, and they know the buy is awkward for KRU.
Yeah, KRU just trying to reach
Showstopper
A, but they're going to walk into Sato, take that first shot, get away, and then after, you have Blow's top ramp ready to peek, but he's smoked off, so Sato's a bit isolated. Again, these seasons from so good.
The decay was good, but who's going to be there to follow it up? Because Blows is already heading back. Maybe a call came to try and pull off that ramp area, but Sato was left stranded.
And now with that kill, with a showstopper available as well. Oh my god. Well, not as available as it was when I started that sentence.
Definitely less available now. It's clinging to his cold, lifeless grip. But
the KRU, they sent it on both the ults after that initial kill to win this round. Can't really blame them for that, right? Even though it's an eco. Neon getting the information, calls out the paranoia.
That's paranoia, but Neon appears within his effective range.
It's that new close range on the paranoia coming into play.
Spike down though, it's Governor and Benji. Considering how they started this round, this isn't too shabby, it's on Gov. Here's Decay down. All one, either way, it's a strong win. Would have blown him over, and King has the shorty to get the job done. That's 7-4 here for Leviathan. KRU fighting well. Hard-fought rounds for KRU in this half, make no mistake.
Sadly for KRU, 2 of their actual round losses post-pistol have been the rounds where they used 3 ults again here. And you can't blame them for any of the ult usages, right? Sato is caught early, so they get that kill, retrieve another gun. All right, send it. Dimensional Drift, get the showstopper off, but you can't predict that Blow's just going to one-tap you while you're satcheled up with a showstopper, and your Governor uses the Nightfall in the 1v1. It's all fine. Nothing, you know, there's no bad decision there, but LEV just still come out on top, hitting some crazy shots.
King reaching into his pouch for the next handful of catnip to throw for his Zoomers to chase. This is his last round of the first half. Nova Pulse there, very early from Benji, just in case it's a faster hit.
That ramp just getting re-smoked by King, so Sato can keep watch. Benji trying to ensure that there's no B main push, no one walking down mid.
This is very slow for KRU.
Yeah,
obviously Cosmic Divide gets them into A without having to worry too much about you know, Heaven or Screens potentially.
Yeah, they're trying to bait, you know, something out or get LEV to rotate. Maybe someone walks into them trying to get info. Neon, I mean, almost did, but now they're going to activate.
Okay, the re-smoke towards Heaven again. Oh, that's pretty illuminating info. I think, yeah, KRU going to bounce back now over towards A. 38 seconds left. They've got to go for it here. Hard contact on the side. Blows with big damage on MTA as he crosses over, but not enough to find a kill. Nice little short pick there from NTA. Baits out the op shot. Neon might be alive, but he's in a bit of an awkward spot.
Barely alive, and Cosmic Divide still not even used for Benji, who is, by the way, in market over towards B. Bro is miles away, but he does send in the wall. MTA is lights out this round.
Everyone watching that wall. It's going to be on King, and this will be the start of a pretty insane ace. Cosmic Divide is obviously really going to slow up his plans of world domination.
Benji on the world's longest lurk, ready to activate.
Oh, that snappy stuff, but there's more where that came from. Naxet there, back behind screen on the side below. It's Gov. Spotted out. That's going to be Naxet getting the job done. All right, KRU get up to a respectable 5 rounds on this attack side. And honestly, we're able to walk up inside that A side essentially for free.
Yeah, that was not bad from them at all.
Where are you?
Pretty decent half. Governor had some good moments. That haunt was huge, but MTA here really steps up. Yeah, there was that little jiggle peek you called out for the re-swing to get the first, or the second kill rather, but that first kill in elbow.
Yeah.
That was nice.
Super heads up from
Good half. Good half overall from KRU.
Okay, now we have had a chance to have Dan Dryad herself listen in on some of the comms. We'll have her standing by to give us all the juicy details.
Thank you guys. I got the chance to listen to the voice comms, and for LEV, I know that we always praise King for his IGLing, but after I heard them, I feel like we're not praising him enough. This guy on the IGLing role, especially for these young players, is insane. Not only when he's alive early in the round, but also when he's dead, constantly communicating how the plays should be working. If one of those players is feeling like they want to get a little bit more aggressive, they have that instinct of the double duelist to run it a little bit faster, King is reminding them, hey, stay calm. And also, it has to be said, throughout these years, we've seen King IGL in Spanish and English, and now is IGLing in Portuguese. The only times where that changes was when he was directly communicating with Neon, the Argentinian player, with little things that they wanted to do together with that Omen and that Yoru, whether it was early in the round, whether it was in the middle of the round, or when they had to go in those clutches. We know King for doing that before, but that communication continues to do so. And for the vibes, you guys know that the vibes have always been great for this LEV squad. You always hear it pretty often from Sato, always making jokes. Whether a play maybe doesn't work out for him, he's making a joke about it, he's taking it easy, and everybody else is just having a good time. When it comes down to Onur and the coaching and the communication, it was very on point. He immediately recognizes what those mistakes or what those little fixes should be, and the squad makes sure that they're able to correct it just in time. It's honestly very impressive, very clean, and these young players, you can tell that they're ready to win. This is everything that I have, and I'll send it back to you guys.
The Leviathan Juggernaut looking like a well-oiled machine in this series. A very one-sided bind sees this get to a bit more of a hotly contested split. It's a first half attack side for KRU that nets them 5 rounds. But they were pretty slow. They were pretty ponderous at times. Whereas Leviathan, we saw that real pace from them on bind. And I'm looking out to see if we still see that same level of velocity from them.
I want to see Neon activate here and what they have in store for us with Sato on these executes. KRU played out a pretty good attack half though, and they definitely still have the energy, and they were really hyped up winning some of those rounds. And now LEV to just 1-3-1, working into mid a little bit, and now it looks like they want to rework B main, where Infiltrator's gotten super aggressive, still has a little bit of time left on that gate crash.
KRU are clearing A main here quite aggressively. Spikes might actually get what he came for. No, they're going to be pre-enemies. Ah, goal! 2 for 1. Oh man, KRU just ran straight into the trap, and there was a gate crash back there for Neon, so a potential inclination to ping over towards that A side of the map anyway.
And now just slow from LEV, making a decision on where they want to end on this round. Infiltrator still posted up on B. KRU will definitely demand some heroics for him in this moment. No util to work with. Doesn't have a gate crash. He's just got to hit shots. That's it.
It's a bit of an off angle, I will say, so it gives Infiltrator an opening, sure. Spike with his 3rd of the round, though.
30 seconds
Heaven
left.
and Fence spawn smoked. We're going to walk up. Kind of a very standard 4 players up in the post line.
Yeah, nearly 2 kills. Sato pretty weak, but Nags on the long rotate. Feels like this one is almost all but wrapped up. Unless Benji could catch a timing maybe on this rope player.
You won't check for this, no way. He's going to drop down straight on top, and he's going to find out the hard way.
Sorry.
Neon was waiting for him.
Yep, KRU just punished for the proactivity over towards A main, and Spike is going to get some easy kills there, especially when you see him on the cam. He's about 2 inches away from his monitor. You're never missing a shot that close up while you're also 2 inches away from your crosshair.
Yeah, exactly. The double headshot, though, is pretty crispy. That's a pretty grim sign, though, for KRU, who really wanted to get off to the races early here, and it's simply them being a little starved for info on the A side of the map, pushing up. Spike got to feast on him.
5 classics. KRU want to do something adventurous. Time to go down mid, but they're going to walk into a double face.
Okay. Like that.
Wow, and they win it out.
Hey. The Kliko's got some legs, bro.
Players are pretty weak running back, and they don't actually have an opportunity to get any of the guns, though. That is a major issue.
King was poised to punish.
Is Neon going to get caught?
No, a bell. Okay. Oh, a lot of these 2-for-1s we've seen. Okay, so numbers are even, and an outlaw finally over to KRU. They spent 3 players on this endeavor, though, and MTA is definitely pretty susceptible to kind of any of the weapons remaining in the LEV arsenal. LEV don't really know where they want to end up, though.
And KRU don't know where to look. These last 2 players could be basically anywhere on the map.
Pretty hard to play hide and seek if one side doesn't know where to go and the other side doesn't know where to look.
MTA's holding the spawn flank angle there for a moment. Well, that smoke going
30
down.
seconds left.
We'll get one of them, surely.
Yeah, convincing KRU.
It has worked.
There's some B activity going on. That is
devious.
Not the case.
That is devious. And King also is going to have both his smokes up here in the post plant.
Yep, just leaving Spike up in heaven for the easy win in this post plant. It would definitely require KRU to do something more crazy because this setup is so difficult to beat.
It's going to be an average bonus round, though, for Leviathan in terms of what they're probably going to be able to bring in.
The King is one-shottable by the Outlaw, but Spike has the full armor as well, so.
They're super relevant.
One enemy remaining.
And that was MTA, already down to about 50 odd.
Enemy remaining.
Okay, Benji. I will permit myself to believe. 35 points. Oh, dear. Well, you hate to see it. You hate to see it.
No longer believing, but, at least he got the 1 kill. And they got a lot of damage done. They did do a lot of damage.
Yeah, only a Guardian taken out of the round, I think, by Spike.
Yep, that is it. So, hey, they'll take that.
Don't mind this.
Crazy that they came up the winners of that fight in mid.
Yeah, I think if they'd overpushed, obviously, in the King's position, they might have been in trouble, but they didn't go for the guns, tempting as they were. So it's 9-5 now, with KRU getting to buy out fully. And Leviathan, as you would kind of expect, have a bit of a patchwork assortment of weaponry. So where do they find best use of them?
Prowler over on A cleared out main, but Nags has been very passive over there, so it didn't even...
Yeah, I mean, Spike has been sitting in the back corner, so I don't know what that is supposed to tell you.
Yeah, they're just lobbing Util over there. A Haunt came over as well, but I think Nags dodged it now. Or sorry, I meant Spike, sorry, playing passive. Sorry, I mixed them up in my brain. But yeah, it was Governor then on the move.
Okay, Neon's got himself in a rope, though. He's going for it. Saturate deployed there, but Sato doesn't want to linger. Drew the paint shells out at least. But the extremities are still very slow. Spike's starting to get active now. King, though, not so much.
Toxin screen down.
Okay. This is... Oh, what? Oh, the timing.
Oh,
okay, dude, really ships in the night. Okay.
But he doesn't go. That's crazy.
Portal closed.
All right. Well, Heaven now is where it's at. Prowler doesn't see anything as far as I can tell. Neon through smoke trying to spray down. Spotting MTA. Okay.
Getting a little bit bold with the peak, with the jump up there.
Surely this time we'll see each other, right? Well, Magzet gifted one of the easier kills of his competitive career. Blows has a skirt around the edge of that grav well. There's only 10 seconds left for a plant. Just trying to do some damage on the way out as a plan for blows.
One enemy remaining.
And Nagzet will meet him in the middle. Leviathan going to concede around into KRU. Again, it was a bit of a weird bonus anyway, but they keep the Vandal they came into the round with. And now they'll be up to full strength.
Yeah, clean though from KRU. Nice, easy round. Aggression over in Heaven was pretty mental. Not really any actual like util coming through the smoke. They just sent it on the jump up.
Spike down.
All right, let's get our bearings here now. So we head into round number 16.
Round 16, not one ult to speak of.
Yeah, still none. Honestly, these
Infiltrator's close, but that's really it.
Very distributed kills across both sides. One variation is that you'll see Neon a little bit further forward here on A. So that's just another layer on top of, Spike already being pretty passive on this side of the map.
That Prowler was broken by the player in main, so Neon's position would go a bit more unnoticed. Gate Crash is going to expire soon. So how much does he want to commit to this?
Closed. Governor jump peaks and sees it, so actually he has to renew the Gate Crash.
Smoke now going on mid, Prowler into vent. Lever trying to work ramp, work that mid section as well, but MTA just gets a free kill on Sato. Neon, I mean, we're
walking,
fellas. We're
walking.
We're really just walking into him right now.
Yep.
King says, my turn to walk into the B main.
Crossing a road in New York City.
Okay, but sure, but this time they've killed them doing the same thing. Well, I mean,
okay, now we're over on the B side. Forget about it.
Sure, I guess.
If just walking doesn't work out, have you tried just walking?
30 seconds left.
Hunt here now for blows. Governor trying to get ahead of this.
Oh my god.
Beautiful little two-piece here.
I mean, he wins.
He's too far away. There's no way that Spike is going to get here on time.
I'd win.
Governor gets it done. What a bizarre round.
I don't know what to make of that one. All right, replay operators. Just give me the replay so I can talk over it. Yeah, this was just Sato went in just hard clearing the front corner. Neon was
satisfying.
I don't know what bro was doing, and then
I'm looking for like the
re-walked into B heaven. King just walked out B main. Governor just walks out. They really real walk round.
Okay. All right, well we've thrown that one in there. Now perhaps
some honest Valorant.
Yeah, it was very gunplay focused kind of round, you would say. I'm sure the devs are happy to see it.
Face your fear.
All right, let's be off to the races here at B. Benji is going to get caught inside their Nightfall.
Straight up hit, has to fully retreat, but they do have that dimensional drift for the eventual retake. At the moment, no one from LEV is even in a flank position. Maybe a late reflank from King. Looks like he wants to activate that. But intentions are to get in right now. That sees with the nade is perfect.
Blow's not able to get away. Great combo. Now the dimensional drift is in. Pit's still up for now, but LEV down to 3.
Down to 3. King needs to be fast on this flank as well.
Beautiful from Infiltrator. That's going to bring the Pit down, and King is going to be late to the party. We could stick it.
Stinger at that range. That's not the ideal flanking weapon getting into heaven.
It's got to be LEV timeout time.
Now that was a good round from KRU. I liked what I saw there. That was the decisiveness, the hitting the go button that I want to see from them.
Yeah, it is timeout time.
Benji gets out, and then they just flood right back in. No easing up of the pressure. Pit is going down as the spike is going in. They get this seize nade combo. Dimensional drift is already in there, spotting players. Nags gets that kill onto Neon. They're multiplayer faced in main. Like that. That's what I want to see from KRU. There's the pace, there's the decisiveness, the aggression.
But honestly, it's been few and far between in this map and in the series in general. But it's not too late. Definitely,
no,
of course.
That's got to feel good.
Yeah.
Like to also play out a round like that, and you're like, wait a second, we could just send it. We're kind of like that, right, guys?
I do feel like though for Leviathan, the last couple of rounds have been a little sloppy in terms of, I guess, how they're looking to set up. Maybe even lacking some inspiration. I don't know. Like they Nightfall onto the B side, right? They get Sato deep. He throws the saturate, forces MTA off. Great. Viper's Pit in the post plant. Great. They do have to deal with the dimensional drift though. Infiltrator able to find a kill as he comes out of that. Take Spike out, Pit down. That's a problem. So yeah, KRU do have the answers on board to answer that kind of round.
They just didn't really have anything set up after the pit. There was no play outside of really just like, we're gonna hide in the pit. Neon was in main, and then King went for the super late decision to wrap into Heaven and flanking. But he also had a stinger, so it's gonna be difficult for him to help win out a round from that position with the stinger anyway. That guy should be in the pit with the stinger, and he should have someone earlier in the round with a rifle flanking Heaven. It was just, yeah, a weird situation, but anyhow, LEV gathered up entirely on the A side of the map right now. All 5 players. A couple stingers in this round. Bucky for the Waylay, who is in right now.
Oh, not good for Infiltrator at all! King with the stinger! Straight through the poison orb, and now an opportunity to collect themselves, and they're all going to sit under Rafter. Resmoke the screens. Basically funnel crew through this one entry.
MTA does have the showstopper. Maybe a free kill if he sends it towards Hell.
I mean, the weapons aren't good for LEV to stop him in mid-flight, that's for sure. Okay.
Ooh, that could have been a free one, but a straight whiff from Sato. 0 damage. Now if the showstopper gets an easy kill here, surely you check this right corner.
Here it
or
is,
just send an elbow.
And there he goes, blows instantly down. Kingno's still a problem. Up close with the stinger and spikes, down to find Nags. It's down to Benji and MTA. Oh, Neon in the swing, had the weapon for it too.
Diffusing.
Benji can only tap and hope to take a fight outside the smoke, but look at King has gotten in there, and there's no time. Benji is out of time. Nice fast hit for LEV. Position under Rafter, and even the showstopper can't put a damper on the round.
And LEV hit them with the triple teleport execute. Just every...
Waylay Yoru,
all of them just teleport straight into the site.
And they actually have a dimensional drift now for a potential pit from Nagset down mid.
That's a crazy little Yoru play. That's what I'm saying. Neon has some tech with the Yoru. It's not just like straight raw aim, and he has really smart teleports on
Kinda
defense.
like
And there
extra,
it was like,
right?
yeah,
Like,
just
reminds me of a bit of a specialist. They've got these tricks.
silly little, you know, I say silly in that it's funny, but it's good. Like good little flash over the top, and then the triple TP, Omen into Heaven. They're everywhere, man. But
Infiltrator over to an op here.
as is Neon. In these situations, it has been Neon getting the best of Infiltrator, but it's mostly been with Neon on defense and Infiltrator walking into him. So.
Gunner's played really well off this Heaven position though. Neon hasn't really been able to get in. This round, no exception.
Completely forced away. Now trying to find some kind of angle to post up on. Playing mid, grouped up with this other duelist, Sato.
And King's been playing this B side. He knows that he and Benji are bogged. Like they are basically just there to provide the fulcrum.
Full 1-3-1. LEV just not committing to either side, keeping their options open.
They're gonna have to probably pressure this Heaven spot. Get a smoke in there.
All right, King is going back with the group up towards mid now. Dimensional drift.
Okay.
Going to be sent into B Heaven. This is a fake though. They're taking a spike towards A. Sato is in and then refrags. He says bye. And Yoru gets out of there as well. Trying to go through towards A, but they're not that fast. KRU are getting their players back site. They're just now getting through Heaven.
LEV can watch the cross though. I think that's the issue now for KRU. They're trying to get past over towards screens, but they're being seen from Heaven, and Infiltrator could be in trouble. Decay down, caught by the seas. There's Gup though. Spike is down. Wayward spray from Sato. Then it gets very, very messy. 11 are down to 2. And there's no chance to plant. That is KRU meeting LEV in the middle when it comes to pace. And they give them nothing in the early round.
Yeah, great response. They got players back site. Infiltrator was on the cross. LEV had a pretty good fake going, but then maneuvering back through Heaven were just slow to get into the site itself. The KRU were able to match and I think exceed the pace. They totally understood what the situation was.
The money is boomed. I think Neon actually has a bit of a savings to sort of leverage here, but outside of that, that's a tough round for Leviathan. And again, they play a pretty default, right? 1-2-1, get up mid, and then just somewhat arbitrarily decide a site to hit. But KRU were quick on those rotates back from the B side. Nagset also was sitting on a pit, doesn't make use of it in that round, so we are going to see another round where, you know, someone like Neon is not going to have that dimensional drift anymore. It's going to be harder to clear. Neither Blows has a Nightfall either. This might be a chance to throw this down at mid and force LEV out to the extremities in that next gun round.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if we get out of this timeout another weird triple teleport kind of hit, a bunch of silly weapons, get shotguns and stingers in the mix. type thing. Again, yep, there's your Bucky for Sato. Yep, there's your Stinger. It's going to be one of those kind of rounds from LEV. And then on the subsequent one, they'll have the conversion paths. So maybe even try to sync that up with King's ult, like use the ult to spot someone out and then hit them with the paths when we get to the actual buy round. Some kind of combo like that. But this time it is straight up hit B on the eco round.
Nothing in mid this time.
Prowler from KRU defensively gets no info on A, so rotates should begin.
Flash, TP in, Benji forced out, can't escape this time! Alright, rifle recovered for Sato. B site, essentially locked down. Got to be careful, of course, of paint shells over on the plant spot. I think that's something that Blows is a little scared of. MTA for now holds that in Arsenal. It's a pit to flood back into B.
At the same time, you have to keep your eyes on Sato, who could just rip the conversion paths at any given moment. And he's got the lineup for it for Spawn. That'll only hit Nags, though. It won't actually be that effective.
No way! Okay. Neon trying to get something done there. Here comes a conversion pass. Spike off a flank timing. Sees the barrel of Infiltrator. Crucial shot miss. He's going to try and take the shorty fight, and he wins it out. Now you've lost your Heaven presence. Sato, though, onto the defuser. MTA was low, of course, having to fight through. Inside the pit, they are falling one by one, and Sato is getting his pick of the litter. He's got Blows as well to rely on here. Time not on Nagzet's side. Gives it a tap. Surely not! What was that from Nagzet, man? No time in the round, but geez. Keeps it tight. Sato knows he's done enough.
Sato just in the perfect position, actually harvesting the freest kills because they keep trying to defuse in the little section that's in the pit, so he knows exactly where they are.
You can tell as soon as they tap it, yeah. Nice start to this round, yeah. I mean, process of elimination was pretty easy there for Sato.
One enemy remaining.
And that's this was a crazy play from Nags, but...
I concur. I couldn't agree more.
I'm with him.
That's a big round to win, though. Just as it feels like KRU are creeping back in. That's another Leviathan timeout round with another weird concoction. And Nagzet finally makes use of that Viper's Pit in order to get back into the site, but it's just a feature of the way that it's laid out that Sato has an easy time killing the diffuser.
Yeah. And it started with Benji trying to get out again like that previous round, except this one he actually is caught, sadly, so... LEV now. You have the Nightfall up. Got that in this last round, so they can keep the ultimates rolling.
What is the plan supposed to be? This would be the last timeout now. Benji, just a couple of these rounds where he's playing passively on that B side, and many of the rounds it's just been King doing the same thing inside B Garage. Neither of those controllers really looking to take a fight. But again, when you have rounds like that, when you get run up on by Sato, double dash and hit with the shotgun, doesn't feel like there's much you can do as Astra. You try and get away, but he ran into the wall.
All right, KRU fully invested into this round. Whole economy on the line, pushing out of A with a fast play. Spike again, just passive, just containing. Gets the information on all that aggression from KRU, which LEV should be able to take advantage of by just taking space elsewhere. That's what they want to do. They want to get into the Heaven.
Starts with quick reactions there. Realized that he didn't really have the line to win that fight out, and that's the Astra down. Benji pushed off B.
I think he actually just got killed on a jump spot.
Oh yeah, look how deep that kill is. He didn't leave the side at all.
Posted up. And
forgive me, Benji, not your fault. That is just Neon going deep for the frag. So that now draws Nagzet out of a position to play mid. KRU starting to converge there a little bit, and Leviathan happy to keep them interested. Re-smoking that rope room. Gets chopped on. Sees in mid, MTK trying to play off, but does catch Neon flat-footed.
Yeah, that was some nice little timing, and look at the speed as well from KRU. They're trying to get over towards this A site. Heaven is now smoked off, but the duelists are getting in. Infiltrator's ready to fight, breaks that ult straight away.
Pink out there, no, he's kind of there though. Infiltrator down, MTA around the corner here with the paranoia. That's not a good time for it, and gets pinched over an elbow.
Yeah, I love within that hit, King finally uses his ultimate to take a really deep space in the site. Yeah, no other option, and Gov gets the op, so have to take it into the next round. They invested everything they had right there. That was a good adjustment from LEV, and Good usage of King's ultimate teleport.
And so KRU have to bet their entire kickoff run on the save of these two rifles. One last round to try and stop Leviathan without, of course, access to a timeout. Now, it's a dimensional drift and likely a showstopper they're going to be able to use in that round. But it's not going to be comfortable. And up at least for Infiltrator. They got the pieces. They're scattered though. They don't quite fit together. They haven't quite fit together over this defense side. It's now or never, otherwise their run in kickoff is done.
Match point.
They could have 2 duelist ultimates in this round.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's also just
Killed on the jump spot.
Neon is just getting into the coolest little positions, just subtle adjustments to where an Opera would typically be playing from in order to find these shots. Like just getting a little bit wider than you typically would be allows him to just see way much more of Benji's character model when he's just rounding the corner on the jump spot. It's so nice.
Unlike yours truly, he's never reusing his material. He's always pushing himself to have a different spot to start the round, and Infiltrator is gone, folks. That was the operator.
How many first kills are Sato and Neon finding in this series? It is pretty outrageous.
Here. There's so much that is rough about that. Dimensional drift now gone.
Yeah, it really looks like LEV are on the cusp here of getting their first series win, trying to go for this lower bracket run.
Now, LEV know they can really slow the game down. Look at these movements from KRU. They're starved of information, partially because of that poison orb being toggled in mid and nothing being shown at A. And so they've peeled Benji off of B. And that's pulled players out of mid, Nagzet namely, to try and cover.
Maybe if MTA can feel comfortable getting an orb, he can get that showstopper for the retake.
Back to mid we go. Now this could be anything really, but with where King is sat, you'd expect a B split. Let's see if that's where they land. The operator, of course, still at large. Governor was able to recover it. A Prowler's going to clear Nagzet away. That means Sato's not going to walk into someone holding a line again.
Oh my god, the clone just kicked his snake bite out the way.
That's crazy. It bounced off him. That couldn't have gone any worse. Here comes the split, but Governor's boots on the ground and finds a shot to slow Neon up. A little bit awkward range for the judge, though, and Blows is given a reprieve. He's going to be able to fight a little bit longer. Spike sees Benji come out of the smoke. That's the Astra gone. Spike is loose here, but Nagzet is about to be pinched. He's not quite aware of it. Needs to find both, and he's got the space. On the line, Spike sees him through the box, and now no time for the plants. Nagzet has done enough to keep KRU in the game.
Just couldn't actually get to the spike. It's dropped on rafters. So MTA is just... He's just chilling over on A, honestly. He doesn't really have to do anything. He's just relaxing, making his way over there quite slowly. Crazy opener from Sato. That good little hold here from Nags, pushing in and then adjusting the positioning there.
Nice!
And that kill on King
just
is
stays alive.
massive.
Knows he has to.
Massive kill.
All right. KRU are still in this. Obviously still shaky economically because they've got no choice but to keep forcing. 2 lots of half armor though. Keep an eye for this judge. Oh, never mind. I was going to tell you to keep an eye for Infiltrator, but again, the same things happen in this round.
Go get him.
MTA sending out that Boombot, able to get that orb, does have the showstopper now.
Guff doesn't have an off to pick off of Infiltrator's corpse anymore.
Yeah, this Infiltrator Dimensional Drift may never be used, sadly. May never be used.
MTA showstopper in the round, so for retake purposes, could come in clutch. Sato also close to convergent. Honestly, frankly, a lot of these key ultimates of LEV are trying to close the game in the next round. They're going to have a lot to do with it. Their money's by no means sterling either.
Sato, no orb for him. It was already taken by KRU, so not going to get that ult at the moment. Just patient from LEV right now. See, again, it's just Spike is so passive over on A, just trying to contain for any pushes. He's been quietly putting up some numbers on this map, too. 21 kills.
30 seconds left.
All right, once again up mid. Once again, thinking about a split, though. This time it might be towards A. That is the stronger side, though.
These clones, man.
Where are we going?
Yeah, Sato is deep into this B site. It's just Governor on the cross. 14 seconds. I mean, the Spike is just trying to be scurried over there out of heaven right now.
They're going to make it in time. Yeah, they're really leaving their options open to the very last moment. But Governor ended up giving up the site and now has to try and get back into heaven. This looks like it could be cooked, folks. MTA with a showstopper, that'll be nice, but he's going to be on his own. He might run into trouble beforehand. Spike puts in the bed. And so it is Leviathan once again denying KRU ultimately the shot at an international showing. It's going to sting. It's an important location for many players across these two teams. The King and his band of Merry Gen Alphas running around out there are still alive in kickoff.
And if there were to be a lower bracket run manifesting, this is the starting point for LEV. Now that they have Neon in the roster, they've been waiting for him to get there, and he did show out, especially on Bind, with some sick opping. So, hey, maybe after today, might be a LEV believer. There's got to be a few more of them out there, Mitch, surely.
Honestly,
after seeing what Neon can do.
Yeah, this team's looking really, really solid. Honestly, what we're seeing from Leviathan coming out of the timeouts has been super compelling. Owners calling timeouts before these eco rounds, these like weaker buys, and they're still able to put together some really nice strategies with these hypermobile compositions that are frankly just catching KRU by surprise. I love the fast A-take and then post up multiple players under rafters. That's such a good look. And Leviathan here in the lower bracket have managed to keep the run alive. But for KRU, they've had to come in a pretty compromising spot. We're saying goodbye to him today for kickoff.
Yeah, insane, by the way, that Neon puts up 8 first bloods on that map, too. Just crazy performance from him. I mean, respect to Infiltrator, who's played a really nice kickoff across these last 3 matches. Coming up from Winthrop Academy with Governor, just taking some time away from challengers to try and help out KRU. He had a really great showing. Honestly, Nags was on point on this last map, too. That clutch was nice.
Honestly, like, you have to feel like he's fairly missed a beat in his time out of the VCTs. Come back in, obviously, with this team. And in the meantime, of course, he'd been commissioned with the role of bringing up that next generation in LATAM on that KRU Academy team. Able to carry some of that over here. But you're dealing with the next generation that has been given all the tools and the time and the reps and the small issue of the victory at the China Super Mega Awesome Tournament in the off-season to find success. LEV have put the reps in, they've definitely done their time, and they're here to show out in this lower bracket, and they're far from done.
Definitely. I think they're going to be a really dangerous team in this lower bracket, not just because of the talent that's on the team, but also just the mental narrative that they have going right now, Mitch. They lose 2 games, they have we didn't have our starting 5 cope. Neon comes back, goes crazy. That is maxed out confidence to run through the bracket. Like, I genuinely think it's set up for them to kind of go on a beast run.
Honestly, I wouldn't blame you for feeling that way, but of course, we have to say goodbye to KRU Visa now, unfortunately. It's not the team they were hoping to hit the ground with, but huge shout-outs, of course, to this roster. MTA Infiltrator, Nagzet, Governor, and Benji for stepping in and carrying the name of KRU through this tournament. Looked really good at times, honestly. Like, their opening game was fantastic. They got map wins on Abyss and on Pearl in their run so far. You've got MTA, right, who was always kind of destined to be a Duelist. He was a Duelist, forced off that role. I'm sure that's not the last we've seen from them, especially these promising players out from North American Challengers as well. Let's now head down to Athena at the stage for our Verizon post-match interview with Blows.
I'm here with Blows from Leviathan. Of course, congratulations on your win. What a dominating performance. And I just wanted to ask you, you guys looked really confident in this matchup. How big of a role did switching up and going back to your main roles play in that?
Grande vitória para vocês hoje, né? Vocês dominaram no jogo. Mas qual foi a decisão assim que vocês fizeram para mudar ali a composição, para trazer de volta o que já era normal?
Acho que agora, depois que o Neon voltou, a gente ficou muito mais confortável de jogar o nosso jogo, que a gente jogava com a Zoli trocada, que quando não tava o Neon a gente tinha que jogar com o Spike de duelista e o Sato trocava um pouco. Então a gente treinou muito tempo no off-season com o Sato e o Spike jogando com outra função, então agora voltando ficou muito mais confortável pra gente.
We actually we feel very more comfortable nowadays that we have Neon back. So it's like coming back to what we know, and it's really nice to be doing this right now, but with the complete full roster.
Oh, I love that. Okay, well, I have to ask about the 4 sheriffs on pistol. Whose idea was it to start buying 4 sheriffs, and how did that conversation happen?
Vamos falar sobre os 4 xerifes, né? Como é que foi a decisão e quem tomou a decisão? Como é que foi a conversa em volta disso?
No começo do time a gente sempre compra essa xerife no pistol, é uma coisa acho que Característica do nosso time, acho que o Onur deu a ideia no começo, a gente se sente muito confortável jogando com essa arma e a gente gosta muito de comprar xerife no piso.
It's something that we do actually very often, so we always like using shares for the pistols, so I think it just happened naturally.
Oh, awesome. And one final question, quick question. How did the communication change now that Neon is back in the roster?
Agora que o Neon voltou e ele ainda tem uma dificuldade de falar em português, como é que tá a comunicação do time?
Acho que o Neon voltando ajuda muito o nosso time, que ele é um cara que passa muita cal, não só no começo e no meio do round, acho que ele é um cara que tem muita boa leitura do jogo e ajuda muito o King a passar as calças.
E a comunicação, como é que ficou?
Em português com ele?
Tá fácil, tá diferente, tá difícil?
A comunicação fica a mesma, ele tem um português perfeito, então é muito fácil jogar com ele.
Okay, so the communication it's like pretty much the same. He speaks very well Portuguese. He's very good Portuguese, and I mean, but like having him back is really good, and now we are finally complete.
Oh, perfect. I love that. Thank you so much. And now we're going to go to Sato in a match point alongside GB and Dan.
All right, everyone, welcome to Match Point. We got Sato, and congratulations on the win. We've been talking before we started. Must feel good to be out there with the full squad. How did it feel to get that win under the books?
It feels nice. We feel unlocked. I feel like it's going to be a very important day for Neon.
Yeah.
His debut match, and he's already killing everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, it feels pretty good to be back in our supposed roles.
Yeah.
I'm sure people must have seen us play like the other weeks and felt like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. No, I mean, we were
back.
Yeah.
We're so back.
Hey, you know what? To celebrate Lev being back, let's play a game, shall we? Because we need to know how good you are at scouting talent, okay? It's very important, all right? It's going to be a job in the future. So this game, it's Guess the Rank, all right? So we're going to see how well Sato and Dan, as well as myself, can spot the rank of the player. Whether or not we get it right, we'll get a point, I guess. I don't know.
I think we have a little strat here.
You do?
So you got the higher ranks, I got the middle ranks.
Okay.
Okay.
And then you got the lower ranks.
Because I can identify that.
Exactly.
Hundo P. Yeah, all right, let's do it. Let's go ahead and show this first clip. It is from @RuinedAlone, which, hey, you know, sometimes happens to the best of us. Okay.
Immediate thoughts? Iron. No, I'm just kidding.
I would say some. Okay, wait a minute. Good response. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Ruined Alone? Might be ruining them alone. Huh. You see that? Look at that. It's cringe. We'll see. Okay. Wait a minute. That's an ace. Some good waterfall there.
No, that was nice.
I'm going to give him benefit of the doubt.
I mean, I'm going with...
However, I do have a point to make.
Okay.
Go ahead.
He was using like, oh my God, high video settings. And most like higher ranked players don't do that.
Okay, okay.
Oh.
All right, I'm gonna go with platinum.
Right, so we're just gonna go with silver. I don't know, I just got the vibe.
I'll go with diamond.
Diamond?
I'll go with diamond.
Okay.
I thought that was pretty clean.
We're all over the place right now.
I feel like it's nice that we go.
Wait.
Well, wait, who got the answer right? Sato? Sato got it right.
Oh,
Who's a
come
diamond
on,
player?
come on.
What?
Okay.
Yo, I know it.
Hey,
Daniela.
some of these silver players...
That guy must be sad.
Come on. Okay, show us the next video. This one is from It's Juice Leo. Just Leo. I totally butchered that one. I'm so sorry, kid. All right, let's see what you got here. All right, I'm already...
Whoa, breach.
Wait a minute. Oh! Okay. That was a solid play.
Wait.
Has a riot gun buddy.
Yeah.
Has a riot gun
Yeah, I
buddy.
saw that too.
So it could be a knower, you know?
Could be.
Okay. I'm going to go with gold. I'm going to go with gold. Yes. You know, this is a good, clean play, right? Denial of the entry.
I kind of agree. Is this... Yeah.
It's gold? All right.
I'll
Sato?
go a little bit higher here.
Oh, man. Sato's probably going to get it right again. Son of a... What is it?
I'll go with Immortal.
No, but there's no way.
Immortal?
No, there's no
I'll go with
All
Immortal.
right. Survey says no. Did
None of us
all of
got
us
it
get it wrong? Gold.
Wait.
Gold too. We got it right.
We got it
right.
Oh my God.
So we're
You
buzzing
see
for
these
Sato.
low ranks? We got it covered.
Yeah, we got it. We're good.
How
We're
do
good.
they have riot gun buddies and I don't?
That's wild. Yeah, you should definitely talk to your manager. All right, let's go ahead. Here's another video. This one is from Slack, and way too many Ks in that name, 238V. All right, let's see. Okay. All right, got us a little scuffle over here. By themselves now. What can they do? Oh, looks for one. Looks for the second. The third's good, surely. Otherwise, we wouldn't be showing the clip.
Should be.
This is not that bad. This is actually looking pretty solid. Oh, this is clever. As soon as he moves. No!
No, but this is...
Wait. Nope.
Silver, bronze?
This is deceiving, though.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right, I'm gonna go with bronze. Yeah.
You know,
Actually, no, I'll go with silver.
Didn't really know where the last player was. Doesn't really clear.
Yeah, it's true.
It just. No.
But smart play to put the turret on top. Knew that someone was on that side at the very least, so that shows some awareness.
Okay.
All right, Sato, what about you?
And I feel that.
I'm thinking, man.
He's looking at iron and bronze.
He's looking at iron. That is a wide range.
What are we gonna do when this is an immortal player?
I'll go with iron.
I mean, we are. It's gonna be. Yeah, I am. Oh boy, it is a bronze 2 player.
Damn it.
Dan. Okay.
I'm just saying.
Wow, Sato, you flew too close to
difficult.
the sun for that first one. And since then, right?
My first ever rank was bronze, and then I went to iron, and then I started going up. So I know all these people. I know all of them.
Run the last clip.
Let's
see. Do we have one more? I think we might have one more to play. Might as well get it out of the way because that'd be fun. If not, it's all good. We could show the bracket, but let's see what we got here. Okay, last one. This is from
console player.
Emergalat. Sure. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait.
Yeah,
this is console.
Yeah.
Wait, is this console? This is console. I saw that.
That looks insane.
Yeah, this is console. Oh, this is so cool. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna pick up my boy over here. I'm gonna give him immortal. That's an immortal console player right there.
I think so.
So, there was an ascendant gun buddy in that gun.
Yeah.
However, you guys are professionals, you know. The producers here are amazing people. So I think that's a little trap, you know.
Okay.
So
I like that.
I feel like that's a trap. They wouldn't like, you know, put the ascendant gun buddy right in my face.
They would never do that.
Yeah.
And then throw you.
That's true. So what do you think it is? What's the rank?
So I think I'll go a little higher here.
Okay, immortal. I'm going immortal as well. Let's see. Survey says.
I'm going diamond.
Oh, Sato's wrong.
I got it. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Hey.
You were thinking about it too much.
Way to hold it down.
I overthought it.
It was right there.
For us console fiends out there. Much respect to you, my friend. All right, well, there you have it, folks. We're down now to 10 teams. Here is the new lower bracket. Leviathan will be moving on to face off against Sentinels. And then we have Evil Geniuses going up against Envy. Sato, I'm going to put you to work here. What do you think about that Envy-EG matchup? Give me your analyst.
Envy-EG rematch. Oh, that looks fun.
Yeah?
I can't lie.
What do you think of EG right now? Did you get a chance to watch that last game or no?
We were watching it in the prac rooms before our game, and they look better. They look better than before, for sure.
Well, also, I mean, what about Envy too? Because you played them in Challengers when you were part of M80, and you've seen kind of the growth evolution that they've had, the changes too. Do you think they've gotten better since then? Is it kind of the same vibe?
I feel like they changed a lot from before, but I also feel like that's a lot because of the changes in the players.
Yeah.
I mean, Kane and Iron were crazy.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a difficult matchup because they already played against each other before.
Yeah.
So you never know what happens in the rematch. Sometimes like the team that lost gets used to it, or it's just another domination from the team that won. But nevertheless, I'm excited to see how that match goes.
Yeah.
Especially because of DGZ and Kesnet fight.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
Oh my God.
You know?
Oh, don't worry. We will talk all about that when that day comes.
It's always exciting to see.
All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for us here today. We thank you all so much for tuning in. Congratulations, Sato, on the victory. Always a pleasure to have you here, bud. But, folks, we're going to be back here same time tomorrow. We got 2 more great matches. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you then. and Calm and the boys here. Let's see what this squad can do. Let's welcome to the stage. Here's Loud. They have a great opportunity here. This is a team that's gotten so close so many times. They just need to get over that hump. 4 teams up for elimination. America's Kickoff starts right now.
Loud as well as they turn the corner and fire into the abyss that was that corner. EG playing it calm, playing it collected. Okeanos picks up a third and Calm.
Bro, I own this A bomb site, bro.
But still, 10 seconds left. This is going to be a high.
Oh my gosh.
You do not peek this. Oh, he's got the 1v1 now versus Luke Show. Is he going to end the game? Is the IGL going to end the game? Calm already did around the world. Can he put it on his shoulders? Calm gets the 4K and sits Loud down for the first map. You don't know. Half HP. He goes to half. He gets off. Oh my God. Why did we even question it?
I may have 0 kills, but I can still clutch against y'all. I may have 0 kills, but I can still clutch against y'all.
The newest of the team to keep them in overtime, to keep Loud alive in kickoff. He aims high and it's gonna be Calm to do the deed. That's Evil Geniuses sending Loud home, and Evil Geniuses moving on in kickoff.
God, it's just like that. First win in VCT, baby!
They're going to be looking good here, but the Headhunter's already struck in this round. It's going to be hit over towards the B-side. It blows. He's got the stopping power. More than just a light breeze. This guy knocks him flat. There is at least some precedent to give us hope, the crew. If they get us to that third map at least, to make a bit of a game of it here. All right, thanks, Neon. Put us out of our misery here. Here comes the play down elbow. Nax, they're going to go and spray away, of course, with this Guardian. MTA able to split that double face up, but he's ready. Oh, my goodness. This looks like it could be cooked, folks. MTA with a showstopper. That'll be nice, but he's going to be on his own. He might run into trouble beforehand. Spike puts him to bed. And so it is Leviathan once again denying KRU ultimately the shot at an international showing.